best of the best players feeling the pressure and the nerves of Game 24.
My goodness.
Wow, what are we seeing? Bringing to you this live broadcast of this huge matchup. We got to see once more what the Challengers Cup is all about. It's being able to produce in the pressure cooker. And I love when players are nervous a little bit, where, you know, you get an opportunity to see them when they're under pressure. But just by impulse, you get to do something crazy.
We're back to action. Now we're about to play the golden goal for the grand finale of the Onile Grand Finale. Oh, we're just having an update. Oh, that is not just one of not to be back. He's not reflected. Oh, yes.
It looks like yesterday turned a whole new corner for him.
Yes, I mean a lot of confidence booster to be able to get that draw against Zulu and to get it in that manner of fashion. It wasn't a ball draw, it wasn't a 2-2 or 1-1, it was a 6-6 draw, which tells you that that man did score a lot of goals. He took the fight to win, and then he got that his own also, I think, high scoring that encounter against, oh my goodness, that one is an absolute fantastic move from Baloke. Baloke is refusing to go without a fight in this one. I think there's still so much game to happen in this particular match. We're going to see a whole lot of goals, possibly the same call we did see in the game between CPUs and Khaleed. And I think after that game, those two games getting 4 points in one day, I think it's sort of as if his confidence to another level. If he goes on to win this one against Baloke, his tally is 7 points. It's going to lift him up a little bit and possibly make him tell himself, you know what, there's still a whole lot to do.
Yeah, that thing is
about 11 more games for you to play for, and you have 7 points. You might not be looking at winning anything, but at least let's see if you can scrape your way into the top 8. I mean, he has played most of the top players already.
Yeah, surely he will give him some confidence in some sense, and picking up these points are indeed going to be vital. The job is not done yet, though. There's still a chunk of the 45 left to play. Simply Uzo looking to ride off the wave of yesterday with some impressive performances. Baloke, I mean, Baloke has to be looking at this game as his potential way of also kind of bouncing back a little, because this against an opponent who has been struggling in the league just like yourself. And if it's going to be such a battle, we usually see relegation battles in so many sports. Like, and when those teams face up against each other, it's always tight. You can't understand why it is indeed tight for both of these guys to separate from each other. Right now, Simply Uzo doing a great job of currently holding on to the lead. You find Yamal, and he get one more twist in the tail. Yamal down the byline almost.
Attempts at Trivela from that angle. That was very, very tight. Yes, we are back. We just saw an intense, crazy action. That one happened between Tactical and Guru in a game that just finished 5-3 in favor of Tactical. Of course, the agenda machines are spinning already. The conversations have already begun. We want to hear from you guys in the comment section. We did mention that earlier on stream. What do you think, especially in terms of the conversation about the Abuja versus Lagos, especially with how Guru has fared in the past few weeks? But that one has moved on to the side. We are now looking forward to the future. Mr. Oga versus KK in the building. Sly, what do you expect out of this one, given what we've just seen right now?
I expect it to be a tight affair, knowing with the fact that both of them have the potential to maybe stay at the top or leapfrog the other. Mr. Oga currently sitting at the top of the table pretty. Everybody's eyes is on him now, and they're kind of looking for it to maybe him dropping points. But the thing for KK, like we said, is he's got 2 games in hand off of them. If he's able to win those 2 games, which indeed one of those games is Mr. Oga, then he can progress to the top of the table. So I think it will be a very, very close encounter. If you had to ask me who maybe will start strong, I feel like KK usually has that strong start. He kind of plays like Guru, where he starts strong. And the question is, can he be able to keep the lead? And I think he's answered that question positively in the last couple of weeks, but it's not always gone his way. That's just the beauty of the National Esoccer Pro League. You not always have things your way, but you've got to bounce back. But one thing that you've got to say that Mr. Oga has on his end is the resilience. He never gives up in all of those games, and it's probably maybe just that OG mentality that he carries with him every single time.
Yeah, I mean, consistently, I've seen across the past 3 weeks, I believe we've asked questions about Mr. Oga's performance. After what we saw in the first few weeks, we were like, okay, is this going to be enough, or is this going to be another elite division showing? But what we have noticed is that he has consistently found a way to win against the guys who have given him reasons to fret, against the guys who know we expected him to win, against the guys who we didn't expect him to win. He has always found a way to, sort of break down defenses and stop the opposition from outscoring his. We've always known Mr. Oga as a guy who is good defensively, but now we're seeing him in his offensive bag also going forward into this one. But now looking at what the head-to-head currently looks like, 6 wins to 8 wins, 2 draws each, and 1 loss each. Both players, similar statistics.
Identical.
The only difference is the 2 games that has not been played by KK, and he has an opportunity today to sort of start changing the affair for himself.
Exactly, it's quite tight as well, so you understand where the win probability comes from. The Lumo Hubs esports man, I've been very impressed with the way he's played. There have been games where we've kind of been skeptical about it. I remember that game with Josh gave very, very much. He was kind of leading in that game. He was supposed to pick up 3 points. Game with Josh, all of a sudden was able to come back in that game. He cannot afford to do that today against Mr. Oga. If he starts strong, he has to keep his foot on the pedal. We've just seen what happened to Guru. He was up 2-0. Tactical was able to turn it around. I think right now the players have got to realize that in this 9-minute half setting, in this National Esoccer Pro League setting, you cannot afford to rest when you have a 2-goal, 3-goal lead. Even 4 goals is not safe anymore. You have to be leading by 5 or 6 to say you're comfortable enough to maybe relax a little bit. But knowing how important goals are, knowing how important the goal difference is, you've got to keep your foot on the pedal and try to possibly take advantage of the situation.
Well, yeah, that's what the statistics look like right now, the head-to-head for both players. But let's go hear from the players themselves on what they...
I'm playing against Mr. Oga. He's above me on the table for now, but after our match, I should be above him. See you there.
Alright, so I'll be playing KK, and he's a very good player. He's somebody I've played a couple of times before. One of the best players in Nigeria. He very skillful, does a lot of things you don't expect. But I believe if I can play to the best of my ability, I should be able to win the game.
Well, we're back into the action. We're back into it. We've heard from the players. KK expected to see himself above Mr. Oga after this game. Interesting prediction, but it's one thing to talk the talk, and it's another thing to walk the walk. We've seen players who have faltered after talking. We've seen players who have doubled down on their performances. It's now entirely up to the players what they're going to be doing next after talking the talk. But that's one thing I love. That's one of the reasons why I love being in this seat. All I just need to do is talk the talk. I don't necessarily have to walk the walk. The players now on your screen in the booth getting set. You can see the coaching staff there for KK. I think it's the same person that coached for Tactical. Also he's in the coaching booth for KK. This is the first time we're seeing coaches for tactical and KK.
Exactly. I mean, different dynamics altogether.
Yeah.
We saw how it worked for KK. If it's the same effect we saw it work for tactical. If
yeah.
the same effect for KK, then that
sure
should be
it'll be
interesting.
better.
That should certainly be interesting. But going into this game, they both understand the magnitude of this game, and that's what you enjoy about the dynamics, about the preview and all of the talking. Because you heard KK speak, he knows that if he's able to beat Mr. Oga, he could potentially finish today at the top of the table, and that gives you a big chance of finishing top 8, which I'm sure is part of his dreams. For Mr. Oga, though, the doubts have still been there. I think he's still, even though he's played well, he's still not proving to a lot of people in the big games that he is that guy to say, you know what, he's the best when it comes to this division. He played against Guru. We saw that one turn out to be a draw. He still hasn't been able to have statement wins in the big games yet. But this could be a huge statement with if he can pull it off as we begin this one with KK taking on Mr. Oga. All of the previews done now. We can get to see what this top of the table clash looks like. I believe for Mr. Oga, not a lot of changes to his squad. He's still rocking that all-white outfit, kicking from right to left in this one. As for KK in that pink representing, in that violet representing Lumo Habs, and he gets the first opportunity of the game, which by his standards should be bearing. That's the warning shot right there from tactical from KK, because you know that this guy starts strong. I said it earlier when I was speaking about KK. It's identical to how Guru starts.
Guru starts, yes, absolutely. I think the difference is once he gets into that driver's seat, it's almost as a man who is crazed with holding onto the ball, a man who is obsessed with control, and I think that's just where the difference is between him and Guru. And I think that's why when you're looking at in terms of the possessions, in terms of in position, in terms of the wins they have had and the opponents they have gone up against, I think that's just what separates KK from Guru, the manner and the way with which both players love to control the game. But for me, that chance there by KK not being taken could spell doom for him if he doesn't make do quickly. I mean, it could also spell doom for Mr. Oga, being that you are sort of giving KK a look at your backline that early on in the game. But whatever the case is, we have had 7 minutes of action, crazy action so far, so good.
Money, another quick observation. We did notice that for both Tactical and Guru earlier on, they made a change to their backline, adding Khalid. Well, I'm happy to tell you that in this one as well, Khalid is featuring. Like, I think that the 10 million bump up has done a lot of these guys so much good. Right now, everybody seems to be going Chiellini, and the way I'm seeing Chiellini, I think they've convinced me to go and complete this SBC right now. I'll start trying to work my way and getting further to complete the SBC. But you know, for this league, loans are allowed, so they didn't necessarily have to complete the SBC. Just have to complete the one that you get the loan item Chiellini. So it's quite interesting to see Chiellini in the mix. Also, Cafu is
and
loan
Gerrard,
item.
I think I saw a Gerrard item for
wow.
Mr. Oga. We have said that his 30 card consistently. For whatever reason, I think Mr. Oga is a little bit slow out. He's sort of second guessing himself a little bit, and he has to figure that one out as quickly as possible. He's getting the ball in the right places, just on the edge of the box, but he's not taking those quick passes. He's not taking those making those deadly runs, those deadly true balls. And I think that's where he would possibly suffer a little bit if he doesn't fix that one as quickly as possible. The defending there has not been so great also. I don't know, I just don't feel comfortable because I did have in my head Mr. Oga to get this one, but as you can see there, KK has taken the lead.
Right on the money. The slowness has kind of showed in the way things have been operating, not just in attacking, in defense as well. I think his switching has a little bit been off, but we'll give him a pass for the first 15 minutes. But the writing is on the wall with guys like KK. They start well. It's just about how you bounce back, and if he's able to bounce back well, I don't think he'll be in too much trouble. But like you said, he clearly saw it. Immediately when he started talking, you could see how slow he was to switch. And then credit to KK on this goal. I think he had some very good patience with it, finding Ability through the middle, and that touch from Smith up top was just right when he needed it to be able to get the opening goal.
As you can see, Mr. Oga attempted lots of tackles in and around that box. In that moment, takes the shot this time around, but the defending very, very good there, enough to force it out. And I think that's a goal kick, which is incredible, which means that one was not even on target. But going into the cross of the game, just in that goal that Mr. Oga conceded, I was seeing that there were some couple tackles there being done by Mr. Oga. And usually the thing about tackles, especially at such a high level, is that once you start making the tackles, it means you have done wrong in terms of your defending. You have not done the best. And that one just gone in.
That one the goalkeeper's hands when I thought the guy had made a huge save. I'm sure that would frustrate Mr. Oga a lot, but it's crept in. And KK, 2 goals up in 20 minutes. Wow. Isn't that these days? Guys, if you're watching in the chat, you have to start listening to myself and Manny. We are literally giving out what's going to be happening. Like, we've seen this script so many times with guys like Guru, Kiki always leading. And like I said, the question has always been about them keeping their leads 20 minutes in. He's 2 goals up, Mr. Oga. I mean, we haven't seen him make too many comebacks. So I don't know if we're that confident, just like how we did with Tactical, knowing that he had the spirit of getting the comebacks. Because we know with KK, his offense can get red hot. And if you don't take your time, he'll blow you out of the water. Mr. Oga has to start getting on the comeback trail, and he's got to start now. One thing I've also noticed about the comebacks is you don't have to let that lead go on for too long.
Yeah.
So with Tactical, immediately Guru was up 2-0 up, he found a way back in.
And it makes a lot of sense because as soon as you're able to cut down a lead to 1, psychologically it sort of gives a warning shot to your opponent. And I think that's where Tactical excelled. For Mr. Oga right now today, he's so slow in terms of the decision making, and that's where the problem is for me. Every other time I would have backed him sort of make a comeback in this game, sort of turn this one on his head. But I don't understand.
Man, it seems like guys have got you got some challenges in the chat.
Well, UT maybe not, but kickoff 95 yes, please.
I like every time when there's a challenge tournament, he'll tell you, please don't ultimate team.
Not ultimate team, man. I was exposed by one of the O2s at the tournament recently. He beat me so bad in UT, so I don't want to do that again. But going back.
Do you mind sharing it as the details?
No, absolutely not. I will leave that one for the people in the background to sort of try and figure out how that one went. For me, it was a terrible day. Anyways, going into the action again, I'm just looking at this game. I'm trying to wonder what is currently going on through the head of Mr. Oga. Sometimes you can get in on your own head. Sometimes I think for him, this game needs a goal. The funny thing is, as you can see, a pause being queued quickly by Mr. Oga. The funny thing is, it isn't an entirely bad showing because he's still doing everything right. He's getting those runs into the 18-yard box of KK. The problem now has been the fact that he has been second guessing every move, and KK, as soon as he gets the ball, he doesn't care where the goalkeeper is. He's taking those shots. That's the difference between where Mr. Oga is currently and where KK is, and his problem in paradise for Oga.
Exactly. KK has certainly been firing on all cylinders, and in the first half already 3 goals up, and that's frightening. If KK is doing this to the man at the top of the table, it's sending warning shots, it's sending signals. Wow. And that expression from Mr. Oga says it all. The fact that I know he knows deep down that he's not been up to it, like you've been constantly saying, he's kind of been slow to work things out a little bit for himself. But for KK, he would be delighted with the way he started. And guys around that top 4 spots now have to look at KK and be like, yo, maybe this might be the guy to beat. Guys like Guru, Kenonex, Yemi, all of those guys in that mix should be looking out for KK. The Lumo Hubs man couldn't have started this game any better.
You know, you asked me in game week 3 who I expected, who I wanted to see in the elite division, and for me, there was a no-brainer. It was definitely KK. I've always backed this man from what I did see in the Challengers Cup. He has the IQ of a professional gamer that definitely should be representing Nigeria at some of the highest tournaments, some of the highest levels ever. And I'm telling you that. And he has done this without a coaching staff. He's done this consistently. Every single time I've seen KK in a tournament, it's always been a measured, matured approach to FC. This is for the past 3-4 years, and he has never really been the one who has always been coming to Lagos, but every single time he was there, he was somebody I loved watching play. The way he approaches the game has always given me a different outlook from the way every other person approaches it. But in that same vein, I'm looking at this and saying, I sort of think Mr. Oga is sort of making it too easy for him. Right? I expected this to be a tough affair, and as you can see from that emotion from Mr. Oga, the way he was, sort of wondering to himself, what is going on in my head. The problem is he's too slow out of the business. He's overthinking every single decision. What he needs right now is 2-3 shots to be taken quickly, first time shots, and if one of them goes in, you will just see the confidence will come out. No, goals change games because they give you confidence to try new things and fast, sort of like change the way you approach the game. So let's see what happens. I don't think this one has run away from him yet. It's a 9-minute half, of course, and if your opponents can score 3 in the first half, definitely you also can score even if it gets to the second half. But let's see how they turn things around as Mr. Oga will take that first shot. This one is offside, and as you can see, he was trying to get that shot in. If he can do that 1, 2, 3 times, you can possibly see a different approach to the game by KK.
I mean, very interesting. I mean, you've given me the perfect opportunity to keep preaching about the importance of being a part of esports teams and the fact that KK has been a key guy for Lumo Hubs esports, and that's why I'll shout them out. Any type of support or any type of contribution they are making to how KK plays is clearly shown.
Yeah,
the fact that
definitely.
he's joined an esports team and he has seen the trajectory, winning the Challengers Cup, already being here at the National Soccer Pro League and showing why he deserves to be up there with the very best. This speaks to the excellence that comes to joining esports teams that are very good, that help to your good. So shouts to all of the esports teams pulling their weight, teams like Game Evolution, teams like OAS esports team, like KD esports team, like Lumo Hubs esports as well. I mean, if there are any teams, Outlaws esports as well, doing a great job.
Yes,
with Dada Boy.
Yeah, he did have a couple weeks where it wasn't so great, but funny how with the win he just had over Blaze, the 3 points he gained over Blaze, now he's found himself in 17 points. As you can see, Mr. Oga, now he needs to get that shot off, holds on to the ball a little bit too much. As you can see, even though he scored that goal, he's wondering to himself, why am I still holding on to the ball so long? It's a thing of confidence. And
but with that goal going in, I think the confidence might be getting back a little bit.
I'm not yet convinced. I'm not yet sold out yet. Now that goal is good for him. It's reduced the goal deficit right to 2. But the problem was he is not. This isn't a free flow state Oga that we have seen across board. He needs to take those shots. As you can see, the second one has gone in all of a sudden now. That's what I did say earlier on. Once the first goal goes in, it gives you a little bit of bump in confidence. This second one has gone in. As you can see, what was happening, he was not overthinking anything. He's gone back to the basics. The lob through balls, the passing, and that's what KK excels at consistently. He has never really been out of this game, Mr. Oga. He was always in and around the mix. The problem was getting in over his head.
Manny, it's crazy to think that if it just takes 2 minutes for Mr. Oga to make that switch, it makes him a very scary player to play against. Like, he could switch it up at any point in time, and it seems like all of the confidence is on the side as he goes on one more attack. That time, he comes out and makes a committed tackle there, KK. This one looked like it was going to be a one-way affair, but all of a sudden, Mr. Oga has found a way back, but KK responds with a goal of his own.
That defending was terrible.
And that makes it 4-2.
I would never expect that defending from someone of Mr. Oga's quality. Especially the way he didn't track that run and he let KK do his thing. KK, kudos to KK, credit to KK for taking the chances, because it doesn't really matter what is happening. All you just need to do is keep taking the chances that come in, and the way he received that ball with that first touch, incredible stuff. This one, we are going back to 4-2 now. Mr. Oga just didn't get. This one came from a moment in transition where Mr. Oga was not quick to decide what he wanted to do with the ball, and he has been punished by KK.
You know, even before we started the broadcast today, you were telling me about you playing the game and committing to a lot of tackles. If you saw how this goal came about, it all came about because
He committed
KK committed a tackle and won the ball.
Yeah.
It's high risk, high reward. If KK misses that tackle right there, Mr. Oga scores.
Yeah.
That's the thing. So that's the risk. But it also ends up being high reward because it rewards him with a goal.
Yeah.
So that's what I think it's the thin line between treading that defensive style of play. If you commit too much and the space is in behind, you're in trouble. But KK taking the leap of faith, committing, and then he gets the full reward in scoring the goal. So it's quite interesting to watch how this game plays out. But I think the way they've ended the first half, Mr. Oga it will feel good about himself, and he can see how he's flexing his muscles a little bit. He kind of understands that, you know what, I didn't start this game, I started slow. But what have I always been saying about the great players? Even when they don't play well, they find ways to win, to pick up points. And I believe for Mr. Oga, the way that first half ended, that will give him a massive confidence boost. And in the second half, if KK is not careful, we could see a resurgence from the integral champion himself. We're having conversations about some of the very best esports teams out there, and I believe maybe there might be more out there that we've not seen yet. So the guys in the chat, if you still do know about more esports teams here in Nigeria that you believe deserves their shout out, you can let us know. I mean, we've never had a conversation about the very best esports team when it comes to EA Sports FC. And I know, man, you've got a lot of depth when it comes to the teams regarding EA Sports FC here in Nigeria, or not just EA Sports FC, teams in general, esports teams in general. I mean, if you had to rank the teams out there, you're less limited to EA Sports FC. Who do you think has the best roster out there right now?
My goodness, you're putting me on the spot, really.
I know some teams have like some very, very stacked rosters. I mean, OAS has got
Rhymes
the defending champion Rhymes. The defending champion Farouk has got Rhymes. We know Outlaws have got Dada Boy, as we'll see. The Lumo Hubs man in space to finish. He restores his 3-goal lead back. And now it's back to the drawing board and where it all started for Mr. Oga. Wow. The 5th goal, just like that, with that one-time through ball breaking that high line of defense, and Lumo Habs KK out by 5 goals to 2. I mean, we're giving our submissions about the teams. Who do you think has the best roster out there? Because we know for Game Evolution Esports, there's also Budgie Junior to look at as well.
So the thing is, I will look at it as we are still in that growth back. We're still in the early stages of the esports team, and I think ranking, oh my goodness, look at how this man is rushing out. But that one is an offside, so he does get a little bit of a relief and a breather there, Mr. KK. But I'm looking at, I don't know if I'm going to, I think I'll be doing them a disservice to rank them right now on the best, because I think we haven't even scratched the surface yet. But I'm just going to go back to say, listen, for me, Game Evolutions has done something crazy, because from being able to scout Farouk Mamzo when he was 17, bringing him into the tournament, into the conversation, and look at how it has impacted the ecosystem in its entirety. We're also looking at OS Esports to be able to pick it two. I think they are the only currently the only ones who have two top players being signed to their esports team. As you can see, my goodness, that one sweet as nectar.
They can certainly turn on the afterburners.
Yep.
In the second half, he's ripping this game to shreds. That makes it goal number 6, and now the game not looking close at all. We feared that it was going to be a blowout, but after that response from Mr. Oga, it gave us hope a little bit that this one was going to be a close one. But KK says not on his watch at all. Look at that quick passing. I believe with a superb finish into the top corner, and KK. Wow.
Woo! I love that. I love that.
He's certainly walking the talk, and I mean, he comes off as a confident guy as well. Like, when you speak to him, he's confident about being one of the very best around. And I think this is somebody where if we go into the elite leagues and he's playing some of the very best players around, I think he'll be able to hold his mental, and he'll be able to definitely prove that he's one of the very best Nigeria as well.
Yeah, for me, it's very, very important that a player has, I want to use the word attitude, but also has personality. Yeah, I think I prefer personality. You have something about you that is sort of ironclad. And the way in the call-outs, you could see the man was very confident. He said, after the game, I'm going to be above Oga. And I mean, from the get-go, yes, whatever the case is happening with Oga on one side, from the very get-go, the man has shown that he has every single thing in the locker. He has the goals, he has the first-time shots, he has the defending. He's great. He knows how to bounce back. He doesn't let you get in his head. As you can see, 1 or 2 conversations happening in the background between both players. Of course, I do expect that Oga isn't happy right now with what is currently going on in terms of his own performance, but that takes nothing away from this huge performance from the man himself, KK.
Well, certainly, KK has played extremely well in this game, especially with his approach to the second half. Of course, it looked like it was going to be close, but the second half, he surely put his stamp all over the game. It's kind of what you'd expect from a player of that caliber. It's quite disappointing knowing that Mr. Oga was at the top of the table, and we had previewed this one as a top of the table class, so we were kind of expecting and this one was going to be very, very close. But credit to KK making sure he puts down a masterclass. You're still watching the National Esoccer Pro League. I still got a lot of conversations about people not understanding what the pro leagues are. Like I said earlier in the past few weeks, the National Esoccer Pro League is just the first big tournament of the year. There were previous tournaments to select the guys to get into the Pro League. So you know how last year there was the National Esoccer League with guys like Faru, guys like Akela Freak, there was a Maji, Adefola, all of those guys played in the league. We had 16 players. 8 of them still remain in the elite league. That's what we call it. The bottom 8 relegated to this division. So there was the bottom 8 guys like Mr. Oga, Game with Josh, Bright, Anif, Rhymes, all of those guys. They were in the bottom 8. They were relegated to this league. But you ask yourself, so how did we find guys like KK, Baloke, Yemi, all of these guys? They went through a qualifying system. The qualifying system was through the Challengers Cup. The Challengers Cup, which we're preaching about with the Lumo Habs man, KK, who went on to win. So he got an automatic slot to Division 2 by winning that. Dadaba also performed well. He was in the final of the Challengers Cup. That's how come he's in Division 2 right now. We've got guys like Yemi also went through that system. We've got guys like Kinonex, Drakaris, all of them went through that system. And also we had the tournament between the local government areas where Baloke was able to emerge victorious through the Onile Esports Championship.
One of my favorite actions that ever happened throughout that whole tournament system.
It was basically a tournament for everybody. Yeah. And everybody has had a chance to be here. So we've got some of the very best 20 players in the country right now going head to head, and you can clearly tell that there are levels to this game. That some guys are really showing that they deserve to be in the elite league when it's all said and done.
Yep. For me, the ecosystem, the structure, the infrastructure keeps getting better year in, year out. We did see Cage 24 in November 2024. We were there, both of us. I think that was an alcohol point. And we did see a little bit glimpse as to what would happen. That was the first time the Onile Esports happened. And we did have some of the players come together, come around. And Simply Uzo was the first person to win from, I think it was I don't know what local government that was, maybe mainland. He won the mainland edition, but he went on to face another player in the Onile finals, the one we did see, just like we did see last year, and he didn't win. So that sort of announced him to the guys at the big stage, and we did see Farouk Mamzo, we saw John, that is Killer Freak. That was the first time Killer Freak had a win throughout that was the first win for Killer Freak in entirety in terms of the competition. So that sort of like introduced us to what Cade was trying to do, Cade Esports was trying to do, and consistently we saw more and more and more and more movements from these guys. We saw the Cade Esports guys sort of set that transition, so we can have the movement from the Onile Esports. We have people from the local governments go straight into the Challengers Cup, go straight into the Pro Leagues, just like we're seeing right now, and ultimately come to sort of compete at the highest level. And after this one, we're going to be going straight into Nigeria versus Ghana. We did talk about that one. And ultimately, sometime in the nearest future, we'll possibly be seeing the top 2, top 4 from the elite division possibly go and play a bigger competition across Africa with the other guys across their other leagues. I mean, for me, that would be like the ultimate move.
Yeah, exactly. That should be a very interesting one to look forward to. I mean, 2026, like I said, is a promising year for esports. If you're in Nigeria, Ghana, just around Africa, we've not always had this opportunity. So getting it now, it just kind of brings that excitement level to me. Because I remember back in the days when I started playing, I believe 2018, 2019, back in those days where you're looking for opportunities.
Was that when you started playing
where you can do?
Esports at all, or that was just?
I'll say competitively. I play competitive. I played competitive FIFA 18 back in the days. That's when I won my first tournament. 19, played a little bit, then transition to Castle. I've got some trophies in the bag. I'm sure in the Ghanaian side, the chat, I mean, they've heard us back in the day. But then back then we're looking for opportunities like these. They never came. So when you hear guys like Adefola,
this type of structure.
Exactly. When you hear guys like Adefola speak, I had opportunity to cast with him back in Ghana for Ghana versus Nigeria, and he was just so excited about the opportunity. Even though he didn't play, he was saying that they were looking for opportunities like this. That's why you've got to give a huge salute to Game Evolution, KD Sports, for making this happen, because it's not easy at all pulling this off. We know in our part of the world we're kind of set back already with our internet problems. Sometimes we've got light problems as well. The fact that you can't take the game at times as a full profession. You've got to balance it out with people, with other things. So even when you want to go all in, it's difficult to do that because maybe you can't generate income as much as you'd love to have. But with the structure that KD Sports is putting in, if they put down the whole calendar year for you and say, you know what, be a professional esports player, just tournament 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 6 tournaments across the year. And if you know you're going to be placing top 3 in every single one of them, that's something that you can definitely bank on and say, okay, that's a proper path that I want to follow. So I think it's a great initiative, and I love whatever KD Sports are put into play, and I can't wait to see what the future holds for them.
Yep, that is Slimo giving you a little bit of history in terms of what we have seen across board for the esports community. But going back to the game between Mr. Oga and KK, I think there has been a conversation where Mr. Oga was sort of complaining about a lag in his monitor. Well, let's allow the team sort of sort that one out and figure out a way how they could sort of help him. I did also say, talk about the game looking very slow for him. That could possibly be one of the challenges, or it could just be him having a bad day.
Exactly. I mean, there could be a couple of things to look out for. I mean, they were still playing on 0 MS, so I was saying that, okay, it's a LAN event, so usually that doesn't happen, but maybe there's a problem. I'm sure the technical team is looking out for that. But with the 9-minute house style, with the FC Pro style, we'll have to continue from 6-2. So even if he bounces back, it's got to be a strong bounce back, especially in that second half, and the way KK has been able to take to the 4. I like the fact that when I asked you about the esports teams, you were like, you can't pick now because it's still like a growing thing for Nigeria, and you'd realize it with the fact that we've got 20 players here, but
And
only
just
about
about
2,
three,
3,
four,
4
yeah.
are like part of esports teams. That's a trend that I think Nigeria has got to pick on quickly, and I think that's something that maybe Ghana has picked up a little bit quicker than Nigeria, because when we had our league last year, we had about 16 teams. 16 teams bring about 3 players each
Wow.
from every single team. So there are a lot of teams to be able to go through that route. And that just spells a little bit of higher professionalism. And I think that's something that Nigeria has got to take really, really seriously and look at as something that they get to build on. So there are 20 players right now.
Right.
And if there are teams out there, you've got to look at these players and say, you know what,
I
some
can
heavy
pick one. I
talent
can
in
pick
there.
2 here. Yeah.
Like that. Why is a guy like Yemi not signed to a team? Why is a guy like Guru not signed to a team?
Exactly.
Like it begs the question. Why is a guy like Kinonix
A tactical,
still
for example,
not signed?
unsigned, yeah.
Like you see the potential that those guys carry, and I like the fact that you even mentioned the Farouk thing. And we'll have to give special credit to guys like, I mean, the senior man himself, Mr. Kumi. I think he's put in massive work with Game Evolution. That's not only discovering the talent, harnessing it, because sometimes you can find a player,
And
but if you
not
don't
be
put him in
able
the
to-
right
yeah.
situation, he's not going to excel. And I'm sure when they discovered Farouk, everything was raw. But you look at everything that they've been able to put together,
The
where
journey
he is
between
today,
2021,
it's
I believe, or
crazy.
2022.
it is crazy, and
Yeah.
they deserve all of their full credit, by the way.
And we just had a conversation earlier today before the start of the stream, talking about what Farouk is going to be doing in Morocco. Can you just give us a little bit of like a breakdown of that one?
Well, I mean, I think it's yet to be official, but there is where that Farouk Manzo might be having an opportunity to be playing in another African country. So we will be looking forward to that, as we've got the restarts in this one. And KK says, you know what? No matter how many times you restart, I will be scoring goals. That's goal number 7. Down for KK right after the restart. 7 goals to 2. Wow. Imagine this being in the top of the table clash. You know what this reminds me of? Elevation versus Kinonix.
I mean, 5-0
At
first
that
half
time,
already.
when it was the top of the table clash, Kinonix totally ran away with the game. This is quite similar to what we saw earlier on. KK might be on the push again, this time through CC. He's just been running away with it on every single level, and that's credit to his work ethic, the fact that he's really, really looked at the details of this game down to a T.
You know what's interesting to me? Every single time we've had a maybe top 4, top 8 game, it's been insane. But every single time we've had a top of the table clash, it's
Like top 2, top 3.
top 3. It's either been a draw or a blowout. So for me, I do enjoy seeing the guys who are struggling to get that top 8. It just hits different so far, so good in this competition.
It just tells you that when it comes to top 3, because remember, Mr. Oga versus Guru, draw.
Yeah.
Kinonix versus Guru, draw.
Yeah.
Like, it just
There were
tells you that
about 3-4 draws
Yeah.
from the guys in the top 2.
it just kind of tells you that they can cancel each other out at times, or one player just going to overpower the other. Oh,
I didn't.
Mr. Oga,
I personally thought that was a mistake, but
back
it did
in
go
the
in.
mix.
So yeah.
I mean, it's a 4-goal deficit with about 30 in-game minutes, 9-minute house. I mean, you wouldn't call this impossible, would you? Four goals down. You've seen crazy things happen.
Yeah, we've seen crazier things happen, but with the way KK currently is playing right now, we do know him as the man who loves control, and so far so good. The only person who has been able to put a chink in that armor so far so good has been a game with Josh, and that was a craziness he did do. I don't see Mr. Oga turning up that crazy part of him in terms of taking those risks, doing the incredible things, taking those finesses from far. He does love a very measured game. I think that's what might be playing against him in terms of having a comeback in this one. But whatever the case is, KK, he'll be enjoying the moments where he currently has the lead. There's 7-3, 4-goal difference. Enough for that man. But apparently, he still wants more, as he was trying to force the action there, as you could see, against Mr. Oga. But back in the action, Mr. Oga.
20 minutes to go in this one. Clearly, a game that has shown that KK is ready for championship conversations. I think we've been very reserved about who would actually go on and win the whole thing. And I think for Manny, though, he did make a prediction very early in the National Soccer Pro League and say, you know what, he feels like KK will be in the mix. And it's quite understandable because he was a Challengers Cup champion coming into it. And now, after 5 weeks, we can confidently say that a guy is gunning for the title. Definitely KK is in the mix. I think we've got to respect Kinonix enough to put him in there as well with what he's been able to do. I think even with this loss, Mr. Oga still has a shot.
This one might be a little bit tricky because now, for me, Kinonix definitely has a huge shout in terms of winning the title. he does have that consistency also. He does know how to win those games even when it is not going so well. But for Mr. Oga now, this will possibly be his second loss. It does take him a little bit farther out, but of course, when it comes to the Pro Leagues, anything could still happen at any time. So let's see how this one eventually ends up panning out for Mr. Oga, and then we'll see how he sort of recovers today, and then we possibly will look at how much he can cover in terms of ground over the next couple weeks.
Oh, certainly. Mr. Oga trying to force the issue and does. Why did he get that to go down? I mean, I thought the goalkeeper had come to clear, but apparently the attacker way quicker than the goalkeeper on that occasion as Mr. Oga chiseling into that lead. But 12 minutes to go, it's difficult seeing Akeke giving up the lead right there. We get another glimpse at the goal, and this was quite interesting. Very intricate play.
I mean,
and Del Piero
stealing that one from the goalkeeper. I mean, Del Piero does remind me of those his crazy antics. That man was always a problem in and around the 18-yard box, consistently doing his playing days. So now this is something we don't see so very well from Mr. Oga. I did say that for him to get a comeback, he had to do something crazy. He had to turn up the heat in the kitchen. It does look like he's trying his best to see if he can do that one, as KK will sort of tries to force the action right now and stop that man.
See, immediately KK regained possession of the ball. You see how big of a space there was in that midfield. Clearly tells you Mr. Oga is trying to commit a lot of bodies forward, and that's the risk that he's trying to take in this game. Oh, great goalkeeper movement from Khan. Now, I've got a little bit of a trick with the goalkeeper movement these days when it doesn't work. The fact that it's slow to move, if you anticipate that your opponent's about to shoot like 3 seconds earlier, you can start moving him from that time. Start moving. And I think that's what KK did right there. That's how come we saw the goalkeeper able to shift to the right-hand side. Because if he did it immediately, Mr. Oga was about to shoot, he will not get the full movement out. But that one's another risk. Because if the guy changes his mind, trouble for you.
I mean, but I think that one is one for me that he got right this year, as well as taking out the
goalkeeper movement.
Yeah, the goalkeeper movement. They got it right because it was becoming absolutely insane. I love the fact that you can only make one choice. You can either rush out, which I think people use very effectively, do the double triangle where the goalkeeper automatically chooses a spot, or you have those seconds where you can drag him and keep it in. Because sometimes, I mean, you're playing some of the players, like some of my guys are playing at home, and you can see they could move the goalkeeper left, right, left again. How? What do you want me to do again? More than this? You get what I'm saying? Like,
but don't you think the ripple effect of taking out goalkeeper movement has made finesse more broken? Because before, if someone's about to finesse, you can move him to the far post and get a finesse. But these days, if he's finesse, you are helpless. You can't move him.
No, if you do move him on time, you're good. But the question is, if you commit to doing that one, you're leaving the near post.
Yeah.
But now, I think what is sort of forcing the players to do is to focus more on the defending. Because there's something that happens as soon as you connect to the goalkeeper cursor. Sort of AI sort of helps you for that moment to shield the spaces.
Omani, don't you think someone can also make an argument that also negates that saying that the goalkeeper is your last line of defense? Because somebody would like to control his goalkeeper as his last line of defense.
Yeah, but you have done that one now. So leave the last line. Since it's the last line, stay on the last line. But as you can see, Mr. KK still taking back that I think maybe 5-goal lead. This one is 4-goal lead.
He is indeed putting on a very, very good show. I mean, you guys can join in the conversation as well. What do you guys think? Do you agree with Money?
For me,
with taking goalkeeper movement out of the game? Is it something that you're enjoying?
I love what it looks like right now. As you can see, personally, I've always believed that the goalkeeper cursor should be the last line of action after you have done something bad in defense. You made a wrong tackle. Your opponent has done crazy skills, opened your place. As you can see, this goal just go in. I mean, allow the goalkeeper to rush out. It's something we also do sometimes where now he's in a greedy there. It's interesting for me, for Mr. Oga. I mean, you're 8-5 and you decide to go for a greedy. As you can see, the smirk being cracked by KK on his face. And the man, a little bit of resignation to the fact that it was not today for him. Today was not his best day.
Well, certainly, I think he knows deep down he just didn't play to his level. Look, the whole conversation about goalkeeper movement, things like a time finishing when they took out of the game.
Oh, another one that I praise God for.
What the pro players' argument is the fact that there has to be a skill gap. And with time finishing, people felt like that was the skill gap. If you knew how to time finish well, they felt like that was the gap between, let's say, Manny and I are playing, and I always time my finishes, and that's why I score. And you also take chance. You just shoot normally. Sometimes you score, sometimes you don't. The fact that I can take it to another level, that's what makes me cool, and that's the skill that I've learned. Goalkeeper movement. The fact that I can move it that well, it takes skill. So that was the argument that the pro players were making.
I have a counter argument to this, because I know people, I know players personally who are not anywhere near anything you can say in terms of the pro level, who would green time 10 shots out of 10. I promise you. And it's always, the green timing thing was always a thing of timing, of being able to get it right.
On the second,
the second tap. And some players, some people who are absolute noobs had perfected it to the absolute minimum. For me, the skill gap is the precision shooting.
You feel like the skill gap is precision shooting?
Yeah, for me, the skill gap is precision shooting and the ability to create space where there is none. The skill moves, the passing. We've seen the first time through passes. Those are the skill gaps that would make sense to me when you talk about this. We did see what was that the move to score last year. The one the
Trivela.
The Trivela. We did see the Trivela come into play, and people were doing Trivela green time with first time true passes. As how
you felt like it was too broken.
It was too much. It was. I think personally, I believe it was too much, and this is the best FC26 for me, especially the update we currently are in right now, is the best iteration of the game we have seen in the past 3 years. The last time I saw a game that allowed a player himself to determine what they're going to do.
So that's
for me,
24, 25,
23. After 23, this is the best again for me. We did the first update in 24 was interesting, very, very interesting. It was great. And then 25 for me, I cancelled it out. I gaslighted 25. It did not belong anywhere near what we're looking at. As you can see, there are still many iterations to score in the game. There's the low driven. For the guys that are home, that do know what they're doing, there's the low driven shot. There's the finesse, of course. The finesse is not so crazy now that you're doing it from 30 yards out. I mean, now you're going in, you have those tighter angles that go in. Yes, fair, I'll take that one. You have the goalkeeper cost of being reduced a little bit. So now it's up to the players in the booth with the controller to be able to figure out how to create space, manage their time, and get the shots into the post.
Wow, that's a big conversation for Manny, which we'll be having later on. So let us know your thoughts in the comments. Do you agree with Manny? Do you disagree with him? We'll be speaking about more of that after we come back from this break. But that's a big win for KK, as now he's getting closer and closer to that top spot. Will he be able to secure it? We'll find out pretty soon. There's more action to come here from the National Esoccer Pro League. We'll be right back.
Ended in perfection, and Chooks with the Akuma look on his face. Oh my God. Medicine.
Champion EAFC 25, Killer Freak.
From everyone that competed today, whether you won or lost, your presence today has contributed to the growth of esports in Africa. Let's keep the spirit of Cage24 alive, share, post, and have a good night. Thank you.
I'm playing against Yemi. I believe he's a good player, so I have to take my chances and win because I believe I can win the game. So yeah.
Khalid boy, who has a very, very sharp attack. I played against him in practice today. He had a very, very sharp attack. So, yeah, I look forward to those matches. Watch also on KB Sports app on YouTube.
Welcome back from that quick breather. It has been a very, very fun first 2 rounds of action. We head on to number 3. You heard from the players right there. They're very, very poised to go into this game. Now, these two guys are in like a different point when it comes to the league standings. This game means different things to both of them.
Yeah.
First of all, for Khaleed, I think he's on the verge of missing out entirely on top 8 because I feel like the more points he drops, the more it's getting to us that he will not make top 8 because he's getting closer and closer to the borderline where we know, okay, you know what, once he's dropped points, he's not going to make top 8 anymore. So now he cannot afford to be dropping any more points. For Yemi also, he's in that mix of he can make top 4 or he can be part of that scrape for top 8. So they're just in 2 different entire points in the leaderboard.
I agree with you, and for Yemi, I think you don't want to be in that scrap because we have about 8 players. We spoke about this last week. 8 players looking for that bottom
and with tactical
top.
winning today,
It takes it to another level.
Difficult.
It takes it to another level. So from Yemi, you'll be looking at how can I ensure that I'm in the top 4 conversations, so I don't have to do the whole scrapping with the top to the bottom 4 that will make the top 8. Of course, as you can see, the head-to-head for both players up here. Yemi has 3 draws and 5 wins with only 2 losses. The difference is in the amount of losses. Khaleed has had 6 losses.
6 losses is just too much for this level.
If
you
it's
really want to make top 8, 6 losses. I think that the most losses you can get and still have a chance of making top 8, and most should be 6 or 7. And we still got about like 6, 7.
Let's also look at the draws, because sometimes the draws are very, very interesting. You look at the draw, you're like, oh, you're not a bad one. I have 1 point, but you lost 2 points. You lost the ability to have 2 points. So I think altogether, when you look at it, you have to have out of 19 games, you have to try your best to get at least 10 wins, maybe 3 draws. That's the only way for me. I believe you are definitely going to be making it into that conversation. And if you're looking at that for this man, which means that over the next 8 games, he needs at least 6 wins and 1 draw out of it. I don't know if he's going to start that kind of resurgence, but let's see. We've seen crazier things happen across board for both players. As you can see, their win probability 32% for Khaleed, 42.1% for Yemi. Yemi has to also be careful when you're up against players like this that have nothing to lose. You are in huge trouble. Now you could go over to the Instagram channel and make your predictions on Instagram.
Go
That's
now,
where
or else we'll be closed. Go now, get your prediction team before this one is closed. I was looking carefully at the table, Manny, and right now Khaleed, he's played 12 games, so he's played more games than everybody else. So that's already tricky, and he's just on 14 points.
Yeah,
and with guys like Rhymes in the mix with 16 points, guys like Game with Josh on 17. Khaleed desperately needs the points, and he needs them now, and he needs results elsewhere to go his way as well. So, but the thing is, with this type of league format is control the controllables. This is the one that you can control. Other results you don't have any say.
Absolutely.
If it goes your way, fine.
That's beautiful.
Control your controllables and leave the rest to God.
Yeah.
let whatever will happen happen.
Your future is in your hands. Your destiny in your hands. As you can see, KK. Perfect example. Every single time he has been up against someone who would definitely be looking for how to take chinks off him, or who he's going up against in terms of the top 2, in terms of the title race, he's always found a way to either get a draw or a win. He's never not been the one who has been looking for those losses. So for me, what you said was spot on. Control the controllables, leave the rest to it, because you can't be doing the Nigerian mathematics. If you win 1, draw 2, lose 1, oh, they now disqualify this one, they'll do walk over for this one. Oh, maybe we can just, yeah, but
money.
Yeah, no, I have I have the right to, it's my people. But the players are already ready. We are also ready. Also in the background, we have the game going on between Baloke and King Nonex.
That's another game that I feel like King Nonex knows. That's one thing that I actually admire about King Nonex. If you look at all of the top guys, out of all of the guys, maybe top 5, top 3, King Nonex is the one that is winning the games he's supposed to win. He's beating, I believe, Simply Uzo He's already beaten by this year. He's looking to add Balokate to the mix. Like all of those ones, he's really doing what he's supposed to do. Unlike guys like maybe Guru, who surprisingly drop points to Simply Uzo. Like those
And
games
Bright
where you're
also.
supposed to picking up those points. You can't say the same for Kinonex. He's always making sure that those ones he doesn't drop points, as well as we'll turn our attention back to our main featured broadcast for round 3 of our National Esoccer Pro League Week 5 Day 1 action. Yemi in the all white taking on Khaleed in the all black. And like we said, Khaleed is at a point in this league where every single point drops gets him closer and closer to losing that dream of finishing in the top 8 and potentially competing in the elite league.
Yeah, the thing about playing players like Khaleed is that they have absolutely nothing to lose, and that's what makes them very dangerous. So Yemi has to also be very, very careful the way he approaches this game, because it could definitely change and shape how he is viewed at the end of this tournament or at the end of this game, week 5. This is definitely the business end, as you can see Khaleed trying to quickly make a statement with that opening run there. If he was able to get that one, that would have definitely been problematic for Yemi. Yemi has not been the one who has always started this game. We are expecting early goals from, but we know he would dominate and he will create chance after chance after chance against his opponents.
Well, certainly. Here comes Khaleed earlier on in this game. I mean, for Khaleed, I think we've constantly said that for him, the expectation was kind of unknown earlier on. That's Khaleed's first time pass. It's exquisite. Should be finishing that, gets the rebound, goalkeeper out of position. And I was expecting Yemi to take the gamble and try to shoot from there.
Yeah, I was expecting that to happen definitely. But he decided not to go for that one. Whatever the case is, it's just a warning shot there from Yemi XP to tell Khaleed that this one might just be a recurrent position you'll be in consistently across board. But talking about that goalkeeper, because we didn't mention that earlier on. You see, as soon as he knew that there was trouble in the land, he started bringing out his goalkeeper. And I think that's one thing people haven't really figured out, that rushing at your goalkeeper could be very dangerous as Khaleed takes the lead in this one.
That's a sublime FC from Khaleed. Really quick passing, and it's shown that this guy can play at such a high level. You know what? The last couple of days, I've been watching Khaleed stream on TikTok. I think immediately I keep scrolling, his stream just pops up, and I was watching his weekend league. And the way the guy was playing, and I was like, why is he not able to replicate this day in, day out when it comes to the National Esoccer Pro League? And I've been asking myself, you know what? When you're playing in Champs or Rivals, it's a different ball game to competitive
It's a different
level.
animal, absolutely.
Like, it's a totally different ball game. Because, first of all, you have to factor in the time. 9 minutes out. Secondly, when you're playing Champs or Rivals, you can meet like 5 straight guys who are maybe not on your level. But here, out of all of the 20 guys, everybody can go toe-to-toe with you. So there are no easy games for you to say, okay, you might be coasting in this game and all of that. It's incredibly crazy to think that he plays at such a high level when he's playing Champs and Rivals, but he's not able to replicate it every single time. Maybe this might be his turning point this weekend as he's starting strongly in this one, leading by a goal to nil early. Khaleed looking to push on for potentially a second goal, but clearly tells you that the guy has got the ability to do it with the very best of them.
There's also something that you probably noticed that has happened to this man after the couple weeks that has gone past. When he walked into the competition from day one, he always had that boyish charm, that smiles on his face. You know, he didn't really care about it. I won't say he didn't care about it, but he sort of looked at it as a fun thing. But across the days you have seen so far, there has been a change in demeanor. The man is now locked in than ever. Khaleed, I'm talking about Khaleed now. He is approaching each game like his life sort of depends on it. And I think that's one thing that happens when you play against such an opposition. And you go against the big hands, the big boys, the big names, and you sort of manage to get some 1 or 2 results. And you now start telling yourself, listen, I think if I take this serious, then maybe, just maybe, I might be able to get something out of this. And I think that started with the game against King Nonex, which he lost by 2-1. Very close game, possibly. I think that's still till now the lowest scoring game we have seen so far, but that was a masterclass from Khaleed, and you can see his demeanor has been totally different from the guy I saw when they were doing the roll-ups, the call-outs, and the marketing for the pro leagues earlier in the season.
Very interesting take that one there from Manny as Khaleed breaks through once more. I mean, he's been knocking on the door of the second for a while now. Now, I think one underrated part of the game, and this is not just for FC26, I think any version of FC that has come on. One underrated part of the game that nobody speaks about is the decision you make on the wings. Usually, when you're running on the wing and you've got a fullback chasing you, the decision to either cut back or keep going can be crucial to how your game is determined. If you're a one-way guy where you keep running straight, everybody read you. If you always cut it to everybody read you, you have to be able to have that type of variety about your game. Speaking of the wing, and yet again, Yemi creating that same opportunity, but just can't take them.
Again, we are seeing a scenario where we are having something similar to what we did see against Mr. Organ KK, where he's doing so well, Yemi, but he's sort of taking too many touches. We can see that with Khaleed. As soon as there was a half chance, he's taking those shots. And I think that's what happens when you believe you're playing someone who is sort of a lower bracket in terms of the skill gap to you. Yemi might just fall for that trap, and he will be punished again and again against such a player like Khaleed.
Well, you've got to be careful in situations like this. Khaleed's pass. Khaleed steps in. I mean, Khaleed has been at the man of the day so far in defense with a new bump to 10 million coin budget. Everybody seemingly using the Italian legend in their squad these days. Yemi, though, I mean, his response hasn't been bad at all. He is creating chances. That's a positive to look at. But if you are creating a chance and you cannot take them, that in turn kind of makes the positive and negative in some manner.
I mean, it does definitely put you in a precarious position, because what that means is, as you can see this chance now, let's see if he can get this one. Does get it first time, doesn't waste any time. As soon as he had that ball in space, I was expecting that same move when he had that ball out on the right. I was expecting him to sort of move it into Pedro Neto's left foot, which is his stronger foot, and use that finesse to bury beyond the goalkeeper. But he did find himself thinking about it too much, and now he is getting himself the right job. As you can see, that low-driven effort from Khaleed being seen through by the goalkeeper all the way, and this is a corner attempt. Oh wow, this is a different attempt at the corner routine. As you can see, Yemi will try to play out from the back and get himself another opportunity. For all of the guys who did make their predictions, I'm sure you guys are currently looking and watching to see how this one will definitely go down. Don't forget, so much cash prize to come today for anyone who gets the score line correctly earlier. And I did expect to see a blowout from the game, and as soon as Yemi has gotten himself in the groove, Khaleed might just be in trouble.
Wow, that was a very good build-up from him. He looks cool, calm, collected. Doesn't look like a man who was phased. Doesn't look like a man who was down by a goal earlier on. Doesn't look like a man who was missing opportunities. Some guys maybe start to feel nervous, start to panic a little bit. Well, Yemi says not him at all, and for him, it's always been clear what he wants to do. There comes Khaleed trying to get back and respond in this game. Just 30 minutes going on the game clock. If you're still not subscribed to the channel here at KD Sports, you're missing out on a lot. We've got an action-packed year for you, 2026. If you are still not part of the KD Sports family, I must say you're missing out on a lot. There goes Khaleed with a response.
2-2. 35 minutes into the action.
One thing Khaleed does extremely well is when he's giving those through balls to his wingers making the inside runs. Usually, we are so used to seeing the outward runs from the wingers. For Khaleed, it's more or less like he's using the inside forward role so well. Like I said, the outward run of the wingers, we see it a lot. But for Khaleed, it's always inside. Always inside, and it kind of gets him to positions that he wants to be in.
I think when he perfects that as a signature move, he will probably take his gaming to the next level. It's always easier and always better for a striker, a winger. As you can see, once Yemi had that one inside, as long as your strikers, your wingers are making the moves and the runs inside the 18, is always better for you, because anything can happen. You could have cutbacks in those moments. You could take those finesse shots in those moments. You could see the goalkeeper off his line and attempt those direct shots. A whole lot of opportunities than when you are on the outside making those runs. It sort of makes your options a little bit predetermined. You could only go forward or come back. That's usually what happens when you are on the outside. So let's see if Khaleed's able to turn it
makes for an interesting conversation, because it also brings up rules in the game. When rules were introduced, you know, right now the most popular rule to have your winger on is inside forward. I believe if you're not playing inside forward, then maybe you're not following.
Definitely don't know what's going on.
You're not following the trend. Everybody's playing inside forward. Nobody's playing wide. Because
wide playmaker.
What makes that very interesting, as Yemi maybe through on goal, maybe first time to get some separation, slightly offside on that one. But certainly, Yemi getting extremely comfortable in this game and just causing Khaleed some problems. For Khaleed, though, needs this game, and he needs the points on his side. Speaking of the rules in the game, what makes it interesting is the rules usually don't see it take effect when you are controlling the player. It's usually when the cursor is not on the player, the position that player takes, that is when you get to see the effectiveness of the rules. So inside forward, when your Keza is not on your winger, you tend to see them make more darting runs
Inside, trying
if you
to-
switch on them and make an outside run, then that's all you.
Oh.
Oh my
Oh.
word!
Oh,
That's right. Top draw from Khaleed as he gets back on level pegging. This one has been back and forth for a while.
before we go back into the conversation of the roles, this is one thing I admire about Khaleed. Every single time he's up against a player who it does look like there's a gap in terms of the skills, he does not play with his half chances. He knows how to take those half chances. He just needs a sniff of your goal and the ball to be on the favorite foot of his wingers, his attackers. As you could just see, this one turned it around and immediately he buried it, top drawer. Absolutely nothing Yemi could do about that. But score himself the 4th goal that would definitely give him another breather, another room to breathe in this affair. As we go into halftime, Yemi 4, Khaleed 3.
A very interesting start to this game. Khaleed did come out really quickly and take this game at the scruff of the neck, but just Yemi's demeanor alone, just the fact that he's looking so chill, so calm. It's not something that you see a lot when it comes to these pro athletes, because you understand that sometimes the game might get to you. We saw a guy like Mr. Oga, even him, an experienced man, kind of frustrated figure when that result didn't go his way against KK. And I'm all for showing emotions at times, but sometimes it can kind of affect you during the game. So it's quite something to look out for. I did see a card that I was quite intrigued by earlier on. I believe, I think on Yemi's team, the Mayulu item. I see him in the SVCs every single time I'm moving through the SVCs, but I've not completed him yet because I've not seen anybody use him and kind of compliment him. So I'm quite excited that Yemi is using him in his team. So I'm looking closely at that Mayulu item. I believe he's got like tiki-taka play style plus. He's got decent passing stats on him as well. So it will be an interesting one to see if that card is good enough. Maybe I might just add it to my team for weekend league. So right now, one guy that I'm for sure completing is Chiellini. If everybody's finishing Chiellini, sign me up.
There's definitely something
I'm part
in
of the
there.
bandwagon.
I mean, that's one thing we when we do talk about being part of the trend, being able to know what is working per time. You can see that there's the reason why these guys are going for Chiellini, even though he's not the fastest. And if you compare him with one of those Van de Ven cards, and which other card are you going to be playing with?
The Champions League Militao item is also quite popular. I think that's what Khaleed is doing right now. He's using Van de Ven and Militao, very quick centre backs for himself. Khaleed, because that defensive position propel him into another transition offense, and that's why I want everybody to take note of these days. When you win the ball back at your defense, this game has clearly told everybody that if you take your time in your build-up, you are not going to score goals.
Absolutely.
And I think that's what we saw from Mr. Oga in that first half, and that's what he kept complaining about. The fact that he was slow to move from defense to offense. Immediately you start taking a lot of touches and you start thinking about your decisions in the midfield, you're in trouble. Go for the obvious pass. Trigger your run. Start going quickly or else you're in trouble. That is why when you look at a guy like Anif's game, it takes him just 3 passes to break your midfield, and all of those guys are extremely deadly when you play against guys like that. I mean, we've had a lot of conversations about possibly the best fullbacks in the game. Yemi has kind of stuck with this Bombito item, and he's kind of maybe not everybody's first choice, but just the fact that he's got that strength to him also makes him quite an interesting choice to use, and we'll see how it has panned out for him at the end of this affair. Speaking of Bombito, there he is on the ball as he gives the ball away cheaply. Yemi's got to be careful as Khaleed might just pounce. Bonmati will find Wilson. Ooh, that was a close one.
So close for Yemi there. But also, if you're looking at, we're talking about the build-up. And there's something I've now realized, and I'm going to be going as sort of my mantra going forward. At any point in time in the FC iteration that you're confused as to what to do, I think the best thing to do is to go back. As you can see, Yemi tried to force this one out. He definitely would have done better with the lob over the goalkeepers there. Now, for me, one of the things that I believe is going to always help any of these players is every single time you're looking at yourself and you're not so sure what you should do, the best thing to do at that point is to turn back. If you notice the game between Mr. Oga and KK, every single time he had that brief moment where he was not so sure what he wanted, KK will always take the ball off him and quick transition, get the ball into his 18-yard box. That's something you don't want to happen consistently with your players. So if you're listening and you're a casual and you're trying to figure out, okay, how do I walk around fast build up, just always keep taking those chances. And as soon as you don't see spaces, turn back and go back and build again from the scratch. That would possibly be the best way to work around it.
Exactly. I mean, Manny and I have been in this business for quite a while. And we've watched a lot of FC games, and you can tell that is a mark of like a really good player if you're able to recycle. Sometimes it might be a cliche for a commentator to say that because we say that a lot, recycling and how important it is. But the thing is, you don't realize how important it is till you start counting the number of possessions you lose. Because if you're always forcing the attack, you end up losing possessions if you're playing a great defensive player.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you go check sometimes the match stat, they do have a part of the match stats, the match facts where they tell about possession loss, not just possession loss. I think there's recovery, ball recovery, and all of that. If you force the issue a lot too much and you don't know how to make good decisions, you definitely would see that you lose the balls a whole lot. And the thing is, it doesn't matter who you're playing, no matter how bad the person is, or no matter how decent the person is. As soon as you keep giving them the chance to get you in transition, you'll always be in trouble.
Oh, certainly. Just about 20 minutes to go in this one. I mean, we haven't seen any goals in the last like 10 minutes. Can tell you that the defense has showed up a little bit, and maybe guys taking a different approach. And that's the segment. So a 9-minute half that always makes it quite interesting to watch. You can have like a 10-minute spell where there's a flurry of goals. You can have like a 10-minute spell where all of a sudden we go barren, and that's the craziness that comes with the National Esoccer Pro League. And there he comes again, Khaleed. This time we'll find shelling outside. What the decision he's going to make, tries to force the issue with the pass. And Pedro Neto will win the ball back. That's one where the defenses are 6s and 7s for Yemi. He's got to be careful. Wow. Manages to clear his lines, but that was a tricky situation for him.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what it is about the demeanor, not wanting to clear his lines on time, but he should realize that in a league format, you cannot afford to lose points from those kind of moments, especially when you're at a winning stage. You don't want to be the guy who lost points because you underrated your opponent, and now you can see it. As you can see, the man puts his hand on his head. He knows he's messed up.
You feel like Khaleed was a little bit of an architect of his own downfall. The way he wasn't clearing. Yemi being an architect of his own downfall, not clearing that ball.
Absolutely. That ball should have definitely been up in the air as soon as he had that little bit of scramble in the 18-yard box there. But he didn't take that one off. And now he has himself to blame because Khaleed is up back in the game. And all of the good work being done by Yemi now has been undone. But the problem is, Khaleed now has the momentum in this game. And we know that man, like I did say earlier on before we began, he is a man of half chances. He doesn't require those. I mean, if you go look at we do talk about this a lot. The goal percentage, what do we call it? Where you look at
the goal ratio, I believe. I think the conversion rate and all of those.
No. If you look at what you expected goals, XG, the XG for Khaleed is going to be very low.
Yeah, but then
loads of half chances.
Yeah, exactly. But he's making good use of them. And,
absolutely.
And that's why you've got to give him the credit. We entered this last couple of minutes, and you could tell that we might have our first last-minute drama here on the broadcast today. You know, all of the games that we've had. Okay, I mean, the first game is the Guru Tactical. It kind of died off at the end a little bit. We didn't really get the drama that we're looking for, but this one is getting towards that level. And you know, Manny and I, we do enjoy some type of drama. That's what we promise every single weekend when you tune into KD Sports here on YouTube for the National Esoccer Pro League. It's all about drama and another huge opportunity. That's 3 big one-on-ones where Yemi is unable to convert. And speaking of a man of such caliber where we know precision is usually his thing, it's quite surprising he's unable to take those chances. And it might just come back to haunt him. Wow. That was an opportunity where I was expecting him to bulge the back of the neck because one thing he had there was time. And Yemi of all people unable to convert. It clearly tells you that when the pressure gets to you, everybody can make mistakes. Khaleed on the push now. And he get that lead back. As he was leading earlier on, but he's unable to do so. That time, though, his efforts been rewarded heavily. Khaleed has turned this one on its head, and all of a sudden, the momentum shift in his favor.
It did shift as soon as Khaleed was given a sniff of that goal at 4-3. Yemi had that chance back to back to make it 5-3. He just didn't take those chances. He had such a relaxed demeanor. Now he allowed Khaleed get back into the game with 4-4. And now, you know, Khaleed is now shark who has smells blood in deep waters. You know that man, he doesn't require much. Again and again, he just wants the half chances. As long as he gets a sight of goal, he's taking those shots. And that's one thing that makes him so dangerous to play against, especially when he has nothing to lose. We talked about that one earlier also, talking about Khaleed not having much to lose. And you can see with 9 minutes on on the clock. Yemi has not done himself any form of good with the performance today.
I mean, the fact that he was able to come back from a goal down was impressive. But he's led for major parts of this game. And for a guy who we know has a lot of control in this game, and the type of chances that he's missed, it's quite surprising that he's in this position. And it might get from bad to worse. Khaleed almost put on a very strong display there with that possession. But now he's got some defending to think about. Is that one on from Pedro Neto? I believe it is. As the defense gets back on track, Khaleed is doing some really great work defensively. But there's still more work to do for him. Smith, just on the end of the 18-yard area. There's space to work with. And the space utilized to perfection. Yemi, back where he wanted.
It's crazy because do you know who Khaleed is reminding me of in the past few weeks? Rufai. He's been doing that craziness. He thrives in chaos. I think for Khaleed, what would possibly take him to the very next level is a top level coach to sort of know how to harness that chaos. As soon as the ball goes in chaos mode, Khaleed starts to thrive. And this time around, Yemi is able to find a way, was able to dig in deep. This is definitely the experience back coming up to play here. As this time around, he got himself as decent as Yemi has been in this position 2-3 times today, and he has not taken those chances. But kudos to him, has gotten himself back in the action. Let's see if he'll be able to get himself one more.
I mean,
goal.
with our 5 in-game minutes to go, do you think we'll see a winner?
Definitely, we have to see a winner. Both players play for chaos, so I think both players are going to be throwing everything at the kitchen sink. Yeah.
Well, certainly, this is the moments that we do live for here at the National Esoccer Pro League, coming to you live from Lagos, Nigeria. These guys have gone boot for the last 18 game minutes. These last 5 minutes will decide if someone here will walk away with full maximum points. Militar at the back, as Yemi will build up slow, and he's got to be patient as well. Maybe even play for last attack, but that's certainly not on his mind at all. Still pushing. Yeah, he comes through Pedro Neto. I mean, I think Yemi would be disappointed if he's unable to take maximum points in this game because he's led most of the time. But for Khaleed, knowing how the position is on the league table right now, also would be disappointed if he doesn't get something out of this game. It's the onside from Shelling. Yeah. Yes! And tad late to the pass. He had really triggered the run well, but was a little bit late with the pass.
He's been baited over and over again there by Yemi many times, but he has just not been able to figure out that bait. But whatever the case is, last attack now will possibly belong to Yemi, and you do know how it is once we have those last attack moments with just 1 minute plus maybe one or two.
The question is, he's got 1 minute plus added time to go. Does he play around at the back a little bit and let's go into added time, play for last attack? Knowing that even if you go forward and you don't score, your opponent doesn't have another chance. But if he goes and he loses possession of the ball, it will come back to bite him. So it's quite intriguing to see the approach that Yemi will take.
For me, I think the best to do in those cases is to take the last attack move to your opponent's half. Stay there and pass around and wait for the time when you're going to now activate your last attack. Just like you could possibly see him try out right now. Yemi looking for the last attack. You have Khaleed now, ball over the top. Kafu. Definitely he's not going to be doing the crosses, so we expect to see him pass in and around. This is definitely the last chance saloon. He cannot go back now. He knows that. Ooh, what a turn there by Bonita. Still holds on, but Khaleed is going to be able to clear for a famous 1 point shared by both players.
Well, that was a very nerve-wracking last chance. I think Yemi did something that was extremely good. When he got into the position to make a pass, he did a player lock to kind of bait Khaleed to think, okay, the pass was coming. Yeah. But Khaleed didn't bite.
Yeah.
He kept his ground, and that was some very, very good defensive awareness. And you can see the show of sportsmanship from both of them. They both appreciate the efforts. And I think the point shared is kind of fair for the way we saw the game go.
For Khaleed, definitely. But for Yemi, you'll be looking at this one as one of those ones where...
You'll be looking at it like 2 points dropped.
Yeah, because from the very get-go, he missed 2 huge chances. He had that one-on-one with the goalkeeper. He had that attempt with Neto from that right post where we expected to finesse. I mean, I could possibly point out to 6 of 3 goals that weren't taken, or 3 opportunities that were not taken by Yemi before the game started, before the game really went into the groove. For Khaleed, it was a game of half chances. He didn't really care about any other thing than to take those chances. As soon as Khaleed sniffed the goal, he was taking those shots and it was going in. And that's one thing for me I'm going to be saying. For Khaleed, is 1 point gained. For Yemi, is 2 points dropped.
That's a massive 1 point gained for Khaleed, and it keeps his hopes of staying in the top 8 alive. Mind you, it is top 8 that we are looking for that will advance to the Elite League, and it's something that we'll certainly be keeping tabs on, and the race is certainly getting hot.
It's getting hot, it's getting worse. The race is definitely heating up. But that's the action as it is between Khaleed and Yemi. We've seen that one, and we're going to go on a quick spin round. We'll come back. More and more action is coming your way. Don't go anywhere. This is still the National Esoccer Pro Leagues. A high scoring encounter against, oh my goodness, that one's an absolute fantastic move from Baloke. Baloke is refusing to go without a fight in this one. I think there's still so much game to happen in this particular match. We're going to see a whole lot of goals, possibly the same call we'll be seeing again between City and Khaleed. And I think after that game, those two girls get 4 points in one day. I think it's sort of a City is confidence to another level. If he goes on to win this one against Baloke, his tally is 7 points. It's going to lift him up a little bit and possibly make him tell himself, you know what? There's still a whole lot to play for.
That thing is
about 11 more games for you to play for, and you have 7 points. You might not be looking at
Oh, good God! For nature to think about, is it too far for him to think about? Man, Mbappe is not on. Well, it takes on as he's committed. Novis, take it back into the game from 12 yards, scores! And we're back away, don't stop it.
The queen of the best ever national Esoccer League champion, Yemi.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. The best of the best players feeling the pressure and the nerves of Game 24.
my goodness.
Wow, what are we seeing? Bringing to you this live broadcast of this huge matchup. We got to see once more what the Challengers Cup is all about. It's being able to produce in the pressure cooker. And I love when players are nervous a little bit, where, you know, you get an opportunity to see them when they're under pressure. But just by impulse, you get to do something crazy.
We're back to action. Now we're about to play the golden goal for the grand finale of Onile Grand Finale. Oh, we're just having an update. Oh, that is one of just one of not regret. You can see not regret this. Oh, yes.
It looks like yesterday turned a whole new corner for him.
Yes, I mean a lot of confidence booster to be able to get that draw against Wu and to get it in that kind of fashion. It wasn't a ball draw, it wasn't a 2-2 1-1, it was a 6-6 draw, which tells you that man did score a lot of goals. He took the fight to Wu, and then got that he scored also, I think, high crazy win, high scoring that encounter against, oh my goodness, that one's an absolute fantastic move from Baloke. Baloke is refusing to go without a fight in this one. I think there's still so much game to happen in this particular match. We're going to see a whole lot of goals, possibly the same call we'll be seeing again between City and Khaleed. And I think after that game, those two girls get 4 points in one day. I think it's sort of a City is confidence to another level. If he goes on to win this one against Baloke, his tally is 7 points. It's going to lift him up a little bit and possibly make him tell himself, you know what? There's still a whole lot to play for.
That thing is
about 11 more games for you to play for, and you have 7 points. You might not be looking at winning anything, but at least you can see you can scrape your way into the top 8. I mean, he has played most of the top players already.
Yeah, surely he will give him some confidence in some sense, and picking up these points are indeed going to be vital. The job is not done yet, though. Still a chunk of the 45 left to play. Simply Uzo looking to ride off the wave of yesterday with some impressive performances. Baloke, I mean, Baloke has to be looking at this game as his potential way of also kind of bouncing back a little, because this against an opponent who has been struggling in the league just like yourself. And if it's going to be such a battle, we usually see relegation battles in so many sports. Like, and when those teams face off against each other, it's always tight. You can't understand why it is indeed tight for both of these guys to separate from each other. Right now, Simply Uzo doing a great job of currently holding on to the lead. You find Yamal, and he get one more twist in the tail. Yamal down the byline almost.
Attempts at Trivela from that angle. That was very, very tight. I think for Balotelli.
We'll see just invited too much of the pressure. Gets a back.
My goodness.
It's a build to hold the finish.
My goodness. You can see that sigh of relief, a huge sigh of relief. For the first time, he didn't allow Quinones go in his head after he tried to come back again and again. I mean, we did see again.
So rhymes. I'm playing rhymes. Rhymes is a really tough one. Like it's a really really tough one. But I have to bring my A game and win. I have no other choice.
Yo, guys, Rhymes here. I'm playing Dada Boy. Dada Boy is my guy. We practice together, so it's gonna be fun. And I'm playing Anif. And after that, I'll be playing Yemi. These games, you guys need to watch out for it. It's gonna be tough. It's gonna be fun as well. So, boys, see you guys.
Just as we expected, things are heating up perfectly inside the studios. The players have shown clearly that, I mean, they know what is at stake. And just like we saw in that game, going band for band right down to the wire, Yemi and Khaleed sharing the spoils we expect the next game to be as tight. Rhymes versus Anif, that's a close-looking one, and the fact that both of them are gunning for top 8 also makes things interesting.
Absolutely makes it takes it to another level. But the question is, has Rhymes been able to recover from last week's craziness? There was a whole lot of things that happened. If you're not on the stream, definitely go back and watch what happened to Rhymes last week.
Was
It was a capitulation. For Rhymes, I felt bad for him throughout the entire week because I would just always think about Rhymes. How's he doing today? Has he survived? Has he been able to recover? So the question is, has he been able to recover? Especially going up against an Anif who doesn't care about, I mean, what he doesn't care about your mental health or if you're recovering or not. He just wants to go on those offensive moves. He just wants to take those first time through ball again and again and again and again. So the question for me is, has Rhymes been able to recover, and is he in the right frame of mind to go up against craziness that is Anif?
The thing is, they've not been far apart when you look at the head-to-head and what they've been able to do in this league. The fact that both of them have lost 5 times, they've all drawn once. Just the fact that Anif has played a game more. So Anif currently sits in 6th position. It should tell you that if the stats are this identical, but then Anif is, I believe, sitting in 6th position, but Rhymes is sitting in 11th, it tells you how close it is. So if Rhymes is able to pick up a win, he definitely gets up the table. Look at the win probability. I mean, if we're about to start Division 2 now, no one has played anybody, and I tell you, this is the win probability between Rhymes and
absolutely nobody
will believe. Yeah, but that's just the reality on grounds. The fact that Anif has produced performance after performance where he's showing that he deserves to be here, and he's clearly one of the very better players that we've got out there. And I mean, massive shouts to him. But like you were saying, for the OAS athlete, where things went wrong for him was the fact that I think he was lost too many times in spells of the game. People control the game way too much. You look at his game against Guru. It was close at one point. At the other point, Guru just blew it out of the water. There's just been so many scenarios where you find him kind of zoned out. It's not the fact that maybe you see his face and see him zoned out. In game, just zoned out where his opponent is just
taking charge of the
and just
game.
Following it up every single time.
Yeah, I totally agree with you on that one. And especially against an Anif who is always going to test your resolve. He's always going to test your quick switching. He's always going to test your defense with those long through balls from deep, from right, from left, from the wing.
I mean, you have to look
defense.
at those deep runs from his midfielders as well.
Listen,
like it's been a trademark of his. Sometimes you don't even see it coming. I remember his game against was it KK?
So many times you don't see
the game. Get around from the midfield. Like, how? How? Like I think his Bomati or so will be making a deep run, and the thing is, you're focused on the wingers because that's what we are used to. Everybody's hitting the wingers, but then you put your focus there, he plays it through the middle, and you're in trouble. It's tough defending like that, but that's the problem that he faces. That's why I say this game is high risk, high reward. The more bodies you commit forward, the bigger the reward for you. So we'll see if Anif's high risk, high reward system pays off against a guy like Rhymes. Rhymes, though, in the last couple of weeks, like we've already said, has found it difficult to hang around with the players who are playing heavy metal FC. I think this is the perfect description of Anif's style, heavy metal. It reminds me so much of Jürgen Klopp back in the days.
Absolutely, I agree with you.
Puts him forward ever, backward never. It's barraging forward. Press. Exactly. It's Gengen press is committing a lot of bodies forward. Heavy metal FC. If you can limit him to scoring those number of opportunities, and the fact that if his chance creation comes that way, he has committed a lot of bodies forward, but it doesn't turn out to be like a big chance created. If you turn over possession, now Anif will be in trouble. So that's one thing to look out for. We've got the big match update. Kenonix versus Baloke. We told you Kenonix is somebody who takes care of business, and he ended up doing that. But credit to Baloke, he made it a tough one.
Yeah, 5-3 is not an entire blowout. It's something that shows you that Baloke, at some points, whichever point is, was certainly knocking on that door. Unfortunately, we didn't have the full picture of that one because it was in the background. But for Kenonix, business has been done. Mr. Oga possibly now will be replaced at the top of the league if this result stays like this till the end. But let's go straight into the action right now, as is Rhymes and Anife setting up the control, setting up everything they need for this game. As you can see, both players locked in, ready to go.
I mean, I'm curious to see what the version of Rhymes we see today, because first 2 weeks Rhymes was
incredible,
very good,
controlled,
like the standard that
measured.
we know he can get to. But then the last couple of weeks has just been different. He's been slow to catch up with guys. His offense has not been as red hot as we were expecting. You remember his game against Guru? It was in the last moment where we saw his offense kind of pick up. And Manny kept asking the question, where was it at the start of the game?
Absolutely. You know, like you have to figure out what works for you mentally, what keeps you up and locked in mentally, and that's the only way to make. And this was my same complaint with Rhymes across the elite division. Now you can see the man who was at some point in the running for top 4 now in 13th position. That's absolutely unacceptable for a man of his standards and his talent. You definitely don't. I don't know. I don't know if it's going to be doing him any good to see him going back to compete in the Challengers Cup. You know, that's a gulag. That's a crazy place to be in.
Especially next year. You don't want to go there.
Especially next year with some of the players who are currently at home watching what is happening right now, who have not been able to enter into any ranked competition. They see what is going on right now. The competition next year is going to be even worse. When I mean worse, it's going to be going tougher, to the next level, tougher. It's going to be another insane thing. For the players who are currently right here, right now, this is a perfect opportunity to be able to breathe, take a moment and go and relax in the elite division. Well, I did say relax, but just for a few weeks before you go and face the craziness.
If you're facing guys like Farouk, you're facing guys like Killer, you're facing Mitch, potentially facing Boyd, and then for
in trouble.
That's
you have to face another KK again. You face KK again.
I mean,
you face the Wolivision. Well, I personally think he's definitely going.
You think he's going him? King
on X right now. Both players, I think they have booked their flights. For me personally, they have ticked that box. We did say if you're able to get 30 points, I did say at some point 25 points would guarantee you, and then we at some point other points said 30 points will be enough. Both players right now for King Nonex is currently on 29 points. For KK, if he wins another one, he'll be on 26 points. With about 8 games to spare, I think they are done the job and done the business. Going into the game, the action, Rhymes kicking us off from right to left in that all-white kit, while Anife in the grey kit from left to right. Rhymes starting out the business. Yo Rhymes is the name of his team, and you can see as he switches us from left to right and right to left easily that he has something in mind. Anife starting this one out with that offside trap that has given him so much joy, yet so much problems across board. Here is Anife starting now again. You do know this man. We have spoken about him again and again about that first time true balls, how effective they can be, and let's see how he starts this one out. Rhymes. Poor person there.
Look, I was looking at the setup of Anife's team, and I think what he's done, which maybe we've not taken notice of, the fact that he set up the team in the way he plays, especially with the 2 center backs. It's a common thing now for everybody now to be using Chiellini and Van der Ven. But I was looking at that Van der Ven card. We said that he's quick, but we're forgetting that that guy has got 94 pace. Also got quick step, which is a speed play style. So he knows that he presses high up the field and commits a lot of body forward. He needs those type of quick defenders. Faster. He's got intercept play style, plus he's using Chiellini as well. That can really defend when you push your offensive line really high. So I think the selection of the players also just kind of gives us an idea how Anif wants to play. So it's quite interesting to see how he's able to put all of this together. I think it's very important. So Anif will open us up in some very excellent style. Shelling's-Effort bulging the back of the net and Rhymes. Well. Back where things look like they were going from bad to worse last week. I'm not sure that's how he wanted to start today, but he's got to show some serious resolve, or else we know it. And if he's got some big results in him, he can always take this game away from you.
This is about to be another crazy one. The question now would be, can Rhymes find a way to dig in deep and figure out how to find chicks in the armor for Anif? Anif has not been the best defensively. We have seen it again and again. He has conceded huge goals. He has not been the most consistent winner also, the one that controls the ball or the games most effectively. So for Rhymes, the question has to be, can he step up? There definitely is a sign and a chance for him to do that, but he has to do that as quickly as possible.
Certainly. Just 12 minutes into the ace time on his side. They're still watching National Esoccer Pro League action here live on YouTube. The predictions are still ongoing. I mean, prediction for this game is closed, but you could head on to You can head on to YouTube now and look at the games that are upcoming, the mainstream games, and let's get your predictions in. I believe after this game, we've got Elevation versus Son of God. So lock in and start thinking of your prediction for that game, and you could stand a chance of winning something cool. Wow, that game is also going off. Kinonex versus Baloke. If Baloke is able to pick up points from this game, that would be huge for how the top of the table is looking like. And then his catalog looks insane because he's taking points off Rhymes. And he's potentially about to take up points off of Kinonex. That would be crazy for Baloke to do.
I mean, he has 12 points, as you can see, and if sort of double his lead and pile on the pressure on Rhymes. His recent turn of form rather, has been absolutely incredible. And whatever the case is, whatever is working, I'm so happy to see that happen for him because he has 12 points right now. And yes, at this stage of the competition, we might not be expected to see him in the top 8, but being able to pick up points of some of these players would definitely do him a lot of good, especially going forward and in the next weeks to come.
I take a lot of inspiration, and I believe a lot of inspiration from Anif, and I believe a lot of guys should look into that as well. If you were here last year in 2025, you watched the National Esoccer League. Oh my word, this guy, he's looking like a different player right now. If you were here last year, you watched Anif, you watched Bright, you watched Game with Josh, you watched Mr. Olga play last year, and maybe you look down on them as maybe they are not great SC players. You've got to change the narrative now.
Absolutely.
And the fact that they've turned it around within the space of a couple of months is insane. And that tells you that you're not defined by that version of FC. Maybe that version of FC, that style of play, is just not how you operate. But you've got to adapt. They did adapt that time. It didn't work out for them. But this year, Mr. Olga is in a top 4 conversation. Bright is in it. Anif is in the topic conversation. Game with Josh, Bright, all of them are in that mix. It tells you practice makes man perfect, and it helps you improve. And you can clearly see that these guys have put in the work. I'm so proud of seeing Anif on a stage like this because I'm telling you, if this was a fixture last year in the Elite League, everybody is going into it
Rhymes,
confident that Rhymes is winning.
I mean, it shows you also what happens when the structure to build is put in place, when a proper structure is put in place, where also in the back of the minds of these players, you're thinking, I don't want to go to Challengers Cup. I personally think I'm a level above that. You're looking at Game with just telling himself, maybe, you know what, I think I definitely deserve to be in the conversations for the Elite Leagues. I was there last year, and I definitely can still make it back there this year. You're looking at players like Yemi telling himself, you know what, I came from the Challengers Cup. I saw how hard that one was, but I don't want to definitely go back into that one again this year. So for some of these players, you see them talking to themselves about how incredible it will be for them to maintain that position in the elite divisions, and therefore it sort of spurs them on to do better and better and better for themselves. As you can see, Anif trying to force the issue here. Rhymes, again, we are seeing again and again, he's still stuck in another level where he's trying to force the issue and sort of second guessing every single move he's
Well, it's not onside. Everybody seemed like it was off. Wilson almost got away with it. That best of pace from Militao really helped out. That was a tricky situation from Rhymes. Could have gone 3 goals down at that point. I mean, it begs the question, Manny, if Anif is playing like this, if Game with Josh is playing like this, if Bright is playing like this, if Mr. Oga is playing like this, any of them, as Rhymes is able to get one back, any of them that makes it back to the Elite League means that what Farouk and Killer Freak did last year will be difficult to replicate this year, where they go on that 4-week streak of not losing till the final day. And we're having this conversation last week. People believe they can't do it. I mean, I still believe that they are at the top of the pile when you compare them to the rest. What's your take on that and how the competition is? Would you say that they could go on an unbeaten run again? Can Farouk do it all over again? Can Freak do it again where they're unbeaten to the final weekend?
I definitely would be flabbergasted if we go on to see any one of these players attempt after 3-4 weeks. I mean, of course, if you're playing a 5-week event, which of course the elite division will be going forward, you might have a 2 weeks of unbeaten. You play 4 game days and you're unbeaten, yes. But at the 3rd week, if you still have someone in unbeaten, 4 week of unbeaten, I definitely will be surprised, because don't forget also, the players now currently playing have more of a, let's call it more like a pre-season. They sort of have so many games under their belts. they have done so much of the work in and out. In terms of the squads, they have figured out a whole lot more. Yes, some of the other players are currently still doing their thing, playing the weekend leagues, the champs, the rivals, climbing the division tables, but it's definitely not the same as playing this amount of competitive SC action again and again and again. Now, we have the players who have also come from, my goodness, as we almost saw another attempt there by Anife being taken care of. But Rhymes did well for that one. But going into the question, I definitely don't want to see it, and I don't think we'll be seeing anything like that.
The thing is, the question was not if you want to see it. Can they do it as Rhymes?
I genuinely don't think they're going to do it. I mean, last year was incredible because we did, imagine it was at the third week we were celebrating the first dropping of points by Killer Freak when NSC had that draw. I think it was 5-5 with him. But now we're looking at the NSCs of this world who is possibly also still working harder in the background. We've seen Adefola step up in terms of
massively difference from what he was last year.
We're going to be seeing a King Nonex there. We're going to be seeing a KK. Do you think a King Nonex and a KK up against a Killer Freak is just going to give you a blowout? I personally don't think so. Don't also forget, before you say anything, they have taken off a whole lot of the iterations to score. Now it's going to be definitely back to that so unlucky streak there so continues from
Rhymes right there. I mean, spoiler alert, I did see KK take on Farouk Manzo. I tuned into Farouk Manzo's stream. That was just for champs though.
Yeah.
Farouk won comfortably as a Nife on the 10, be able to get that 2-goal lead back. That's just champs, by the way. I mean, the competitive setting is a whole different ball game.
Absolutely.
So for me, I think it will be difficult for them to do, but if you had to ask me to put my money on something, I still think they can. Like, yes, the confidence that they play with at times. But look, I'm looking forward to the competition and how it pans out. I mean, you're getting a different form of Adefola. One guy I'm also keen to see is Mitchell play.
Mitchell Boyd.
This year he's looking like a different beast as well. So it will be interesting to see how he does.
I'm also going to also add here that I think one thing that happened last year in the Elite Division was we didn't have these players really take UT as seriously as possibly they would take it this year. As you could see, and if you tried there. But last year, I did see so many competitions that were 95 rated that Mitchell was playing in. There wasn't this sort of, I would use maybe obsession or with Ultimate Team, or this attempt at sticking to Ultimate Team, just like you have a Farouk Mamzo or a Killer Freak who was sticking more to the UT tournaments, competitions, the games. And this season now, that's one thing the Pro League sort of is doing for these players. The Game with Josh is, if Game with Josh and if someone like KK is able to get into there. Now you've had these guys play 3 months of consistent UT. Now last year we had some of the players who were not, they're every now and again playing UT, but not as consistent as this. You can see even Bryce, if Bryce is able to make it to the top 8, top 5, you can see, and if he hits another goal there, I think Bryce will do way better than he did last year against some of the players.
Massive. That's an interesting thought, and to be honest with you, it's something that just didn't happen in Nigeria. I think it happened in Ghana as well. Like, the shift from playing kickoff 95 overall to Ultimate Team, I think it started last year as well. That was when we made a constant effort. And I'd have to give Nigeria credit for that, because when I came to Cage 24, it was something that was on my mind, because it was already said that you guys were playing Ultimate Team. And I was asking myself, playing Ultimate Team is difficult to organize.
Yeah.
But in Ghana, because before in Ghana we had tried so many times. There'll be internet issues, there'll be
logistics issues,
like logistic issues.
So many things that
we tried it so many times. So we ended up playing couch play. Couch play is Ultimate Team, but you're not getting the full feel of the LAN event.
Yeah.
Then I came for K24. That's why I'll give massive credit to play with Tomidi. I believe there was internet issue on that day, but he said there is no way we are not playing Ultimate Team. He stuck to his guns, made sure that he played Ultimate Team. So I brought that back home and I was like, you know what? We have to be able to implement this. That's where back home, every single tournament or every single high-level tournament, I say, you know what, we have to force the Ultimate Team issue.
Yeah.
That's when we had VGA Grade 25, where we played Ultimate Team. Everybody saw that, you know what, it was possible. Make sure the players bring their consoles, help out with monitors, anything that you can help out with your routers, with your LAN cables. So we appreciate all of the players' efforts. In fact, not just in Ghana, in Nigeria as well. The fact that you can carry your console every single weekend and bring it, we appreciate that a lot. It pushes the levels that we need to get to. Because if you want to play at the top level, this is what is required. So it wasn't also something that was ingrained in the Ghanaian system, but now all of a sudden we're having multiple tournaments where guys are forced to play an Ultimate Team. So now when you go back home, even when you're grinding, who's going to play kickoff anymore? Even,
absolutely.
You know, even all of these outside bets that people call for all of these things. somebody's challenging you in Ultimate Team. I know Money usually runs away from Ultimate Team and all of that, but the fact that somebody calls Money and Money says no Ultimate Team tells you, you know what, people are respecting Ultimate Team. Because before, if somebody calls out Money, we automatically know it's kickoff.
Yeah.
But now Money has to state that no Ultimate Team
because
tell you that
you know,
people understand it now.
Yeah, absolutely. So many of the guys, the casuals at home, the guys who are watching from the house, are consistently, you know, pushing towards it. And I think, again, going back to the elite division conversation, that's one thing we're going to see next season that is going to be totally different.
I think one person that we've got to also shout out is maybe EA Sports a little bit. I know they've been getting their slander, but I think the fact that they made a Lagos server also has brought a lot of people here in West Africa. Like, if there was no Lagos server, we're still playing on Europe server, because back at home, you're playing Euro server, you're playing 80 ms, 100 ms. You know, no matter how good you are, you're playing against somebody who's playing on a better ping.
Yeah, you always.
But here it's much more closer. At least 15, 10 ms, 5 ms, pretty good when you're playing. So now you're seeing a lot of people adopt the idea that, you know what, there might be a chance for me if I play to the Europe server, or you're playing to the African ladder and all of that. So a huge shout to EA Sports for EA Sports as well for getting us a server here in Lagos.
And for taking off the goalkeeper also.
I mean, speaking of taking off the goalkeeper, because I saw someone in the comments, I don't know if it was yesterday or today, but people were asking about that skill gap and if the play style should be taken out of the game. And I know Manny has been an advocate of taking things out of the game. Is that something you take?
No. Personally, I think the play style sort of redefines the way we approach the game. I'm going to give you an example. Recently, my go-to formation since we started FC26 has always been the 4-2-3-1 wide. And recently, I dabbled into playing with the box crasher and the deep line maker as my two CDMs. And it was so interesting for me. That's for the roles. It was so interesting. I'm talking about roles now. Then we're going to play styles. It was so interesting for me because it sort of changed the way. Every single time, I think one of my players, I would use a Lampard who was an absolute beast with box crashing. We go in and just try to like get something out of the game. And then you're looking at players that have like a quick step. It sort of changes the way you approach the game. Just like makes it very real. You know that if you're playing real life, if we're watching the game and you see a Casemiro trying to rush, tries to stop a counter, he doesn't have the pace. But if he goes into a physical battle, you are losing out to a Casemiro. But you're looking at a player like maybe a Martinez who plays for a Manchester United. He has the pace, and he might not just have the physicality, but he will disturb you. He will be very, very aggressive. So that sort of changes the way we redefine our play. Those small details sort of makes it very, very interesting for me.
I get your point, Manny, and I think that was the intent with EA introducing into the game, and I think that was what was happening back when they introduced, I believe, in ending of, I think, was it 24?
I think ending of 24.
Yeah, 24, that's when they introduced playstyles. And the thing is, 25 it was also okay. But what it has done in 26 has now made it difficult for you not to rely on playstyles. And I don't think that was the intent earlier. So the thing is, if you have a player that's got 90 passing, the player should be able to give a normal pass,
a true pass,
a true ball, and all of that. But these days, without touching on the angles, that was a tight angle from Rhymes. As it's a 4-2 now. This one certainly not out of context for Rhymes. He can certainly be in position to make a comeback. But back to that conversation about the play styles, is if somebody has got 90 passes, he should be able to perform all of the good passes. But these days, if he doesn't have incisive, he doesn't have long ball, he doesn't have pink pass, some of the angles of these passes you will not be able to hit them. So it's just so surprising why we become this heavily reliant. So the thing is, I'm not against play styles. All I'm saying is we should not be heavily reliant on them.
I mean, I think that's one thing that happens when you make something in the game. So it happens. There's nothing we can do about it. We have seen it happen with the low Jivins. We have seen it happen with the heel to ball rules. Once something works, as you can see, Rhymes might just be able to get the third one. It is offside a little bit, and as Anifa will try to regain his lead back. But going back into the conversation, my thing is, I'm going to give you an example. When we did have a Pello play, when Pello was still actively playing football, as great as Pello was, there was something about his passes that were very, very peculiar. They didn't have pace, but they were very incisive. As you can see, Anifa gets himself the third goal lead back and action, and now Rhymes has to still do all of that good work again and again and again. But going back into the conversation, because this is very interesting for me, the way Bruno Fernandes passes is totally different from the way a KDB pass. And there was a conversation on Twitter, I think last night or day before yesterday, on Nigerian Twitter, football Twitter, about KDB and Iniesta passing, they're totally different. The way Iniesta was always passing, my goodness, this one has totally turned on his head. 5-3 now.
Goals galore.
Goals galore, obviously. And now I think possibly we just go in. Rice might be looking at it as, you know what, I'm scoring the goal, so I need to be back in the action. And it sort of might give him a little bit of confidence boost going into the next 20, 30 minutes of the game.
What's that thing?
Yeah, now the Iniesta pass is different from the Xavi pass. They could all hit the same passes, but there's a little bit difference in weight and in pace. So for me, that's one thing about the play style. Well, you do talk about being over-reliant, but there's a reason why KDB was always reliant on those fast passes across his... If you look at some of the assists that KDB had, my goodness, that was a great save there from the goalkeeper. If you look at some of the passes that KDB had, they were very peculiar to him. If you go look at some of the passes that Bruno Fernandes have, they are very, very peculiar to him. And you look at somebody like an Enzo Fernandez, he has a certain type of pass. Toni Kroos has a certain type of pass. Yes, they all are masters of passing, but there's a difference in the weight and in the pace of their passes. Toni Kroos is a perfect example. Sort of looks like a similar thing that Pello would do, but not the same. For me, that's the difference with the play style. So when you have an incisive pass, it means that you could be able to attempt such and such passes, but if you don't have it, you might not be able to attempt such passes.
I think you've been a good advocate for EA today. You explaining this is very detailed, but I just don't like the over-reliance at times. As Anif will be pushing more and more towards it. Well, what do you guys think, though, in the chat? I mean, are you a big fan of play styles? Is this something that you like it being a huge part of the game? And we'll see how we can best explain some of these ones. What a tackle that was! But the ref deems that illegal. I thought that was spot on from Rhymes.
For me, that was a perfect tackle.
He took the gamble, but it's not paid off. And Anif can manage to secure that big lead once more, and he buries it. Anif has had full control of this game right from the very start. And it looks like in the last 20 minutes, if Rhymes is going to make any comeback, it will have to be a miraculous one.
I mean,
it was a little bit cruel.
I think it was a follow-up that was a problem. The initial tackle was perfect, but maybe the follow-up just wrong and deemed illegal by the referee. As you can see, Rhymes might just try to get himself back in the action, and he gets it from a tight angle, so tight. Rhymes
he's pushing. You can tell like he's really pushing, and that's how much it means to him, because he knows how disappointing it will be if he misses out on the top 8 spot.
You know, one thing for me is I totally admire Rhymes for caring so much about this, and I think that's one thing that I love seeing. I think also we did see that from Anif when he scored that penalty, with the fact that I've gotten this one back. Yes, but the passion being displayed by Rhymes. Yeah, we might do talk about how he possibly is a little bit too emotional about some of the things that happen, and he gets into his emotions a whole lot. But I do love when I see a player that cares. I do love when I see a player that wants to do better. I do love when I see a player who knows he can do absolutely better than what he currently is doing right now. And that's the thing for me with Rhymes. But 6-4 and about 15 more games, 15 in-game minutes. There's a whole lot of time on that score time board. So let's see what happens. The next 15.
How Anif will approach the last 15 minutes is going to be really special. If he keeps going attack, I think he might be in trouble right there. He's got to find a way of running down the clock a little bit. But Rhymes has also got to keep a good hold of the ball. That time giving the possession away too cheaply, in my opinion.
I think on just last 2 actions that has happened, you've seen Rhymes try to force the issue. The first pass from that right back where he nearly lost it out, and then we also saw that one where it was a gift to Anif. He hasn't really done himself a whole lot of good with his passing decision. He's forcing it a little bit, and yes, he's in that zone where he has to take those chances, but this one was definitely blocked by Anif, as you can see how that one went from that tight angle. If that one had gone in to make it 6-5, it would have been definitely interesting.
Massive stage as we get into the closing hours of this game. Rhymes, I mean, it's not been the best of showing, and it clearly tells you that what we saw last week was something that it's getting to dawn on us that, you know what, maybe Rhymes is not as good as he used to be. But sometimes the game can change in so many scenarios, and that's what makes this league format pretty interesting. One week there's this version of the update that has come that you're a beast at. The other week they switch up everything, and maybe you're not just good anymore. But for Rhymes, you still have to keep pushing as his hopes of finishing in the top 8 gets slimmer and slimmer. I believe right on the end of that area needs a goal and he needs it now with 10 minutes to go. You know, he still got it in him. The OAS man just forces the issue a bit and he loses possession of the ball. Now you see the way Anif has approached these last 10 minutes. That's a different style as we've known Anif to still be playing. He's not going as aggressive as he used to. He's just trying to take some minutes off the clock. There's Mayulu right on the end of the area. I'm not going to force the issue at all. Surely if one goes down and if we'll finish this off, and that was the opportunity, and he clearly knows it. Oh, it's a close one for him. As Olise unable to bury that chance right there, just gives that glimmer of hope back to OAS Rhymes as he keeps pushing. I mean, when you're in a position like this, 6 goals to 4, you know you need 2 goals. Composure is a difficult thing to keep, where you know you have to keep a level head and attack in the right way. You tend to rush things because you know time is not on your side with just 5 minutes to go. So you almost feel like the OAS man, that's the type of pressure that he's under. Absolutely. And it's just difficult for him to recover and play smoothly.
And I think that's one of the reasons why you should never put yourself in these positions, because you will always fall a little bit to I mean, it's just human nature. You know, you're 2 goals up. You need the goals as quickly as you can, and as you can see right now, he's forced the issue again and it's offside. Again and again, we've seen him try and attempt so many things, but under a different occasion, this would have definitely been a different one for the man Rhymes. But whatever the case is, this is currently what it looks like right now for him. It is 6-4, and Anif might just be running away with this one. And 3 huge points for Anif, who is currently 7th on that leaderboard. I mean, look at what this
currently sit, I believe, with 19 points. If he's able to secure this one, that takes him to 22, and he's entering top 4.
Yep.
That's a massive leap. That's a massive leap. And with just a minute plus added time to go, leading by 2 points, it looks like the job has well been done. It's surely going to be onside. That's rejected that round, but it seems both of the attacking players were off.
I think because he overcommitted with the striker. But Shelley did look onside. But whatever the case is, that is the end of this one. He's a little bit slow also with that first time through balls at Rhymes, and I think that's one of the reasons why he's been struggling the past couple weeks. He's not taking those quick chances, taking those risks that some of the other players like Khaleed, the Anifs. Now this time he takes it. You see, he has that opportunity to take this one, and it makes it 6-5. I mean, imagine he had done some of these movements from the very first minute. It would have definitely changed. Sometimes something that happens also that I sort of feel compassion, empathy for the players is you have a certain way of playing when you're getting into the competition. And sometimes with the updates and with the change in budget, whatever the case is, that style of play might get quickly outdated. The question is, can you quickly in that moment be able to adapt, change, and switch it up? That's a question that has not been answered by some of the players who are currently in the bottom half of the table. And I think for Rhymes, that's one thing he has to go back and look at and figure out how to use what is working. It's not totally over for him. You have to use what is working. What is working is the first time through balls. They are very, very effective. Use the first time through balls, the low driven shots, the near post finishes. He has to go back to the drawing board and ask himself, how can I start using that as a strategy? How can I use the near post shots as a strategy? The first time through balls. How can I close down the gap faster? How can I stop losing the ball in the middle of the park? Because it's consistent with his style of play, trying to slow build up, play around it, but it's not working. He now has to switch it up. But for Rhymes, he has about 8 more games to walk around that one.
That's a tight window for Rhymes to kind of turn things around. But that's just the nature of the National Esoccer League. You don't try new things, you tend to miss, and you tend to lose points as well. That's very, very important in these stages that we are indeed headed to. I hope you're enjoying all of the action. We've hit the halfway point for today. We told you there's 8 rounds of action today. We've gotten you 4. There's 4 more to go. Don't go anywhere. Still here, KD Sports YouTube for the National Esoccer Pro League. There's more coming.
And again, him trying to cut back into space because he was taking measure of everything on the floor. The very first time throughout this day, he wants to shoot the space in
₦10 million in prizes are up for grabs.
business on the break to possibly seal it all. Ended in perfection, and Chooks with the Akuma look on his face. Oh my God. Medicine. Champion EAFC 25, Killer Freak.
From everyone that competed today, whether you won or lost, your presence today has contributed to the growth of esports in Africa. Let's keep the spirit of Cage 24 alive, share, post, and have a good night. Thank you.
Oh, good one. For nature to think about, is it too far for him to think about? Man, Mbappe is on. But the thing as he's committed. Novis, they back into the game from 12 yard score. And Mbappe, don't stop it. The queen of the great ever national Esoccer League champion, Yemi. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. The best of the best players feeling the pressure in the nerves of people. My goodness. Wow, what are we seeing? Bring it to you.
10 million naira in prizes are up for grabs.
On the break to possibly seal it all. One last throw and it goes! Ended in perfection, and Chooks with the Akuma look on his face. Oh my God. Medicine. Champion EAFC 25, Killer Freak.
From everyone that competed today, whether you won or lost, your presence today has contributed to the growth of esports in Africa. Let's keep the spirit of Cage24 alive, share, post, and have a good night. Thank you.
It is looking like things are finally taking shape here at the National Esoccer Pro League as we head on to our next game. Anif making sure he took care of business against Rhymes. All important 3 points for him. Now, next game coming up is another tricky game. Elevation, these last couple of weeks haven't been the best for him. He's already his unbeaten streak already destroyed. He's been knocked off the top spot. He's coming up against the Son of God, who's also not had the best of the last couple of weeks. What are we expecting to see from those two guys?
I'm expecting to see somebody take the game to the next level. I'm expecting to see risk. Both players sort of played the similar type of game. They want to dominate possession. They want to hold on to the ball. They love slow build up. The game has moved past that, so I don't expect much in terms of the skill gap. But the question is, who is going to be able to hit those first time true balls? Who's going to be able to take those risks more than the other? I think that's where the fine details are going to be shown, especially.
Exactly, the details are going to be very, very important. And it has proven to show that every single time there's a game around the National Soccer Pro League, the fine margins do count. Like what you are doing on one end that would help you win. For Anif, we're speaking about his approach to the last 15 minutes of the game. He didn't go helter-skelter and go all out attack. He switched it up a bit, started holding on to possession. That kind of frustrated Rhymes a little bit. So
forced him to make some of those,
exactly, all of those margins do indeed count. But for this particular game, Elevation has had a lot of people doubt if he's good enough to maintain that top spot. And for him, unfortunately, he's not been able to maintain that top spot. He's been knocked down. And I think this should be a wake-up call for him to get back to the levels that we know he can get to. Because his game is so, I don't want to call it raw, unorthodox style. Yes. Like, it doesn't look flashy, but he gets the job done. People don't tend to believe in that style of play. People want to see the quick passing like Anif or some nice skill moves like we see other guys do. Maybe like a combination of the both, like maybe a Kinonix would. But if that style worked for him up to this point, I think he should still stick with it. Just show up a little bit defensively, and he could cause a lot of guys problems.
As you can see, he's a man who doesn't have any in-between. It's either win or loss. I think he's the only one who has not played a draw so far out in this tournament. 7 wins, 3 losses, and he's currently 7th in the league from that top spot. That's incredible.
That's crazy to even think.
But to be fair, he has played 1 or 2 lesser than every other person on that top. While for Son of God, Marvel, who has played 5 wins, 5 losses, and 2 draws. Marvel is another one who we sort of expected so much more out of him, but he has just been able to not get the job done in some of those performances. He has done the job against the people who he's supposed to, but every single time he's up against another opponent who will be looking at, this is the same quality, you have to definitely go and take the game to this person. That's where he has sort of failed in taking points off some of the top players. And you can see the win probability is severely in favor of Elevation, 40% to 34% for Son of God.
Well, surely, I think you look at the table, some guys are slowly missing out on the top 8 fight. First of all, we're speaking about Rhymes
yeah.
Finding it difficult to keep up with the pace. I think he's getting to the danger zone now. Khaleed, is in the danger zone of not making top 8. Son of God also in the danger zone. He's played 11 games on 14 points. Already, guys like Dada Boy and Co, who have started picking up points, are kind of closing in on them. But Son of God, the way he had started this whole tournament was very impressive, but it's kind of been different in these last couple of weeks. He needs to pick it up, or it could be very, very bad going forward. But it seems like the game is ready. We'll get a chance to hear what the two guys have to say. Elevation versus Son of God.
But what gets us the conversations from these players amongst themselves. We're also looking at some of the action that's happened so far today. We're going straight into the action. Okay, both players ready to go. As you can see, Son of God in that favorite red kit of his versus Elevation in the black. This is the first time we're seeing Elevation without his white and pink kit.
Maybe changing something a little. Maybe it's not necessarily the J.
Oh, wow. That's what I was talking about, taking those risks. Another time, Son of God was possibly trying to turn around and see if he can. But when you have some of the players who have those 5-star weak foots and they can finesse the ball from any angle, that is what you get.
It's crazy at this point, especially when you look at how the game is shaping up. Just 3 minutes in, Son of God, he's somebody who we've looked at as a very high attacking talent because he's got that variety to his gameplay. He just needs to harness it a little bit, and he could certainly cause a lot of problems to a lot of these players. Corner kick set comes in as at that time. Elevation able to take care of the business. I mean, it's constantly a part of what the National Soccer Pro League mandate is. The fact that you have to be on your toes, being able to adapt to the new versions of the game, the new iterations. Because once you don't do that, you're being left behind by everybody else because everybody's kind of grinding and kind of left in the dust a little bit. So it is indeed something that you've got to take into account and make sure that it's part of your daily routine. You're playing the game constantly, you're grinding constantly. I mean, if you were in the National Soccer Pro League, would you grind with anybody that's in the league with you as well?
Yeah, definitely, because that's where the competition.
You're giving away your.
Not necessarily. I mean, we have preseason. We have some of the teams in real football have preseason.
But that's preseason. They don't use their best.
But it doesn't mean you could play somebody in FA Cup today and they will beat you. You play them in the league tomorrow and you beat them. It does. All that matters is that when the push comes to shove, you are up there. The reason why you shouldn't at all be playing with people who are not here, or at least the people of the elite division, is you need to be getting used to some of the things you're trying. You need to try and test your attack against some of these resilient defenses. That's the thing. So, because no matter if you're grinding with someone on the same level, they wouldn't on who you're playing pro leagues with, they would definitely not be letting you score them. But you need those defensive structures. You need to face those defensive structures and see how much you can break those ones down early on. But talking about adaptability, I just want to quickly mention that the way Son of God has started this one out, it's giving like someone who has picked up one or two things, because he has attempted some interesting passes that he has not done all throughout the season, and you can see how that one has gone in. That one was incredible.
What touch passing? Didn't take too many touches right from the wing. There's 1-1-1. No time to think at all.
Any other Son of God would have definitely held on to that ball for too long, especially the last shot that went in. He would have probably tried to make it even safer, and that's one thing I think I've noticed that from the very get-go. He definitely doesn't really care now about that one toss, unnecessary touching of the ball. He wants to get the ball in key areas and score them with those first-time shots. But that's one thing that will possibly cause a lot of problems for the Elevation, because whatever it is that you already had as a game plan, if you have done your research about this man, he has switched it already. Now look at how he's stretching out the defenses with those through passes, and this is really, really incredible. I've not seen this Son of God throughout this competition before. Incredible stuff.
Well, it is indeed very interesting to see, but quite disappointing from the end of Elevation, because we've come to expect some really high levels of FC from him. Had an opportunity.
Decides to go back, but that was well read by Marvel.
Really, really, really well read, and that's where you've got to give him his credit.
You know what's interesting? If that one was not, if Motivation had not taken that bait, he would have just left Marvel looking very foolish. But that's just the thing about taking risks. When you get it correctly, you look so
genius.
good.
When
But
you
when you
get
get
it
it wrong,
wrongly.
the question is, what are you thinking?
Exactly, and come back to haunt you at times. Shelly, a pass not good enough to break down this defense. If you're enjoying all of the action and you're wondering where all of this is coming from, you're live from Lagos, Nigeria, by the way. It's featuring some of Nigeria's finest FC players, and they've certainly put on a really great display. Speaking of display, that's a great showing of a goal from Elevation as he will get back one goal and potentially get him on a comeback from him. Almost every single time we see Elevation on the broadcast, he comes in with the coach. This time it seems like Chooks Jr. is not on his right side. Is that maybe something that we might see affect his style of play a little bit?
I mean, we all saw how much of a huge difference Chooks makes, especially during that 6-game unbeaten run. I mean, at this level, every single thing matters, every little detail counts. Maybe that might be another reason why he will not necessarily get his job over the line. But let's see how much he can be able to do for himself without his coach in this one. As you can see, Elevation quickly try to get back into the action while Son of God attempting some unnecessary tackles that definitely shouldn't be happening right there.
This one has a tight game written all over it. I don't think it's a game where we'll see it be completely one-sided, totally dominated. I don't think it's going to happen at all. It just has a feel of being very one-sided. Yamal in a great opportunity to give Son of God that 2-goal lead back.
Because it was Yamal, I was expecting that finesse or that shot at the far post, but the near post would not necessarily have been the best option. But he went for that one.
Because if he's supposed to play like near post, he's going like outside of the foot.
Yeah, exactly. If that was a right-footed player, definitely it's going into the net. Son of God, he's been looking really, really different from the player I've seen across 4 weeks, and I think that's one of the things that are definitely doing him a whole lot of good as he does that ball roll scoop turn there. Another rainbow turn, gets himself a Yamal shot out, and that one is definitely going to make it 3-1. 2 goals to give him a huge sigh of relief. Now Elevation is in trouble.
It's an outstanding goal by all standards. The dribbling on lock, the finishing on lock as well. It's why you'd expect a player of his caliber. Just look at how he was dancing right there. Oof. The roulette, I think that one is advanced actually, not the normal roulette that we are kind of used to seeing. It is really, really good to see these players be able to pull this off.
Now you can see that man, the consistency in the way he's trying to turn this one around. Elevation in a whole lot of trouble, hot waters. But the question is, can he be able to dig in deep in such moments when it's not going well? I did tell you, remember, when Elevation was in that unbeaten run, that was just going to be those question of how he's able to perform when it's not going good. That will be the hallmark of the champion if he's able to do the job, and he has not been able to do that one very, very well. The man who doesn't know how to draw has currently found himself in another hot water, and this time around, that attempt is deemed offside. Again, Son of God. The triggered runs totally different from what we have seen so far, and this is so good as the run by the striker there, not good enough. The quality on display, not good enough at all. Defensive work there also from Son of God has been very, very good. Talk about no matter what I say about that attacking work, the defensive work has been very, very good to limit Elevation to just a plethora of chance, just a few chances, a few and in between here.
Well, certainly, it boils down to you understanding what you need to do on defense, and I think at times it's quite difficult to hold on to it. Well, Elevation is not a man who can keep quiet for too long. The lofted pass, really well worked, and it gets him back into the fray. Like I said earlier, I don't think this game is going to be a blowout. It certainly has a potential to really, really be a tight one right at the very end. Look how patient he was with this possession, knowing that Son of God has been defending pretty well here. The only pass that really gets you in this position is the lofted pass, and he chose the right decision, and it pays off heavily for a guy like Elevation.
I want to ask you now, Sly, because I fall to this a whole lot of time, those lofted passes, and especially for someone like me who's not so used to doing that offside trap, the automatic offside trap. So I tried to, like, just the way you see Son of God try to force the issue now, as he, oh my goodness, I think he definitely had an opportunity to take that one into, but you do know he's very, very good with those corner routines. He gets the ball, he's still in the danger zone. Son of God is holding on to the ball. If he gets himself a goal just before halftime, it will do him a whole lot of good. But the question I was going to ask you is, how do you defend a lofted through pass?
It's difficult when you want to cut the passing lanes with a lofted through ball, because you can be there and so just be by your defender. So I think one trick that everybody has kind of picked up, but this only kind of works in Ultimate Team, is the fact that if you're using an intercept player that has got intercept play style plus, automatically they win the ball back, and that's a great thing. That's why I think
before the pass happens, or while the pass is
while the pass is going, he'll find a way to break the lines. And I think at some point in the game, everybody was using Gold Marquinhos because he had intercept play style.
Yeah, I think I remember that. I think I remember that.
Other defensive play style. That's why you're seeing everybody use Van der Ven. Yeah, using Chiellini and all of that. Like, you have to be able to use a defender like that, or else you'll be in massive trouble. So that's one thing to look at. But for guys who play kickoff in 95 overall, I just don't know, because with that one, it's just their base play style.
Absolutely.
There's no play style plus. So it's quite tricky to tell if you will get something that can defend a lofted pass as effectively as we see it in Ultimate Team, as the intercept play style plus does do the job. I was looking at the defenders as we head into halftime for this game. We are seeing a lot of Chiellini paired with Van der Ven, and I was asking myself, okay, we've bumped up the budget to 10 million, but what is the price of these guys and what are they risking? So already Van der Ven, knockout royalty Van der Ven is 2.7 million coins.
Ooh.
That is almost 3 million gone. Chiellini is quite cheaper. He's like 600k.
So that's like 3.3 million.
Exactly. So that's like close to 3.5 million.
And if you're going for a Yashin,
you have like 6.5 to use.
If you're going for a Yashin, how much is like a Yashin going to cost you?
I mean, Yashin not that expensive. I don't think he's up to. I don't think Yashin is up to 1 million.
Interesting outlook on the second half by Elevation, trying to get himself back in the game. A little bit of resignation to faith that this first half was not the best first half he had, but yeah, now he has the second half to try and change things around.
Well, if you're using the normal icon, Yashin is just 450k. But the thing is, you'd want to use the Team of the Year version, which is about 800k. So that's about 1 million as well if you're using Yashin new post. So that's quite an interesting one. But the thing is, we've allowed for the leeway to be able to use the players from the objectives. So you see a lot of more people using Vicario because he's got a far reach plus as well, and he will not cost you anything. So I believe that one makes more sense to kind of invest in that area. So that's something to look forward to as well. Theo Hernandez early on for Son of God here in this second half of this action. Gerard, pass.
That one is onside, and he gets himself the fourth goal.
That looked like it was off.
Yeah, for a lot of times there, that one would definitely look offside. And I think if this was not at this high level, you possibly be looking at holding on to the ball because that was offside. But kudos to you for taking that chance immediately. Got to that player. And then waiting for that whistle, which never came because that was definitely onside.
And I think the more we see these players play Desperation FC, the better we get to see the version of FCs.
Yeah, I mean,
see Rhymes.
Yeah.
Desperation FC, knowing he cannot drop points against Yemi, put up a splendid performance. Even though he didn't walk away with 3 points, just the point was enough to keep him in the race. Look how Son of God is also playing against Elevation. For Elevation, we know we've said, okay, where the position that he's in.
I mean, you meant
Khalid. You meant
Khaleed.
Yeah, for Khaleed. Yeah.
Okay, Yemi, yes.
Exactly. So, but for Elevation, he knows, okay, he can afford to drop a couple of points. But for Son of God, especially where he is right now, there's no room for error. He's got to find points and find them now. And I think it has kind of brought out this beast in him as we see him currently leading by 4 goals to 2. Maybe still a couple of defensive things to do. My goodness, that defense at 6s and 7s of Elevation takes full advantage. It got to a 1v1 situation, and usually 1v1 situation, you don't see like a direct skill beat, a last man defense, but that was questionable defending from Son of God, and Elevation will take full advantage of that one 53 minutes in. This one just proving to be as tight as ever, 7-goal thriller, and just 1 goal separating both sides. Wow.
Now, this one is definitely going to be poised properly, as you can see. Again, that lofted pass. Ooh! Oh, he cooked with that one. The idea of the lofted pass sort of allowed Son of God try his best to see how he can intercept that ball. And I think that's what gave him that pass, that room to play around and get himself that goal. Son of God has had his lead cut back as Elevation is trying his best to see if he can make things hard for Son of God. But like same way he just considered the last one, Son of God is refusing to let that two-goal lead go just like that.
I mean, this same Elevation, when the first 2 weeks were heavily praising his defense, now all of a sudden
it's been conceding.
It's not looked as resolute as it did in the past. That's why, if you remember, in the first 2 weeks, Money and I kept saying it is a marathon.
It's not a race.
Not a sprint.
Absolutely.
You can start well and start strongly, but if you can't keep it up, you will be found wanting in this league. And for Elevation, I'm afraid he might just be found wanting, but he can't find a way back in this game through a dead ball situation. And you know the guy behind the ball, Del Piero, back in his days, was an expert at such situations. Elevation will have to take this one into full account. Tries the attempt. Ooh. Comes up the post, I believe. I was so close to getting him back within just one of the lead. Wow. That was a very interesting attempt at the dead ball. Through ball comes in. It might just be panic station start for Elevation. Son of God to finish.
I love the fact that he didn't overthink that one. He didn't think it too much. Once he got that, like Yemi, I think as Elevation was expecting that finesse, but as soon as we went past that finesse channel, he took that direction. It's a thing that most of the players have sort of forgotten how to use, those direct shots. And for me, seeing Son of God use that one effectively, I absolutely love it.
Indeed, he's taking this game really to the heights that he wants it to get to. That time it's just blistering pace from Yamal, and you're not going to catch him from there. SOG putting on a strong performance. If he's able to pick up a win, it takes him to 17 points. It takes him into proper contention. Now, everybody looking at that game will say, you know what, it's going to be interesting to see who actually finally makes the top, because the conversation just keeps getting hotter and hotter. Wow. Just 30 minutes to go in this game.
Not just the goals, but the performance all around have been nothing but incredible from Son of God. I did say a little bit last week that he was a bit lethargic in the way he was building up, and he was not so confident in taking his shots. But this time around, he's been looking like a different animal, a different beast altogether. He's taking those shots, he's taking those chances, he's not wasting time, and he's not taking those quick passes. For me, I love it. I love seeing it.
Exactly. I mean, Annie, Elevation went 6 wins out of 6. He loses to Kinonix after, I think, week 3, week 4. And now, all of a sudden, things are going downhill. Is that a psychological thing, or is it just an FC thing? Because I don't want to believe it's entirely an FC thing. I think there's a little bit of psychological effect maybe playing into it, where you lose your first game and now you feel like all hell is breaking loose. You can't play the way you want to play. And everybody just seeming to enjoy themselves when they play against you.
You know, that's the thing about having the mentality of a champion, having the mentality that it doesn't matter what happened last week. I'm going to do something totally different. For Elevation, he just was not able to survive or come back from all that happened in that particular game. Especially first things first was the game against Rice. Winning by 3 goals. Decides not to take the last shot because he was having a little bit of fun. And Bright comes back, making it 6-3. And immediately after that, King None sort of piles on that pressure. And all of a sudden, he has just not been able to recover fully from that. And that is the difference between where he is currently and where he wants to be. He has to find a way to forgive himself for all of that action and come back to the Elevation with this C. The man who was fearless, who was unorthodox, doing his thing and not necessarily minding what other players were doing in and around that competition.
20 minutes to go in this one. This game firmly in the grasp of Son of God. Very awkward decision by Elevation. You can tell that the pressure of this game certainly getting to him. I think he would have certainly maybe done a little bit better if his coach maybe was by his side. But I mean, it all plays into what the 7 weeks look like here at the National Esoccer Pro League. I believe Son of God, clearly where he is, he doesn't want to give it up at all, and he's got to be careful because there's still time. With how good Elevation can play at times, it could certainly cause him problems. He cannot afford to even give him a little bit of hope that this comeback could be possible. Pina try to find a way through. I mean, these days we're not been seeing a lot of Pina
I mean,
because
yes,
of
the budgets.
the budgets, and two, I kind of feel like because there's the team of the year Pina out there, the other versions of Pina have kind of been
Don't
brought
look
down
so
a
good.
little bit. Yeah.
Absolutely,
When you get to use team of the year Pina, you come back to using just the regular Pina.
it's different.
The downgrade feels different, so that's why you see a lot of people use Sophia Wilson. You see the Smith item as well; she's pretty good as well. So it's quite interesting. But these days, you know what is a lost art or a dying breed, money. 2025. Remember when we were playing Ultimate Team, we had a lot of forwards or the number 9s being the guys. But
Yeah.
everybody's going with the females these days. I think maybe there is a little bit something special about them being your player spearheading your attack.
I mean, there's something that that EA has sort of like wanted to help work around is the way we view the women's sport, and I think that's one of the reasons why they're sort of ranking them the way they do. But one thing I also have to say is that their body type, body shape, sort of helps them in UT because especially with the dribbling, absolutely you can't touch some of these players. When a Pina is going on that left stick dribble, she would always cause trouble for you, and but that's what it looks like.
And when they made that decision back in previous situations of FC to add a woman to Ultimate Team, I know people were skeptical about it, but I think the purpose for which it was added has been saved. To grow the women's game, to get more people to know about the female players. Because, Manny, I think we've got to be honest with ourselves. If I ask you if you knew Pina before FC,
Absolutely
what would
not.
have been the answer?
Possibly
Probably
the only people I knew before that was James Lauren.
Exactly.
Or Lauren James, rather.
Yeah,
Lauren
exactly.
James.
Like, I think they've really served that purpose well of kind of growing the women's game and making sure that they become like household names to everybody. Like, for me, ever since I started playing FC with some of these female items, all of a sudden I'm kind of looking forward to watching maybe a couple of women's games, the UEFA Women's Champions League as well. Like, even when there's the Ballon d'Or events, back then, when they're about to award the women, people don't kind of pay like massive attention. But you get to see Pomati, see Poteas, you see all of these players kind of show what they've got at a very high level. So I think the purpose has indeed been served, and it's been a very positive on the women's game.
You know what would be interesting for me is if we could find some of the female players actually start playing FC. It will possibly take it to another level. We have seen consistently some of the players this year, Jota of blessed memory. Alvaro Morata also is a very huge player. Some of the other players who consistently, I think I did see a game between Semenyo and one of the pro players.
Yeah, I think Opama as well. I've been seeing him a couple of content about him with other creators, them matching him in champs, and he's got a crack team as well. I mean,
of course,
it's not surprising at all for a guy like that. He's got a crack team as well. So that's quite interesting, just to add that real life dynamic to what this game is. But I think it's clearly served the purpose, especially for you having a lot of knowledge about the game. Because I didn't know who Shelling was. Now I know she's a legend of the game.
Absolutely.
I didn't know who Sega was. Now I know she's a legend. She's a legend. Mia Hamm, who everybody says is the female version of Arna. Not a lot of people knew about her, but now everybody knows, okay, she was a legend of the game. I believe legend of the game. The fact that they are icons alone tells you a lot, and it makes for a really great game.
Hopefully one day we get to see the Brazilian Mata also. That would be
for sure
insane.
For sure. She hasn't, I think she hasn't officially retired yet. I think she's retired from national team football, but not from club team football. So if she officially retires, in my opinion, that's like one of the goods of the women's game. I think we might see like a 97, 98 kind type.
I mean, if we have a Bomati, Pina at 94, 93, 96.
I mean, those are the team of the year versions, but their base items just have like a 90 or a 91. So, but of course, icon status usually gets it to like a 99. Usually, EA doesn't give out a lot of 99 cards, even for icons. I remember back when Maradona and Pele had 99 versions of the icons, but they bumped them down to 98. But that's all she wrote in that game. The man in your shot there, with all the smiles on his face, knows he's done the business and he's done it in style, beating one of the top guys on here, Elevation, as he secures all 3 points, and the dreams of finishing top 8 certainly alive for Son of God.
Yeah, for Son of God is an incredible action. The way he played today is one thing I'm particularly impressed with. It was fast, it was quick, it was decisive. He saw the chances, he took them. He didn't second guess himself. I promise you, if you are at this level, one of the worst things that can happen to you is the moment you begin to second guess your moves, or you begin to delay your decision making. That could sort of derail your progress. And I think whatever it's the case that has helped him this time around, it is very, very good. So we have that win there for Son of God, taking him up the leaderboard. Definitely 3 huge points. While for Elevation, he is in lots and lots of trouble.
Well, certainly 3 huge points for Son of God. And you saw all the smiles coming from that man. But we are on to our next game now. I believe that big game also coming up later on. Tactical and Simply Uzo currently on the broadcast. That's the game happening in the back, I believe. And for this game, also a very, very tight one for Tactical. He knows how important this game is going to be. He's already picked up a strong win at the start of the broadcast today, and he's looking to carry it on with another massive 3 points. And for him, the dreams of finishing top 8 certainly alive.
Absolutely. If he's able to get 6 out of 6 today, I mean, it would definitely change the way we are looking at this man. It would definitely take him into those, I would believe, top 6 conversations. Because don't forget, he was on 19 points as he takes that shot this time around. The goalkeeper doing his best. He was on 19 points at the beginning of the game week 5. And if he's able to get 6 out of 6, that would take him to 25. That would be incredible. As we have Simply Uzo now attempt some attack of his own, quick dance in and around that area, trying to see how best he can create for himself the next goal that comes into this one. If he can get the next goal, it will possibly help himself. He didn't have a great match earlier on, as he had a walkover against Baji Senior, unfortunately for him, earlier today, and that meant he didn't have the opportunity to sort of pick point, if possible, against Baji Senior. Now there's an opportunity for him to get something out of this one.
He's also got that Dogu item on that left hand side. Quite interesting one, especially knowing that fullbacks are kind of at a premium these days. That's a very good dribbling, and Tactical looking to double his lead early on. For Simply Uzo, it's been tough to keep out his opponents, especially with how this game is positioned. Corner taken shortly. There's, I believe, right in the box. And next comes in the carrier with a huge hand to carry that one away. 20 in-game minutes gone for this one.
My oh my.
For Tactical, just keeps banging at that door. The second goal. That's another lovely move. He's going to cap it off with a goal though, but Tactical, the intent is really clear. It's a pile on the press and make sure he finishes in the top 8.
Absolutely. As you can see, that man, it's been wave after wave of attack from the man Tactical. Simply Uzo currently stuck, trying to see how he can walk around, getting himself back into this action. It is going to be another incredible showing if he can be able to get this one over the line for Tactical. Yes, Simply Uzo. Again, but this time around, Tactical seeing it through.
Oh, certainly. A close affair, to be honest with you. But for Tactical, knowing the importance of this game, knows he cannot rest at all. That's another goal going down. For this one is certainly a different player in the last 2 weeks. First 2 weeks, kind of timid a little bit. Didn't have results go his way. But now he's turned it all around. Clearly telling you that him being able to put the work in has certainly paid off. Massive improvement from what it was like earlier on. Simply Uzo though with a lovely turn. You saw that first stature play style just pop on Sophia Wilson's head. That play style is also kind of heavily underrated a little bit. If your player doesn't have it, you almost feel like all your passes into them kind of received with a little bit of heaviness, and Tactical able to get back on track and gets that third goal to go down. It's exactly what we expected from a guy like Tactical, being aggressive to start this game and taking the game to Simply Uzo, knowing that Simply Uzo definitely would also kind of react to it a little bit and kind of commit.
I mean, the amount of goals I've gotten in the past couple minutes is absolutely insane. This might be a penalty. They were 3 points to the spot, and the problem keeps piling up for Simply Uzo. Steps, shoots, and he scores. Tactical. This man is in such a rich vein of form in the past couple weeks, and it's absolutely incredible. Simply Uzo now 4-1 the scoreline. 30 something minutes on the clock. He has just about 15 minutes to the first half or less. All of his questions for the defense of Tactical has been answered properly, as Tactical was trying to squeeze that one beyond the legs of the defender. That would have definitely made for a highlight reel if that one had walked through. Here is Simply Uzo holding on to the ball. Scott, Shelling, Wilson, dancing in around. Scott again. Pass the ball to Shelling if he can. Decides to hold on to. This one was absolutely insane. Definitely could have caused a whole lot of problems for the man there. Tactical. He is now on another run of his. Here's Valverde. He's the one who currently has Valverde in midfield, sticking to Valverde from the very get-go of the competition. It's always been about how effectively you can use a player. Smith makes it 5. A 5-star first half performance. This one might just be an opportunity for Tactical to turn it up in style. Simply Uzo being blown out of water. The gap in quality is showing in this first half. Now the second half might be where he can find some joy if he's able to get something over the line. Lofted through pass to Wilson. Dembele dancing. No triggered runs. Everybody in the 18-yard contact. Aitana Bomati steals the ball from Tactical, but now he has won it back again. Here is Tactical. Oh, extra pass after extra pass. Goes on again, and this time shoots. But it hits the players. And now there is a chance. Tactical is just in another realm of his own right now with the way he's playing. Olise squeezes it. Exquisite play, that one. 6-1. And we haven't even reached halftime yet. We might just see double digits if we continue like this from this man.
It's just been overly impressive from Tactical. And you just got to give this man his flowers. I remember Manny and I kept clearly stating that his performances were not reflective in the results, because he was playing some exquisite FC. Like, he was playing FC that you've got to bow your head down
Absolutely.
to. But the results just weren't coming his way. But he's stuck in there, still maintaining the same way of playing. And it has certainly paid off. Now, he's looking like one of the more dangerous players in this game. If he carries on this way, Manny, don't you think we have to start considering for title conversation now? Because if he wins this one, that's 25 points.
Listen, that's the beauty of the marathon. It's all about taking advantage of your moments, your times. Now, for me, he's the perfect spot to say, you know what, he definitely going to be seen in top 8. For me, he needs another game day like this where he gets at least 6 out of 6. And then we'll start looking at this man might be the man that will definitely be seen for that top spot in terms of winning it all. But so far so good. There's still so much action left in this one. We cannot already assume that he's going to be winning. So, but the performances have been very, very spirited lately. And I think for now, I'm definitely going to be seeing this man in the elite divisions next year.
Oh, certainly. He feels like he's done more than enough to put himself in that conversation. And for Tactical, having 25 points after this number of rounds is certainly impressive. And I think he's more and more cementing his position in there. And that is quite a key one for Tactical, right? I think that brings me back to the conversation of esports teams. I don't think there's an esports team out there that's watching Tactical and saying to themselves, this guy doesn't deserve to at least be spoken to join your team.
I mean,
he's clearly got the talent.
He has the talent. He has the calmness, the demeanor, and he does have the drive also. Because there's something about when you see a player who has the demeanor of somebody who wants to prove a point, and I think this is the best moment to sign somebody like Tactical up and give him all the necessary resources that will definitely take him to greater heights in terms of the esports industry and making name for Nigeria across board. Here's Tactical. an opportunity to pass around from the back.
Oh, is just the patterns of offense for him has been extremely clear. Another one-time pass and it results in a one-time goal.
He's possibly the one who has the best first touch I've seen in the past weeks. That is tactical. The way he's taking the balls in. We do see some of the, and we do gloss over some of those passes, some of those through balls, rightfully so. But you see, one thing that is very underrated that we don't see so much of is those first touches. The way you're able to take the balls in, as you can see again, he might just double this one. Yes, he makes it 8.
Yeah, he certainly knows that his goals maybe are not as much as the others, and he is indeed piling on a lot of pressure. It is crazy from Tactical with the way he's playing. Currently, I believe Tactical just had, before today, Tactical had a -2 goal difference. I think he's understood that a lot, knowing coming into today, if he has an opportunity to score goals, he has to. Because coming into today with -2 was not the best.
Absolutely.
But then, if you are winning by 8 goals to 1, it is definitely a good thing.
Especially with the fact that the people he's going to be meeting in the top 2, top 3 have goal difference right in the ranges of 20 pluses. So for him, if he's able to even get a 12 out of this, that can help him with 10 goal difference, that will be very, very good. And now if he's able to maintain that one for the next 6, 3, 4, 5 games, and he's able to get 4 out of 4 wins with some decent runs, some decent numbers in terms of goal difference, that will be do himself a whole lot of good. Starting off with simply Uzo right here.
I believe through that midfield, and the fact that we've bombed up that the 10 million coin budget as well, it has made me realize how many icons that guys are using these days. You know, before there was like an icon restriction. Tactical, there's bulldozing his way through with goal number 9 to feature. You know, before we had like an icon restriction, you could lose like just 2 icons. But you look at Tactical's team, if the icon fits the budget, why not? I'm seeing Smith, I'm seeing Abeli, I'm seeing Caroline Sega, I'm seeing Chiellini. That's already like 4 to 5 icons. So it tells you that the change in the budget also affects
absolutely
the way these players set up their teams. And right now it is indeed working really well for Tactical as he just keeps going. No chance for his opponent to breathe at all. Just simply Uzo finding it difficult to cope with the intensity that Tactical comes with. We head on to our next game on the main featured broadcast with Anif and game with Josh going band for band already 7 minutes in, a goal apiece. It tells you how tight this game is. And for Anif, with him getting that win earlier on, I think it's propelled him heavily to potentially get another win on the board. And I think this one's going to be close.
That definitely, I totally agree with you, especially with the fact that both players are very high intensity end-to-end players. I think we're going to be seeing a whole lot of goals in this one. Here is Anif trying to play out from the back. I mean, Game with Josh is one of those players who definitely understands the way Anif works. Can he get himself a roulette and squeezes this one just beyond the goalkeeper? I did tell you to expect so much craziness today.
Well, certainly, most of our games here today have been closely, really tight. As a matter of that fact, and for Anif, this game with huge importance written all over it. You know, when I said there were guys in danger of missing out entirely, as a penalty committed by Game with Josh and Anif with a massive opportunity to come back in this game. That was an interesting tackle to give away. Match update seems like Tactical still running away with it, currently 10 goals to 1 in his favor. Anif to get back on level 10. Big save. Vicario with a hand. Game with Josh. That could be a massive momentum boost. Huge save for a Game with Josh and Anif. That's just those difficult ones to kind of swallow a little bit. Massive save from the penalty spot. Fabregas, there's Del Piero. As for Game with Josh, the intent is pretty clear. Win this game and you still give yourself a chance. You still give yourself a massive shot. I'm looking at the table right now, and Game with Josh coming into today was at the 10th position with 17 points. That's not a bad position to be at all. But if you can beat a rival that's also competing for a top 8 spot, get all 3 points, bump up to 20 points, you could certainly put yourself in massive contention and really raise the alertness about your style and just warn everybody about how dangerous you are.
I mean, especially for game with Josh, he had a win over Bright. They won that game by 9 goals to 6. He won that game by 9 goals to 6. And if he takes that 3 points and take these 3 points from this game, he will be doing himself a whole lot of good. How many points does he currently have on the leaderboard right now? Add 6 to that one, and I tell you, we are definitely in the zone where the top 8 is going to be seeing a whole different faces going in.
I mean, today Anif had 19 points. So after winning today, he's on 22.
Yeah.
If he's able to pick up a win, it's the same as Tactical. He also bumps up to 25.
Yeah.
So that now begs the question. Guys like Yemi will drop because of that loss. But Yemi, I think, has
Elevation is also dropping.
one more game. Elevation is dropping. Guru is slightly dropping as well after the losses too. So already, you look at a guy like Tactical, he's overtaking Guru in that sense. So that is something to look out for. And the positions on the league standings are indeed shifting.
I mean, for game with Josh, who is on 17, if he's able to stay on this win and make it 6 out of 6 for today, he's going straight into 23 points. That is above Guru, who has 22 points so far. So for me, I think by the end of today, we're going to be seeing Tactical and if KK, maybe game with Josh, back in the top 8, and Jakaris, who's not in action till later today, dropping even further. Interesting. Interesting.
Oh, actually, Jakaris doesn't have a game today, so he won't be dropping.
So definitely he'll be looking outside. As game with Josh would attempt another far post finesse. This time around, the goalkeeper seeing that one through. He now has to start scoring the goals because this is a 6-pointer, and if he gets this one, he'll be on 25 points. If Game just gets this one, he will be on 23 points. Interesting way to kickstart this one. This is the 5th game on the broadcast today. After this one, we're going to be seeing another a huge clash that will take us to the next level, but an interesting one. So far so good today. We have had a lot of 6-pointer games, and we have seen, I don't think we've seen a draw yet on the main broadcast.
Yeah, so far it's been very close. And if it tends to be a part of his DNA with his responses, there's no way he's always going down. And elsewhere, the result is as heavily one-sided as you could think. 12 goals to 1. I mean, I believe we've seen somebody score like 16 goals in one game.
Yeah, we did see. It was Anif also against Flick.
Yeah, I think if the record is what Tactical is chasing, and he's got a long way to go.
that would make for interesting FC if we can serious at Anife quickly trying to get himself into those danger zones, but that was good defending, but it was not going to be helping the game with Josh goalkeeper there. I love the fact that he was able to keep that defender just in place for that one, but unfortunately for game with Josh, we have to be going back to the drawing board to see how he can get himself a goal into this one. He had lead at some point. He has blown it down with 2 crazy first-time through balls there by Anife. Now the man Anife is back in the driving seat, and he has the opportunity to turn things around for himself.
Surely.
I mean, this reminds us of what we said earlier on about doing your own bits and then leaving the uncontrollables. And I think that's what Anife has done today. Anife and Game with Josh also have done the business, winning their first games each. And if they're able to get anything out of this one, it will do them a whole lot of good.
Well, I believe so too. I mean, starting strongly and just doing your part is pretty important. Olise. Game with Josh kind of thrives in these areas, and we've seen constantly him being able to play a killer pass. Not on that occasion though, as he's susceptible to a counter onside. Is that from Anif and slightly offside? These days when Anif plays an offside pass, I'm kind of disappointed because I'm used to seeing him thread that accurately most of the time. So it's quite interesting that he can't pick out.
I mean, that's
pass that will surely be onside.
That's back to the conversation where we had, like, some of these players are still human at some point, but the way they have done these things over and over again sort of makes you get so used to seeing them pull these moves on and on and on. Here's Gimme Josh. He has about 7 in-game minutes as he attempts that first time through ball. He does get it this time around, takes it on, and he hits the bar again. This is
soon, like I think he did everything right.
Absolutely.
The choice of shot was right as well. You should go for a finesse in that position. But this game can be so cruel at times, and Anif looks to punish. Very unfortunate on one end, but that would have been so cruel to game with Josh on one end. Feels like you're coming back into the game. You missed the opportunity, and on the other end, almost punished. As the craziness the National Esoccer Pro League has got to offer. And there he goes once more. And he's building up through shelling. But my team, are you looking 10?
Oh.
And if just knows what he's all about, and it draws a smile from him as well. This guy's playing FC different from what we are kind of used to seeing him play. And that's a mark of somebody who's put in work on his game.
Absolutely, and you can see it's showing right on here. But don't forget, we have said this again and again, that Game with Josh is the man for the second halves. The question will now be if he can take this 2-goal lead by Anife into the second half, would he be able to come out of the races? He has to ensure he doesn't make it 3 at any point in time in this second half. That would make it harder for him, as Anife will do the justice to it, making it harder for him. As you can see, him is celebrating the cooking.
He is cooking. I can't even lie. The kitchen is really hot right now, burning up. And if it take a bow, proper first half performance is what you'd expect from a man who's clearly in form. We're speaking about the 6 pointers. I'm telling you, the guys who benefited a lot. Anife has benefited massively. Anife and Tactical. That's a massive leap from them. Both of them are looking like they might be finishing today. 25 points. Who would have seen this coming?
Absolutely, not maybe. I mean, we did mention that Anife was very, very inconsistent, but now we are seeing that he is becoming consistent in getting those goals. And I think that's one important thing about playing a league-faced competition. It's not about how you started. It's really about how you were able to stick in the performances in the middle of the competition. When the action starts getting thick and rushing quickly, how much are you able to stand through and just like hold on to it for dear life? Before going to the halftime, do you think we're going to be seeing a crazy comeback like we've seen again and again from Game with Josh?
It has to start strongly, but right now Anif is just playing with some crazy confidence that is difficult to stop right now. He believes everything that he'll pull off will come to pass, and it's just rolling off the tongue. Anif is cooking. And this second celebration is telling you he's cooking hard. Like, everything you want is on the menu at this point. There's probably a goosey on the menu. There's a new delicacy in town, banga soup.
Like,
I'm learning.
It's like another part-time Nigerian. But
I'm indeed learning. Like, over the last couple of weeks, I've been trying my best to, get into the locals a little bit. And I did try Amala, I must say. I'm a huge fan of that one. It reminds me a lot of Ghanaian Distill Safi as well, where the colors being mixed, like the green and the red. And right now, I must tell you, and if you can prepare all of those dishes, I'm like, everything. On the broadcast, he's got it. He's the master chef today. Everything that he's tried, he's pulled it off with a plum. That's how you pass an exam with a flying colors. And I think this win right here, I'll confidently say, has secured Anif a top 8 spot.
Absolutely. I mean, not just the win, the performance, the way he has been able to do the job and do the justice. Back-to-back good performances, and that's one thing we always keep saying. This was going to be supposed to be a huge test for Anif, and I think so far so good with the way he's passing. I'm very, very happy with this. But this one be offside? No, it isn't. And even Anif is shocked because I did think that one was offside. As you can see, Game with just trying to lock into this one.
I mean, if we are saying this win is going to get Anif top 8, then basically what we are saying is anybody with 25 points or more is safe.
Okay, do you remember when we started this one and you asked me and I was like, I'm looking at 25 as the safe zone, and it did look like it was such a huge gap and margin at that time. But now with what we have seen, I think at some point we did bump it up to 30 32. Yeah. I think we might just make it 40 just to be safe. To be honest, because we have about 8 games more to go. I don't think anybody has played more than 12 games so far. 8 games is 24 points. And with some of the players currently on 20, do you want to leave to chance 5 points alone? I don't think so. The guys who are bottom are coming so fast. So
because right now, we're speaking about 25 being difficult to attain. So far, Mr. Oga already has more than 25. Inonex has more than 25. KK Kylie does not have 25, but if he's able to win his game later on today against Blaze, it bumps him up to 26, so he'll have more than 25. And Nife, if he's able to secure this win, tactical. Like, that's like 5 guys already.
Already on 25.
On 25 or more, which is crazy. So I think I agree with Money right there. And if it's just exquisite right now, man, you lose opportunity. And again with Josh bringing out the goalkeeper early and making a clutch save out of that one. 30 minutes to go. And he's certainly feeling himself right now. And he deserves all of the shouts in the world, man. He's played some really, really incredible FC today. And I think he can go back home with a lot of confidence, knowing that in the subsequent weeks to come, the respect on his name will change a little bit. The narrative on his name will change a little bit. For game with Josh, though, you know, he's still got it in him with these last 30 minutes. He's not somebody that you want to write off at all, because they have been massive performances where he's able to pull off massive comebacks. Could this be that one that gets him on the comeback trail? Yashin pulls up a big hand to parry that one away.
For game with Josh, that one would definitely look like a wasted effort, because if that one had gone in, the lead would have definitely been cut down to 2. Now imagine if for any reason game with Josh is able to pull a comeback, the celebration will be crazy. I am definitely here for that craziness. I'm not here for peace. I'm here for war and and as much cooking as possible. I just want to see a scenario whereby game with Josh might just have a chance to revert and sort of dish his own celebration.
I think when we saw Hanif earlier on today, he led by 2 at a point, and what he did was really great game management. If he leans towards that, I think this game is all said and done with about 25 minutes to go. And he's somebody that enjoys attacking so much. You know, he will still keep attacking till like the 80th minute, but that is the window. These last 15 minutes to the 80th minute is the window for game with Josh to still find it, because I believe if we get to 80th minute, and if we'll not be committing as much as he's committing now. So if you want to find spaces in behind him, it's sort of got to be now and try to cause him problems. There's Bonmati. And if again, just enjoying his FC right now and looking like a man who's in red hot form. Oh, it's crazy. Oh, Hanif to finish it off.
That's a penalty.
That's a lot of Joga Bonito right there from this man. And the smiles matching as well. He's enjoying himself. Maybe number 7. That's a weird penalty to concede.
I mean, absolutely no reason why the goalkeeper shouldn't be getting that one. But whatever the case is, this man is in free flow state and he's having a ball. He's having a good time. And I did mention earlier on about Khaleed, losing a little bit of that his boyish charm from the beginning of the competition. But now we're seeing Anife go into his boyish bag. Like really having fun with this one. It's really all fun and games for Anif right now.
Certainly, and I think that is the way you should be approaching the game. And I know it's much easier said than done when you're like a tight scenario. Enjoying it is quite difficult. But I tend to understand that guys who just play with that freedom, just knowing that they want to just come in and enjoy themselves, and that is just a game, even though you won't take it as a full profession. You got to understand that it's still just a game, and you
have to love your job anyways.
Expression of just joy. You are clearly playing at a very, very high level, but right now it's clearly showing in the way Anif is playing, just the confidence of him knocking it around. Look, game with Josh, I don't think has played extremely badly in this game. It's just Anif has just been way better. But for game with Josh, I said that he was also walking that tightrope, knowing that if he lost this game, this could spell trouble as you get another opportunity with Olise, takes down one with full hands. I mean, deficit back to 3, but with about 15 minutes to go, it will be quite tough to get back from this.
Yeah, absolutely. He has not done himself a whole lot of good, considered 2 penalties in one game. It does show that Anif is currently in his head and winning that mental battle. Whatever the case is, he has not really been at his best. Did a good job earlier on today against Bryce, but he couldn't do the job against Anife. No shame in that. There's another opportunity that will be coming on game week.
Shelling through on goal. Maybe something interesting to happen these last couple of minutes. He's cut it down to 2 people. Not 10 of the sets yet. Game with Josh. He's the man of the dramatic moments in the last few minutes. And he might just have something up his sleeve, and if he's got to be careful, I will see him knock it out at the back a little bit. 10 minutes is a lot of time in 9-minute house, I'm telling you.
Absolutely.
And I think this is the perfect time for Game with Josh to mount a comeback. Put the pressure on Anif and see if he can win back possession of the ball.
If he makes this one, because the lead down to 1, it would definitely make for an interesting end of the game. Because, I mean, at the moment, there's nothing to lose. You're currently losing by 2 goals, 2 goal down. If you can get 1 point out of this game, it would be such a huge performance. As you can see, that cross-field has given him so much joy across time, not really working this time around. And if you're going into that hyper game management mode where he would zigzag the balls across all the corners of the pitch and be able to effectively waste time. You see, there are game management, and there's what Anif is currently doing right now, and I absolutely love it. He's able to zigzag that one. As my goodness, Game with Josh just doesn't get this one in. You have taken that chance, it would have definitely become an interesting end to this game. There's about 7 or 8 minutes in, forcing the issue. Doesn't work this time around. He's in trouble now.
It plays on your mind a bit when you're making the comeback. I said this the same thing in that game that was pretty close. It plays on your mind, you knowing, okay, the time is not in my favor right now. It's kind of against me. You want to create attacks and create them quickly. It can force you to kind of rush decisions a little bit.
Just like you, yeah, exactly.
Like the sequence was great. Just the final pass into Shelling was just not good. Use the Shelling's run as bait, and you get a lot of other runners and other options to find. And Game with Josh unable to do that, but Anif keeps giving the ball away, and the window of opportunity still stays for Game with Josh, but he just can't capitalize off of that. I mean, credit to Anif though. When he gives the ball away, he's winning it back in a couple of seconds, so it's not really allowing Game with Josh settle and try to break down this defense.
Now, about 3 in-game minutes plus whatever it is we're going to see in extra time. It has been Anife doing the job and doing it properly. Now he has all the chance in the world to go into full game management. Decides not to do that one, and he might just consider another one. The goal defense was doing well, seemed so well earlier on. As I mean, for Game with Josh, he'll be looking at this one and biting himself. That the problem was he considered too many too early.
Exactly, the game kind of get away from him too early, and for Andy, he would be delighted about it. There he is once more. Olise, I mean, everybody thought he was going for the finesse, but it seemed like he found somebody else at that point. An incredible display of the maturity level, just the FC level from Anif, and the fact that the massive improvement level is also something that you've got to admire. It's just a huge salute to there. That is the final one, the final whistle going down with Anif securing important 3 points.
I would say 6 huge points, because this one definitely is 6 out of 6 for him today. Definitely takes him into the 25 points. I'm sure by the time we're going to be looking at the leaderboard, he should be around the 4th or 5th position, which is incredible in itself to believe, right from what we saw from the very get-go in the first opening weeks of Anif. But whatever the case is, this has been a good performance from the man. He and Tactical definitely doing himself a whole lot of good this one. And I think we can see our elevation might just be back in the mix for the action. We have seen 6 actions on stream. We have 2 more to go to wrap it up for today. And I hope you guys are having fun. Let us know in the comment section what you're thinking. The conversations have been going on and on and on. Let us know in the comment section what you think about the games. I want to hear from you guys. We cannot wait to hear from you guys. I'll be checking the comments, trying to see what you guys are saying about the games. What do you think about Anife? What do you think about Tactical? What point margin do you think will be required for some of these players to automatically be guaranteed 8 position? That's top 8, making top 8.
Yeah, it's quite difficult to pinpoint the number of points, but we'll find out how the table looks like at the end of today with 2 more rounds of action here to go. Don't touch that dial. It's still National Esoccer Pro League actions. back into the game from 12 yards scores. And we're back where it started.
The queen of the best ever national Esoccer League champion, Yemi.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. The best of the best players feeling the pressure and the nerves of Game 24.
My goodness.
Wow, what are we seeing? Bringing to you this live broadcast of this huge matchup. We got to see once more what the Challengers Cup is all about. It's being able to produce in the pressure cooker. And I love when players are nervous a little bit, where, you know, you get an opportunity to see them when they're under pressure. But just by impulse, you get to do something crazy.
We're back to action. Now we're about to play the golden goal for the grand finale of the Onile Grand Finale. Oh, we're just having an update. Oh, that is one of just one of not regret. We not regret this. Oh, yeah.
It looks like yesterday turned a whole new corner for him.
Yes, I mean a lot of confidence booster to be able to get that draw against Guru and to get it in that kind of fashion. It wasn't a ball draw, it wasn't a 2-2 or 1-1, it was a 6-6 draw, which tells you that that man did score a lot of goals. He took the fight to Guru, and then he got that he scored also, I think, high scoring that encounter against, oh my goodness, that one's an absolute fantastic move from Baloke. Baloke is refusing to go without a fight in this one. I think there's still so much game to happen in this particular match. We're going to see a whole lot of goals, possibly the same call we did see in the game between Khaleed Oy and Khaleed. And I think after that game, those two games, 34 points in one day, I think it's sort of as if he's confidence to another level. If he goes on to win this one against Baloke, his tallied with 7 points. It's going to lift him up a little bit and possibly make him tell himself, you know what, there's still a whole lot to play for.
That thing is
about 11 more games for you to play for, and you have 7 points. You might not be looking at winning anything, but at least you can see you can scrape your way into the top 8. I mean, he has played most of the top players already.
Yeah, surely he will give him some confidence in some sense, and picking up these points are indeed going to be vital. The job is not done yet, though. Still a chunk of the 45 left to play. Simply Uzo looking to ride off the wave of yesterday with some impressive performances. Baloke, I mean, Baloke has to be looking at this game as his potential way of also kind of bouncing back a little, because this against an opponent who has been struggling in the league just like yourself. And if it's going to be such a battle, we usually see relegation battles in so many sports. Like, and when those teams face off against each other, it's always tight. You can't understand why it is indeed tight for both of these guys to separate from each other. And right now, Simply Uzo doing a great job of currently holding on to the lead. You find Yamal, and he get one more twist in the tail. Yamal down the byline almost.
Attempts at Trivela from that angle. That was very, very tight. I think for Baloke,
we'll see. Just invited too much of the pressure. Gets it back.
My goodness.
It's a build to hold the finish.
My goodness. You can see that sigh of relief, a huge sigh of relief. For the first time, he didn't allow Quinones go in his head after he tried to cut back again and again. I mean, we did see again and again him trying to cut back into space because Quinones was really pressuring every single man that had the ball. But the very first time throughout this game that he forced the issue, he was able to get himself another goal. I think that was possibly opening up the game, because now I think he'll be looking at this as a different level and saying, you know what, if I can be able to force the issue, maybe I might get himself some well-desired performance or goals there.
With 15 minutes to go, this one, you definitely.
I'm playing Yemi, and that would be a very tough game because it's like a wounded lion. We have taken some L's and draws, so we're looking for the win to come back to like the top of the table.
Playing against Wally Vision is the top of the league currently. He's a very, very good player. I watched him play against Rise up until the second half of the game, and it looked very intense.
It all comes down to this, getting down to business when it comes to the National Youth Soccer Pro League. The players understand what is needed of them. In your shorts right there, you saw Elevation and Yemi tell you all about that big game about to happen. Previous weeks would have told you this was a top of the
very
table
tight game.
class. Can we call it that anymore?
Well,
especially with others bumping.
It's not a
on top of them.
mid-table clash. It's not a
Kind of,
mid-table clash.
which is quite
It's
surprising.
not. I mean, as it currently stands in terms of the leaderboard, you can see 7th and 10th mid-table clash.
It's crazy. It's crazy to even think of. Like 2 weeks ago, this was top of the table. Elevation was first. I believe Yemi was like 3rd or 4th at that point. And now all of a sudden, just stand on its head. And that's craziness of the National E-Soccer Pro League. We see how both of them are fared so far. The Elevation's 4 is just crazy to even comprehend. Just the fact that he went on like a 6-game winning streak. Since then, it just wasn't won in the last like 4 games, which is incredible. And I'm sure he'll be looking for a way to bounce back. But for Yemi, also dropping points today to Khaleed after that draw, that 5-5 draw. We'll be looking at this game as a restitution to maybe make his way back into the fold. Mind you, this one brought to you by Khaleed Esports, the main guys behind the National E-Soccer Pro League here inside Lagos, Nigeria. Also, Game Evolution Studios, making sure that we are well seated, we are well mic'd. Everything that you see on the productions, anything that you see on the broadcast, it's kind of courtesy of the production house Game Evolution. Of course, Game Pride IO, making sure that they help bringing this one out as well. Of course, our media partners, Esports Africa News, and we couldn't have done this without the backing of one of the governing esports bodies here, the Esports Federation of Nigeria. All of these bodies, of course, come together to form the National E-Soccer League, and it was a blessing last year. We also saw how it went down, and this year I'm just glad that a lot more people showed interest because, well, I remember as we kickstart this game, I remember last year after that final game where Farouk was able to pick up the win, I had like an interview with Farouk and I asked him, was this the best ever tournament he's played in, or was this the one that he's the most proud of? And he instantly said yes. So it tells you the magnitude of the National E-Soccer League. And I know you've been through almost it all when it comes to the competitive space here in Nigeria. Coming up the post early, Yemi. Trying to start strong.
We begin to see that a whole lot more there.
Exactly. You've been throughout it all when it comes to the competitive space in Nigeria. How big is the National E-Soccer League in the players' minds and in the audience views as well?
I mean, when we started the soccer league last season, I'm sure nobody really understood the magnitude of what we were doing. Nobody really saw the extent, the big picture. But after that whole win, after that whole run, the storyline that came across the entire 5 or 4 weeks of action, and we saw Farouk Mamzo pick up a famous league win against his opponent, Kill Africa, and every other person who was also in the mix for that one. After all of that, and the Onile, as you can see now, Yemi taking the lead against the Elevation. After that whole run, there was a shift in perception. The players now understood that, listen, this isn't business as usual. There is a build up to this. You're going to be facing not the regular cats, but hungry boys, people who are hungry for name, glory, fame, hungry to be called one of the very best to do it, who are hungry to be named in someone's all-time. And after all of that happened, we did see a change in the way people approach the Onile tournament. We were there together and Challengers Cup where we had over 70 or 80 people come in. The Onile tournament on its own had about, I think, maybe, because we had 12 local governments and about 60, 70 people participated across all local governments. So that tells you on a rough scale, at least 800 people competed for just that to get you 12 Onile champions. And seeing the Challengers Cup, now we're here at the Pro Leagues. This is definitely feeling like one of the very, in fact, is arguably going to be, after the next couple of years, one of the finest competitions to ever have been created in Nigeria esports space. And I think we will know this because across board you start seeing some of the African countries begin to sort of try and pick some of these models, pick it, understand it, and work with it going forward.
Exactly. I think it's really something good to emulate. I think Ghana did emulate it a little bit. Even though we went with the teams format, the whole league format, I'd say that maybe it was something that we picked up from Nigeria and we tried to model it our own way. So it's very, very important. And the fact that it happens every year, there's not a lot of continuity when it comes to tournaments in Africa.
Exactly.
Like, let's say a huge sponsor might come and organize a tournament. I mean, you speak about Integral.
Yeah.
Like, they were able to organize like a massive tournament, but it's difficult following it up because of our terrain. But the fact that KD Sports is doing this for a second time should tell you that there is continuity with the national squad.
And there's
something that you
plans
can look forward to. Yeah,
absolutely. As I'm talking to you right now, I'm very, very sure the team are already working hard to sort of walk around the Onile Esports, the third installment of that one. So for me, the players know that there's definitely going to be something to always want to grind for. And see, there are so many of, as you can see, Wolivation now gets himself an equalizer with the goalkeeper left in no man's land. I had no idea why the goalkeeper was trying to commit from that angle, but whatever the case is, he's got himself an equalizer. Listen, there's so much talents, so many talents that have been lost in transition because this didn't seem like a viable, consistent thing. We're talking about players that stopped grinding. We're talking about players that sold their consoles and now let me face life. You understand? They didn't see this as a consistent, integral part of life. But that's what Khaleed Esports has been able to change with the national Esoccer divisions across board. The Challenger, the Onile, the Pro Leagues, and now the Elite Division. As a player that, listen, if I'm in the Elite Division, I'm going to be playing at least twice a year. If I get relegated from the Elite Division, I have to go back and play the Pro Leagues. If I come from the Pro Leagues, I'm done with Pro Leagues, I go ahead and play again in the Elite Division. I'm going to be on TV. People are going to be seeing me do all of the type of work I do, and it's absolutely insane. It's something that is now I think about it, I'm like, what have we done? That's such a crazy.
Exactly. I think they've created a massive structure. And the fact that last year, immediately after the National Soccer League, we got to see Ghana versus Nigeria. I think it bumped it up to another level. The
absolutely.
fact that if you play top 4 in your country's league, you get to face your arch rivals and like maybe Ghana or Nigeria was in leading team. So a huge shout out to KD Sports for making this one happen. And there's the fact that it's the continuity that really kills me. There's the fact that every single year you can look forward to it. It's pretty important. Look, they are trying their best, KD Sports, I would say. But the thing is, they also need massive help and support from you. So if you know you're a huge, massive gaming enthusiast, even if you don't love gaming, you've just got to be here and help support the ways in which you can do that as Wolivation.
Wow.
Makes the comeback early on, finding that one with a low-driven finish right across the goalkeeper. Gets a sip of water and is back on track in this game. The ways in which you can help KD Sports are not much. It's not like they're demanding money from you or anything. Just head on to Play Store, Google Play, or App Store. Download the KD Sports app just to be kept in the loop with everything that's happening. Join our prediction polls when we are live. Join the live, share the live, subscribe to the channel. All of these things don't require any money out of your pockets. Just the fact that we want you to be a part of this journey that we are creating.
Absolutely.
The entertainment value, the drama that we're able to create around all of this is indeed incredible. And I'm saying this year now, it is more or less the journey that's really important. Because right now, Farouk, National Soccer League champion, I believe in the next couple of days, Farouk will be announcing something huge. He'll be playing in a massive tournament. And he only got that opportunity because of the National Soccer League.
Absolutely.
I don't want to announce it now, but then when it comes out official, Manny and I will discuss it here. He only got the opportunity because of the National Soccer League. So it tells you that they are not just playing for maybe prize pool or integrity here in Nigeria. The whole of Africa sees it, the whole of the world sees it. And in years to come, I think it could be a massive, massive look back on a lot of people's careers. Because look, when we go past, and I believe that's on side from Wolivation, time that to perfection to lead 3-1 and will.
That one was
quick interplay from Wolivation, and just like that, after going to go down early, it has kind of awoken a beast in him.
Yeah, we did talk about this one earlier on before the cameras cut to us earlier on today, where we, after that loss by Wolivation, where we said Wolivation cannot afford to lose this game. And for Yemi also, this is kind of a game where you cannot afford to lose. Now we're seeing Wolivation take the initiative, run with this, and a huge sigh from Yemi tells you he knows that this isn't the best place to be in at this point in time. I guess Wolivation, who is sort of dodged on his day in defense, is such like a stressful path to glory for you if you're a Yemi. And now both players who cannot afford to lose are now locking on Wolivation now is running away with this one. Yemi's in trouble.
Exactly. It's been a very interesting last couple of minutes. That's the entertainment value the National Soccer Pro League provides. Yemi do being in that mix of fighting for the top 8, I must say it's not easy at all. It's not under the microscope. Everybody's watching your game, and it makes it quite tough if you can handle the pressure at times. But knowing Yemi definitely embraces this type of pressure. He's in pole position again, trying to find a space for Wilson to shoot. And he does that in brilliant fashion. Yemi, for you people, like I say, attacking talent that's here in Division 2, I think it's through the roof, and Yemi certainly up there with the very best when it comes to guys who can attack right off the bat after conceding.
I mean, he's just someone who has had so much experience, and the crazy thing is, the run of Yemi has really started in FIFA 23. So that tells you the growth that man has, witnessed in the past couple years, and that tells you also the amount of hours put into grinding and into getting the best out of the FC career. And here you have Yemi again trying to get himself back into the conversations before halftime, while Elevation will be seeking to stop that one from happening. Here is a good chance by Elevation. He's really enjoyed using that first time through passes against Yemi, and that's what we spoke about when we mentioned the Son of God earlier on in the game he just had against Elevation, of course, about how that would have been interesting. Being able to quickly switch things up and use what is working in the game to your advantage would save you a whole lot of stress and would help you achieve your FC goals earlier than anything else.
Oh, certainly. Is that one on from Pedro Neto? Really tight, and it is so close. The match is very tight. But Yemi will take that every day, all day.
See, all that man needed to do was to just go into the formation setting, make 1 or 2 changes, and all of a sudden we're back into the frame of action. For me, Yemi is really talented. He just needs to have he needs to have a purpose to win. And that's one thing I feel like is missing so far so good. He's not had any trophy yet, any major trophy that will sort of cement his hard work and say, you know what, here's a reward for all the work you have been putting in. You can see that there's obvious talent, especially in the game against Khaleed, where it did seem like he was just not trying too much. Now he needs to have a reason to try so much and possibly receive the best.
What do you make of the new wave of FC players that Nigeria are seeing in the limelight now? I mean, we've seen so many years Adefola dominate the scenes, Imaji B in the mix, Mr. Oga dominate the scenes as well. What do you make of this new wave of the I mean, Farouk, you can say part of old wave and new wave, the likes of the killer freaks of this world, the let's say the elevations of this world, the Kinonexes of this world, the gurus of this world, where they are certainly like the new school of FC players. You think the future is promising for Nigeria FC sports?
Yeah, and I would say that because I feel like this time around they have more reasons to win, and they are coming in hungry. The competitions are much more than it used to be back in the day, where it was like, maybe a Red Bull or just one sponsor. You could see maybe 3-4 competitions in total at a high level across the year. Right now in Nigeria, we have about 4 or 5 competitions happening concurrently. These guys, they have every reason to always do their best and win. And I mean, for the players stepping up, doing their best right now, there's no better action than what is currently happening right now. The players are also hungry. Look at the KKs, look at the King Nonex. They have never tasted victory before. And now there's so much opportunities for them to taste victory, not just taste victory, change their lives, change the trajectory of their lives. We're talking about the unofficial movements currently happening with
Yemi back in the mix and back in the lead of this game. Impressive stuff from Yemi.
Absolutely impressive. Also talk about the Yemi, who I did say right now, it does look like he just needs a reason to win. Yes, we might have had some of those older players, FC players, I don't know if I can add, let me add Mitchell into those ones. The Boyds, the Mr. Oga, even Chooks Jr., the Adefola, the Image who has just retired. You know, they have seen a whole lot of battles, they have enjoyed a whole lot of progress and all of that. But some of these other players haven't yet had any of those. And now there's a whole lot of opportunities for them, and they are so hungry.
Exactly, really hungry. Another through ball comes in. Yemi might lead by 2. The use of the player lock was very precise on that occasion. That massive save from Donnarumma helping out Elevation. My Elevation is in danger of going 2 goals down, and you don't want that kind of scenario against a man like Yemi, and the type of SC is playing is difficult to come back from. Look at that run all the way from the back. Yemi does well to track, and Mayulu getting back in position and getting back in space. There is that conversation of can esports sustain you at times, and I always go back to the fact that I have this conversation on with Wonder Kid on the VGA Sports. You can check out the YouTube channel VGA Sports and check out that interview. And I was asking him the fact that he's played this esport for this long. He's been in the scene for this long, like 8 years plus, probably even more than 10 years. I was asking him, how does he survive on just esports? And the fact that he's been in and among winning tournaments almost every single time, Yemi, close to finishing.
You know, I was going to ask.
Last ditch attempt and it clears it away Van der Ven.
I was going to ask why the players weren't attempting the lob throws and the lob shots, and I think now I have my answer.
Because if you had gone finesse there,
that would have
gone
going
quicker into the post. But
absolutely,
this one's so slow, it allowed Van der Ven, who we know has got the pace. To just recover. So back to that conversation about Wonder Kid, I will see how Elevation is able to handle this situation. The fact that he's been able to maintain the last 10 years playing in. If you listen to that interview carefully, he said right after finishing school, he never took money from his parents again. The only thing that has seen him through life is through gaming.
That's interesting.
Through tournaments, sponsorships. I mean, you know, in Africa here, the side bets also come to play.
Yeah.
Like all of those things coupled into one. And now, of course, he's entering into streaming as well. So we'll see the content creation side of things and what the
sort
impact
of trying to give him a different source.
So like, just that alone should be a little bit of an inspiration. And now the opportunities that keep arising, like Mandy was saying, there's like 5-6 tournaments always happening around, and it's pretty vital that the players do understand this dynamic of where we are currently within our esports ecosystem.
And you're looking at players like Khaleed who have sort of given gaming a different meaning now with their streaming. Players like Rhymes who have been streaming a whole lot more, and other players, even down to some of the streamers who also play games, maybe not at this level, but sort of give it a different view, you know. And there's an emerging market. There's a whole generation that is not really outgoing, but they just love to sit down and watch some entertainment, just like the FC we can see right now with Yemi trying to force that one beyond the goalkeeper on that near post action. So I think for me, if there's any time when the younger generation coming up should give themselves a whole lot of room to grow and force the issue for themselves, it is now.
It is indeed certainly now. I mean, you can let us know what you think about where the space with which esports is in Nigeria and Ghana, Africa right now. We know we are not where we want to be yet, but the journey is an interesting one to kind of look back on. And I always say this: the train of esports is moving. You've got to join the train now, or it could just go past you. Make sure you're following everything esports if you're a huge gaming enthusiast. And even if you're not, you want to be a part of the community, this is the place to be. If you're still not subscribed to the YouTube channel KD Sports, hit that subscribe button. Hit the bell for post notification when we go live. You want to be a part of this massive action that we've got for you. Dunga. Right on the head of the area as well. Elevation looks to force the issue and potentially get an equalizer. Once more, Neto is ranting to Kaelini on that end as we're approaching the last 20 plus minutes to go here in this game with Yemi still in cruise control right here. But he knows deep down that one goal margin against a guy like Elevation might just not be enough, and that's why he keeps pushing for another one. Shelling's attempt on the left-hand side being blocked in his track.
Both players knocking on each other's door. Elevation again and again trying to go through the middle, while Yemi has been trying to expose that left hand. And now Elevation might just be the one to top poke it in. And you see this one, how much it means to him. The man tries to calm himself down by drinking a little bit more water. That has been one of his match rituals ever since he has debuted on the network.
Well, we spoke about the 6-pointer games. There's Rhymes and Dadaboy in another 6-pointer, because we said that Rhymes and Dadaboy were kind of close to each other on that table.
Very,
Rhymes
very close.
Needing a massive bounce back. Maybe that game could be his bounce back. He's currently leading by 4-2 against Outlaws. Dadaboy, we know Rhymes has just not been the best of the last 2 weeks for him. Today has also kind of gone down for him as he did lose earlier on. But this could be a very, very important one. I mean, in this trajectory, he's able to pick up 3 points.
Yeah, especially for him against Dadaboy, because we did expect that at the end of today, Dadaboy will possibly be making his way into the top 8. So for you to be able to stop Dadaboy from getting into that top 8 sort of helps you your own self by giving you more way to get into that top 8 conversation. So yeah, that's why we called it a 6-pointer game. And right now, it's Rhymes who is currently winning with 6 points. in terms of course, what it means for Dada Boy, because Dada Boy is definitely going to be going there. That means there's more space for Rhymes to go into it. But a huge win for Rhymes if he's able to get that one over the line. As you can see, Wallivation now trying to knock on that door even more and more. It wouldn't be a great day for Yemi if he goes with 2 draws out of a possible 6. But whatever the case is, it's been 2 huge games. Khaleed and Wallivation back to back for Yemi.
Well, surely, I'm not sure I'd be too happy if he just gets 2 out of a possible 6, especially the fact that he was in leading positions in both of them. I'm sure that's one that might just be disappointing on his end, especially with how he played in the first couple of weeks here at the National Esoccer Pro League. Yemi Do has some defending to do, and that's some great movement from Wallivation.
Buries it! And he buries it neatly.
Very good move and a very good finish to back it up as well. Wallivation, the man who's had a torrid time the last couple of weeks. He had 6 wins on the trot, then followed up with about 3 straight losses. It's not just been his day the last couple of game weeks. And he's showing you that he'll keep putting in the work. And this is what we talk about. One-touch passing and just making good use of the spaces. Caroline Sega buries that one. And Yemi, after leading earlier on, now has to face the difficulty of playing a Wallivation with a lead with 10 minutes to go. That is a tricky Wallivation to go up against.
Yep, absolutely. A Wallivation who knows how to hold on to the ball. But you did talk about how desperation brings out the best in players. Let's see if the desperate Yemi will definitely give us something crazier than we have noticed for him. 10 minutes on the clock, plus whatever it is we're going to get in extra time. Let's see how this one turns out for both players. Yemi currently trying to get himself back into the action while the Wallivation is leading by 1. Here's Yemi. Transition move. Quick passing around. Here's the run. Oh, wow. Ball is in the no man's area, but I mean, we're looking at how many passes were happening. Too many runs going in.
So many runs going on. Credit to Wallivation to be able to keep up, to be honest with you. Because it was time. Manny and I were trying to squint our eyes where the pass was exactly going to land. That's how difficult it is to kind of know how some of these players are thinking in these moments. Wallivation, 5 minutes away from what would be a big 3 points. He's just been going on this losing streak, which I'm sure he'd want to stop. The bleeding too, and this could be the moment.
Oh, that goalkeeper caused so while Wallivation had a whole lot of space just at the left of the goalkeeper, decides to go where the goalkeeper is. But man, the pressure does get to you sometime. And it's fair to say it did get to Wallivation in that moment.
If I'm Yemi in this position, I'm saying, you know what, the FC goats are on my side. If he has missed that chance, the FC goats might be on my side. The next attack, they might be on my side to get me a win.
That is the absolute way to go about it. Sometimes this game is all about
he should be finishing an opportunity like this.
So good.
He's waiting out so well.
I mean, the goalkeeper was totally off. Totally had no business getting anywhere near that one. But whatever the case is, he has an opportunity from this corner kick. Wallivation, can he get himself another goal? The next goal will definitely seal this one out and ensure he goes home with something from this one. If he does get countered from this one, it might be problematic. Let's see the decision he decides to make.
You just get the look on Wallivation's face. You can tell a man who's very, I mean, I'd say a lot of players get nervous in these situations, but it just tells you that they care about what is going on. And for Wallivation, desperately does not want to give the ball up right now. So you see maybe a little bit of time management technique being put to use right now. We'll see if he can hold on to it. There's Mayulu as Yemi keeps pushing. That's a great way to take some time off the clock or potentially seal the game. Chiellini comes up clutch with a huge save. Now the sequence of offense has got to be good from Yemi. Does he have one more final great possession in him? Del Piero will send the runner. There goes Shelling. Yemi in space to work with as the defense crowds him around. Wallivation doing everything in this part to prevent Yemi from coming back in this game. Shelling. It has to be perfect now. 2 minutes plus other time to go. Not a lot of options to find. And for Yemi, it's difficult to hold on to this. Gafu on the byline the last 5 minutes.
This is absolutely
straight
insane.
possession for Yemi, and he just doesn't want to give it up. Now referee just adds plus 2 minutes over the time. It's now never another attempt blocked. Fortunately for him, it bounces.
Oh!
Defense. And for Wallivation, that block right there will feel like a goal. At least seconds away from breaking the losing duck. It's not been easy at all. This man has had to go through a lot of emotions, and that will be enough for him. That's a huge sigh of relief. Well, elevation, it shows on his face. He literally went through the ringer right there.
I mean, for Yemi, the question would be, how did I get this wrong? Twice I've been in winning positions, and I ended up, blowing these huge leads. Not a good way to begin week 5, which is the business end of this competition. After this one, we have just 2 more weeks to go, but there's still so much action to come your way. Yemi must be feeling so many type of emotions, but for your elevation, this is job well done.
Certainly ecstasy for elevation, and I believe he deserved it in the approach to the last 10 minutes of the game. It was excellent. The defensive intensity really picked up from, see how the last possessions was very close to getting to Yemi when he got into those finesse angles was truly amazing, and that's what we expect from a top level player. Well, elsewhere it seemed like Rhymes also really
doing the
gingered
business.
up. 5 goals to 2 is up against that boy. Seemed like that guy is also ready to pick up some massive points. Well, that was 7 rounds of action. We've got 1 more coming up for you. Another very interesting one. I believe Mr. Oga is in action. We'll see who he plays next. Stay tuned. Still, you have to call it a close shave, a close battle. It has been end-to-end so far. I mean, I'm sure many will agree with me that it's difficult picking who'd go on to win this game, because both of them have had very good opportunities to go on and win this. But in transition like this, and if it's a different beast, look how quick the passes is coming, and he could have found space. But credit to Kinonix though, didn't panic at all, held his own and really crammed out the space as Anif unsuccessful on that attempt.
Listen, I'm not even in the cockpit. I'm not even the one with the pad, but the pressure is getting to me.
The intensity of the game is kind of rising a little bit.
It's just at another level. Players are switching, making their 1-2 passes. It is so quick. The hand to brain coordination right now. I can only imagine what it looks like for all of the players. The one defending Kinonix and for
just the organization at the back from Kinonix, I think, has been very good. You look at his switching as well. Not as many times would you see that there's a 1v1 situation between a center back and an attacker. I mean, we saw that scenario yesterday.
10 million naira in prizes are up for grabs.
On the break to possibly seal it all. Ended in perfection, and Chooks with the Akuma look on his face. Oh my God. Medicine. Champion EAFC 25, Killer Freak.
From everyone that competed today, whether you won or lost, your presence today has contributed to the growth of esports in Africa. Let's keep the spirit of Cage24 alive, share, post, and have a good night. Thank you.
All right, it's been an amazing day so far. Some very good FC action to enjoy. Well, we've got one more coming for you. You know, here usually we have our starter, the main dish, and a little bit of an appetizer. We are going to the appetizer, some sweets to kind of soften your day. We told you the weekends, this is the best place to be when it comes to entertainment. We've got a banger on our hands. Mr. Oga dropping points earlier, losing in that big fashion against Keke. He's taking on somebody who feels like he's a rejuvenated player in Sound of God. I think it should be a very interesting game. How do you think that one is going?
This is definitely going to be one for the ages because I particularly love the resurgence of Son of God, and I think going up against a wounded lion like Mr. Oga in this moment where Mr. Oga will be looking at, I didn't do anything near. I was in the group chat earlier and I saw Mr. Oga was like, KK said it was too easy, and he was pained about it. But like this might be an opportunity for him to respond back to KK. But going up against a Son of God who did fantastically well against Olivation. All I can tell you guys is I'm here for the goals, I'm here for the action, and I can't know. We look at what the head-to-head looks like right now with Mr. Oga. 8 wins up against 6 wins for Son of God with 2 draws each, 2 losses and 5 losses for Son of God. You can see the position in the league. Mr. Oga third on the table. Son of God currently in the 8th position. He would not want to lose out on that one. And you can see Mr. Oga will be looking how he can get back, maybe even if it's second position. So for me, for both these players, it will be looking very, very interesting going forward.
Exactly. It's a tight one to look at, especially after Mr. Oga dropping those points. If Mr. Oga in this 6-pointer is able to lose and not gain a single point today, I think it's a key one to look at that could really affect him in the long run, because guys like KK have made massive leaps. Guys like Tactica all of a sudden are in a title race. So it's quite a tricky one for Mr. Oga. He needs to pick it up. We said he played slow against KK earlier on. Well, he needs to be fast against the rejuvenated Son of God. Speaking of being fast, this is lightning quick of a start from Mr. Oga. 4 minutes in, he registers his first goal of the game through Totti. And the offense was indeed quick. I think Manny will certainly be proud of that one, especially after how he spoke out of, about him being slow against KK.
Definitely, this is the type of game and the type of performance I'm looking forward to. I did already expect this one. Every single time on the broadcast, we have had some of these clashes as the last game on the stream. It's always been a banger, so I don't expect anything less from this one. Mr. Oga starting this one with a whole lot of intent. Let's see how much he can be able to provide us in terms of the all-round entertainment across board today. He is on the hunt for the second goal. Here is it. Trying that a lob through pass didn't go this time around, and now it is Son of God's opportunity to create something out of this one. It's been very end-to-end anyways. In the beginning of the game, both players, they look like we're going to be having a whole lot of attempts in the 18-yard boxes of each of them, and they're going to be having lots and lots of goals being scored in today's game. Here's Son of God. The quick passing he has picked up lately just doing him so much well, so much good, but this time around he doesn't make the right decision, and he doesn't get what he wants out of this one. Here, Mr. Oga. Oh, the passing from Mr. Oga. My goodness, this is incredible.
This is a type of zip passing, quick passing we're speaking about in that first game, which we weren't seeing too much. And he's getting back to his old form, and there's that little nod right there tells you
this is it.
Into that groove, and Son of God has got to be careful. Can't allow Mr. Oga to take full control of this game. You have to be able to fight back, and I believe he's got what it takes to be able to fight back. We'll see how the next 80 in-game minutes do dash pan out in this one. Hugh Hernandez for Son of God, and he loses possession again. I mean, you've got to be careful now. You're treading dangerous waters as the confidence keeps oozing for Mr. Oga. Mr. Oga now pushing in that position. Oga just losing possession of that ball once more, but Son of God's ball security just not been the best as we speak currently, and in moments like this you don't want the game to get away from you, or else the lead becomes insurmountable and it's impossible to come back from.
Absolutely good work there by Mr. Oga. You can see I did mention earlier that we'll now be saying if a Son of God can do well against a wounded lion like Mr. Oga, but it does seem like the wounded lion is out for blood today, and he is currently on the hunt as he goes for the third cut back. This one from behind the striker. That is insane work there by Mr. Oga.
Well, we said he needed to start fast, and it's been lightning fast, my friends. It's been 16 minutes of blistering action here from Mr. Oga. Wow. If you're speaking about ways to come back after having a poor performance in your first game, this is the way. This is the blueprint to follow. Certainly putting on an incredible show here, the former integral champion. Wow. Every single attack of his has looked like it's been well worked out, it's been planned, it's been methodical as well. But Son of God certainly not giving up anytime soon. That's a massive opportunity for him to take full advantage of any misses. Wow, you can't afford to not be converting opportunities like those, especially after how Mr. Oga starts this game. Son of God has got to be careful in the next couple of possessions. There he goes again through Abili.
While this is happening, we're going to be giving you guys an update on the game between Bright and Badger Senior. That one is currently happening in the background. We're going to be giving you an update on that one. Bright did lose earlier on today to that was game with Josh in a game that ended 9-6, a 15-goal thriller, crazy event. While Badger Senior did have that elusive 3 points come straight back to him after a whole week of proper loss. Now you can see both players trying to play for the other 3 points. Badger Senior, if he's able to get 3 points against maybe 6 points at the end of the day, will do him a whole lot of good confidence-wise compared to what we have seen consistently across board. Son of God holding on. Yes, it does look like a huge lead, but if there's anything that this competition has taught us is that it doesn't really matter as long as you are still in the contention of a 3-goal, 4-goal lead. There is a whole lot of hope for you, especially with the amount of time left on to play for. Here is Mr. Oga now holding on. Son of God might be in trouble. Yes, he is firmly in trouble now.
4-0. Yeah, Mr. Oga is certainly a man on a mission. I think is, you know the crazy thing, Mr. Oga played in like the second game of the day. Has had to wait for like 2-3 hours to play.
Absolutely.
And you can tell that him sitting down, it's kind of
allowed him time to see.
Really.
Then I think this is not the first time we're seeing him as the first and last game on the stream. And for me, it's always been consistent quality. Yes, the game against the first game today was not the best of games for him, but this is a perfect response if there is any response needed by that man.
Oh, surely. Mr. Oga, he's just exquisite at this point. He's running away with it.
And you can see
minutes in his 5.
Son of God has no idea what just hit him right now. Son of God has absolutely no idea what just hit him. That is craziness personified. That is craziness at another level.
Massive performance from Mr. Oga to keep that dream of potentially winning the whole thing alive. Wow. It's indeed crazy. And for Son of God, I just don't see how he comes back from this game in the manner in which Mr. Oga will just capitalize off of a 5-goal lead, and momentum boost he'd have from this is just crazy.
The crazy thing is, even after the 5th one has gone in, he doesn't look like he's stopping anytime soon. But this time around, Son of God gets himself 1 goal back in. That one was neatly worked, very well worked, and possibly a consolation or finding a chink in the armor there of Mr. Oga. But whatever the case is, it is 35 minutes on the clock, about 10 minutes left in the first half. An opportunity for Marvel to sort of reduce that gap and sort of bring it to 3, where it will be more respectful going into the second half if he wants to get anything out of this game. That is. Is it just in the way Marvel or Son of God is approaching the defending? He's sort of a little bit laid back. He's not on the front foot and giving Mr. Oga a whole lot of time to play around this one. As you can see, Son of God sort of now trying to turn it up in style. Oh, the goals do change the games, and my goodness, 2 goals in the couple minutes. I think it's about 5 minutes since that first one went in. The goals has totally changed this one.
Money, I think if we see a 5-goal comeback, that would be the. And we've seen insane things here in this league. That would be the craziest. I think goals are number one for me. I can't even fathom it because it's crazy to think that those 2 quick goals from Son of God has totally changed it. But the experience of Mr. Oga lets him know that he cannot afford to lose possession of the ball. And it's a lovely way goal. I mean, we get to see another glimpse of it. Quick passing into space, and
how do
that
you even
through
defend
ball
this?
is very, very good.
How do you even defend it? This is a game of chances, of moments, and I tell you that there is no better chance you've seen today than this one that was created by Son of God as he goes on another run.
He's just playing like a man with a little bit of a different lease. In 9 minutes house, if a 5-goal lead is not safe anymore, then I believe there's no safe lead out there. Because, I mean, Stoga got off to a flying start, 5-0, but he could make it one more lead here.
Oh, gets himself a 4-goal lead back.
That one is important, very, very important. Just to like calm the nerves down a little bit, make sure he gets back that mojo, the confidence back that, you know what, he's still in cruise control, and Son of God still has a very long way to get back into this game.
I mean, especially with the fact that this is just right on the edge of halftime. Getting yourself a 4-goal lead after you had it cut down to 3 on the edge of halftime would do him a whole lot of good than he possibly can imagine right now. Here's this one as he went through with Olise ball roll. You knew that was going to be very beyond the goalkeeper. That one gave Mr. Oga the 4-goal lead.
Just on the end of that box. And if he gets one more before halftime, that should potentially seal it and kill all hopes of Son of God coming back, and he gets it. That's quite a very awkward goal to concede. And the frustration clearly shows from Son of God. It's a goal that he's not happy about at all because it kind of ricocheted into the area. He felt like he had committed enough to win back that ball. But that ball was bouncing everywhere, and Mr. Oga taking full advantage of that one. It's a tough one to concede, Manny. I mean, we've played FC before, and there are some goals where you consider and be like, yeah, please now. How far now?
Yeah, I beg now.
like how far? It's tough. It's tough to concede, and especially when the margin is already huge. Now it's another 5-goal margin. He had cut it down to 3. In a matter of minutes, it's 5 again. It just becomes impossible to come back from, and you kind of feel for him in these types of positions.
I mean, you do need sometimes a little bit of luck, but also you do make your luck because Mr. Oga was able to find himself in that position. That was the only reason why he was able to take advantage of that bounce back and definitely getting himself that 5-goal lead back in that one. Now the onus is on Son of God to continue this one the way he did in that 30th, 35 minutes moments where he had all working together for him, and see if he can possibly take something out of this one, as Mr. Oga will see if he can compound his woes with another goal as he goes in. My goodness, 6-goal difference. Sometimes it just, I mean, you can see with Son of God smirking a little bit. It's just one of those moments where you just have to resign yourself to the fate that this one is one of those days where it possibly isn't your best day.
Certainly, it's just we get out of it. I think that goal that he conceded, in the manner in which the goal went, it kind of broke his spirits a little bit. Sometimes when he does say goals does change games. I think this one it breaks the confidence of players as well. It's a tough one to concede on that. And 50 minutes gone, 6-goal margin. It's tough. And for Son of God, it's going to be really tough, especially from the way he bounced back to win today. It's tough losing in this fashion.
I mean, looking at it, I think the only person who got 6 points today is Anif. Every other person had 3 points, and that was all. Unless maybe we might see another 6 pointer from Baji Senior. Anif is the only one who seems to have gotten 6 full points today. And I mean,
we saw what those 6 points did for him. 25
Absolutely.
points, that's massive.
25 points, taking him all the way down to 4th or 5th position, depending on where some of the other players today finish. After the end of this one, as you can see, that little bit of luck not just working for Son of God. Any other day, that one is lodging into
You know
the
how
net.
earlier on I was speaking about Mr. Oga's lack of performances and wins against the big players. I think this is potentially one that you could look back on and say, you know what, this is a big win against a very good player in Son of God. Another through ball coming in, Shelling trying to get there, but this could be a statement win across. And now this one sends that signal. That's a huge opportunity, I believe. Son of God giving away. And if we go back to that goal, he's got to be careful. And I knew 9 was going in. Son of God just give the ball away cheaply. and it ended up being a beat down from Mr. Oga. Proper beat down, and it sends the message. I think this statement of a win, the fact that you can bounce back after losing to KK and fashion this type of win, it clearly sends the message out there that, you know what, he's not only gunning for top 4, he really has his eyes set on try to win the whole title. And I believe guys like Kinonix, guys like KK, guys like Guru, guys like Tactical, and if we all get that message loud and clear that, you know what, Mr. Oga is not anybody to joke with.
I mean, he's still maintaining that second spot. I think that's one of the best things he's doing for himself. While KK is still needing to play that extra game in hand for him to see if he can make anything happen. As you can see, the update, Baji Senior currently leading by 2-1 against Bright. That one looks very, very interesting and juicy as it starts. That is the latest update we have for you guys in that game. While we see Mr. Oga totally decimate Marvel. In fact, going into this one, we didn't expect to see more of this type of play from Mr. Oga, from Son of God himself, with the way he started out that action. I mean, but what he has been doing so far, it's been more Mr. Oga than Son of God. I mean, Mr. Oga has really turned up in style, and the craziness is something that I have not witnessed so far so good from this man himself. What a turn, what a move. Every single thing he's doing right now is like it's perfection.
Well, certainly. I mean, we did say this one was going to be more or less like our appetizer or the sweet. It seemed like Mr. Oga, he wasn't here for anything sweet at all.
No, this one is sweet tooth.
He wasn't here for
when you have too much sugar.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's just too much spice, too much sauce from Mr. Oga, reminding us of the brilliance of this man. I mean, we've had our conversations about who the actual goats of the Nigerian FC scene is, and I believe Mr. Oga believes he's probably like top 5 or top 10. You think him winning this league at this age, and the fact that he's played this long, if he goes on to win the whole of the Division 2, you think it makes his claim even better of being like a top 5 all-time player?
I mean, okay, so if he does win the Elite Division, I'm definitely.
I mean, if he wins the Elite Division,
he's definitely. You can see the comments asking someone what is going on. Listen, he's up against a wounded lion who is desperate for a statement win and a statement piece, and this is no other better way than to do it like this. For me, winning this one definitely confirms that he's definitely in that top 10 conversation. Winning the Elite League will make him absolutely top 5. In terms of what he has done, how he has done it, and I mean, if he goes on to win this and the Elite Leagues, don't worry, leave it for him. Top 5. Top 5.
Indeed. You know when we're having the conversation of Ghana vs Nigeria, who from this division could potentially be the top 4 for Ghana vs Nigeria, where someone gave a huge shout to Mr. Oga, and I was saying, you know what, maybe he could be your experience head. I mean, where you kind of disagreed with me on that a little bit. Does this performance kind of convince you?
So the thing is, for me, I do know he has this performance in his locker. The question is, can he continuously bring these ones out of the book? His preference, I would say, his preference has always been the measured FC, the way you are building up slowly. You know, just that's Oga in a nutshell. But this Oga we're seeing today is not the kind of Oga we see every day. As you can see, Wonder Kid say Mr. Oga to the Vex.
I mean, from one OG to another.
I mean, that tells you paying the man a lot of respect. As you can see him, a 9-2. Definitely has done justice to this one with about 20 or in-game minutes left. There's nothing else for Son of God out of this one. Everybody go collect. That is from Trico. And I believe so that we've seen it today. The only person so far who has taken 6 points off everybody's and there were days when he collected his own.
Exactly. I mean, we have no unbeaten players in the National Esoccer Pro League. Unlike last year, where of course Farouk went unbeaten and Akil Afrika also went unbeaten until the final day. This one has been much more tougher, much tighter. It's been incredible to enjoy and see the action on display and just the talent level that Nigeria has got on display. And it always begs the question, the fact that because we don't get to see this a lot more often, that's a cramped tackle right there. Because we don't get to see this more often, people tend to look down on countries like maybe Nigeria or Ghana because they don't get the opportunities on the big stage. But tournaments like this just get to show everybody that, you know what, if you harness this type of talent, it could really do well for you. Well, Baji Senior, wow, is having an incredible match week 5. Speaking of players who've taken 6 points, it's like Baji Senior is on the way as he's leading 4 goals to 1 against Bright.
Interesting that every single time we have a player as the face of the week, it does look like they turn up. We did have that with Baloke in week 3, I believe, and it does look like they just turn up to the absolute max. As you can see, Son of God really tried to run down the time and sort of stifle the embarrassment a little bit
I
if
mean,
he must.
a little bit of damage control at
Yeah.
some point. He knows goals are going to be important, and I think this could maybe affect him in the long run if there's like a tie a little bit.
Absolutely.
When they'll need something like this.
He's
to
considered
qualify
some
for top
really
eight.
heavy defeats over time. He did concede that at 10, I believe, against
I mean,
King Onyx.
we've got an interesting comment from Wegama. Says winning elite makes him the GOAT, not top 5. He already has a couple titles to his name. Wow.
So I would disagree because you have the people who we have in the top 2 have actually won serious titles themselves. We have the Adefola, we have the Mitchell. Mitchell at some point was one of the most decorated Nigerian player with the titles. I mean, Mitchell at the point, I think he won 4 titles a whole year. You have Adefola, who has won again and again and again. We have Farouk Mamzo, who has also won again and again and again. Winning this one would definitely make him in that conversation top 5. Maybe I would give him a.
But in your
Fourth.
opinion, now he's not top 5.
No, now he's not.
I think Wegama definitely disagrees. I mean, I love it when it comes to positions like this, and I believe guys like Mani have a clear view of what the top 5 is. A Son of God gets one back. Because back in Ghana, I also have like a clear view because I've seen the esports growing. Mani has also been here throughout the whole of the way. But I mean, everybody's entitled to their opinion.
Absolutely.
I remember the last time you asked him, Mr. Oga, he believed he was in top 5.
Yeah.
So I mean,
of course,
you've got to have the confidence.
yeah,
if you're the
that's
player,
number one thing. Like what my goodness, this one keeps going even worse for Bright as he currently is losing by 5.
Is it that Bright only gets to play against
just-
Giants and MP4? Because I was calling the Giants there. Is it because maybe Bajisina has not been playing well, so he doesn't really come to the party in these types of
You can
games?
also call him Giant Killer and Feeder. But whatever the case is, Bajisina is having an incredible game week 5. 6 points out of 6. Interesting week for him. Maybe the pressure has sort of cooled off his shoulders a little bit and has allowed him the opportunity to come and express himself a little bit more in today's game. But that is what we have on the action. Now, going back into the conversations, yes, everyone is entitled to their opinion, so I love to have this kind of conversation with some of these players. And for me, I would say the fact is, yes, time has not really played the best role for Mr. Oga, because towards the tail end of his career, I don't know if he's going to be doing this for the next 5 years. That's when all of the structures have started coming in and all of that. And some of the other players in the next couple years are also going to have the opportunity to also come in, and it will make more names, lay more. As you can see, that show of respect there from Marvel and Mr. Oga. Marvel possibly asking, what was on today? What did I do to offend you? However, but yeah, for me, looking at Mr. Oga as an entity, I definitely think if he had more years and more time to commit to the game, he's definitely going to be having those conversations where we're possibly looking at him as an all-time top 3. You know, in the all-time records, there's always this. I would say there's the GOAT and there's the top 2, top 3, top 5. Right, just like in regular football, where you have Messi, Ronaldo, or anybody you could choose who your GOAT is. But if you're telling across board, the top 2 are both of these players, and then there's the top 3, where sometimes we have Neymar, we have some of the other players. That whole conversation happening. But I love the fact that he's taking all of the opportunities being placed in front of him. We did mention earlier on, it's about winning what is in front of you. If he wins the pro leagues, we'll start looking at him as, you know what, you have confirmed your stay in the top 10. For me, if he wins the elite division, top 5. If he goes on to win any other title after that and even more, we'll start looking at him like, you know what? Hey, maybe
he is indeed the
maybe
GOAT.
he is indeed the GOAT, right? So it's all about performance. It's all about doing what is in front of you.
Well, speaking of performances and doing what is in front of you, he did the job today. A big win after that earlier loss for Mr. Oga, and that's a huge one. To wrap us up for today, Bright also going down a heavy beating to Bajisina. It's been an incredible day of massive results. Overall, and I'm sure the team is working on the leaderboard to give us, and of course, all the scores that went down today. But it's been an incredible, match week 5, day 1 so far. We appreciate everybody that has been tuned in as we get into the last 10 minutes of this action. Manny, you're speaking a lot about top 10s. Off the top of your head, don't give me according to any order. Off the top of your head, who do you think should be in the top 10? Like,
I think Boyd should be there.
Boyd should be in top 10.
I think Mitchell should be there.
Mitchell should be there. That's 2.
Yeah, I think Fola, Killer
3.
Freak.
Killer Freak, as of now,
Yeah.
even though it's been a very short career, or you think it's been so successful that he should be there now?
Yes, that's the thing. Like, he's had such a short run, yes. But I think with Killer Freak coming into play, it sort of forced every other person to upped their game with the way he came in. I mean, Farouk Mamzo have been here for a while. Everyone sort of had that respect for Farouk Mamzo. Okay, it's Farouk Mamzo. He's an incredible talent. But Khilafi came in with such personality, such attitude, such panache that it sort of forced every other person to say, you know what, if this guy can really like play like he's not even African at all. Like sometimes you watch Kid Africa, you wonder, are you sure this is a Nigerian player? Are you sure this is an African player playing? It does look like some of the guys who have
and the type of tournament is won. Remember the big one, Cage 24, when
exactly.
that one was huge for him as well.
I mean, he's not spent up to 3 years in the scene, and he has already won 3 titles himself, 3 titles, been in multiple finals already, where he did lose out to the eventual winners. It was such a small, slim margin. So for me, in the top 10 right now, he's there.
You know, before Manny finishes the top 10, in the chat right now, if you are familiar with the Nigerian esports team, just tell me 10 guys, not according to any crazy order. If you want the order, you can put it there for me before we enter this broadcast. Let me know your top 10 Nigerian FC players of all time. So for you, we've got Mitchell,
we got Boyd, we got Farouk Mamzo, Adefola, Khilafi.
That's 5.
I have Mr. Oga, I have
6,
Imaji,
7,
I have Arogs.
8.
This is where it now gets interesting.
so you're looking for your last 2 players, right?
No. I think there's room to fit in some more players. The question is, I'm going to be picking Okoye. Okoye, who's no longer in Nigeria. He had an amazing time out when he was here. I think we did speak earlier on, couple weeks ago on Instagram. It was such a crazy and interesting moment. He's no longer in Nigeria. Arogs and Okoye, yes, left the scene about 3 years ago, but their impact still being felt this heavily. Now, so I'm looking for the last player that's going to be making my top 10. I'm going to be looking at. I have Imaji, correct?
Imaji.
I think I put Imaji here.
I think you put Imaji already. Last player.
Off the top of my head, this is where it gets interesting. I'm trying to figure out who deserves that spot. Yeah. Nobody comes to mind right now, so I possibly will keep that one till sometime else.
I mean, man, you see that guys disagree with you. This one from Holistic. He says the guys that you're putting in that top 10 list, in his opinion, he feels like they're not consistent.
I mean, we're talking about all time people who have done it.
Yeah.
Across board.
Yeah, but the thing is, you know,
you're looking at Fola right now, who has had possibly bad 2 years, and you say he's not consistent, but he's been consistent for 10 years. Yeah. Fola came onto the scene at 16, maybe in 2016, 15 or something, and he has won over 20 trophies before we even got here. Like, if you check Fola's trophy cabinet, it is laden with trophies. Imagine now.
I mean, is he outside the most decorated FC player?
Absolutely. Right now in Nigeria, the most FIFA FC combined.
Wait, out of all of the tournament Farouk has won, he's still not close?
Absolutely not. I don't think Farouk has won about up to 7. I stand to be corrected. I don't think he has yet won up to 7. But I want to tell you, Fola was here when he was winning 3-4 trophies a year. Possibly the second person would be Mitchell. Mitchell in terms of the number of trophies won. So there's Fola, there's Mitchell, and then there is, I think, Imaji even before, because Imaji has been there even before Adefola came onto the scene. Won a lot of stuff. I think one of these we have to get Mr. Komi from Game Evolutions, because he's been at the base of this of the movement for a very long time. So he has the opportunity to even discuss a little bit about all of that conversation.
I mean, get the comments in and let us know what you think. I love having these conversations with Manny, and the way he speaks about Fola, sometimes it feels like a myth. It's like in the NBA, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, where they say he was crazy in the stands, we didn't get to see. And it's like in Ghana as well, we are speaking of Wonder Kid, because he used to sweep everything. Yeah. And you feel like that's how Fola was as well. I mean, it's all part of the conversations and why we enjoy these types of tournaments. And it just pains me so much that back then we couldn't document as much as we are documenting now.
I think that's one of the reasons why, like we can see someone say, Josh was saying Farouk was winning in Abuja. Me, I'm talking about tournaments that was open to the whole Nigerian scene. I'm not talking about maybe a Lagos tournament or one particular. I'm talking about a tournament open for the whole of Nigeria, a federal tournament. He's going to represent. I mean, I don't know personally that Fola has gone to represent Nigeria in Ivory Coast like 2-3 times. To do that,
it's not easy. I mean, before you continue, Nigeria. We also see hashtag put in his list. He says, Mitchell Baji Jr. You forgot to add Baji Jr.
Not yet. We're not there. Baji Jr. has not won any trophy yet.
Wow. So Baji Jr. still not done enough to be in your list?
No, he has to. Everybody in my list has won a huge major trophy.
Like a major trophy.
I'm talking about 2-3 major trophies. Everybody in my list. So Baji Jr. is an exciting prospect. He would definitely make it into that one of these days, but not now.
Interesting. I mean, I love the varied opinions. I see like holistic. Who do you think is leading in trophies if you don't think it's Fola? Because for all of the stories that I've heard, everybody just keeps saying Fola. So that's the first time I'm seeing somebody not say Adefola. But you know what? This conversation can go on and on and on. And I love the fact that a lot of the varied opinions. Because you know what? That's what makes it beautiful in the sense where you know how Dutch came in and just said Farouk was winning in Abuja,
yeah.
But then at the time you'd kind of rate the competition where you say okay, the higher levels are more or less in like a lot of times in Lagos.
Yeah.
So it was always kind of interesting in some sense to look at it from that angle. But then Adefola was playing higher level of competition in Lagos.
I mean, Adefola was
time
playing
after
people
time
in
after
Lagos,
time,
outside Lagos. The thing about the conversation that or the argument that Dutch brought was usually the competitions in Abuja were for Abuja players.
Okay.
But the competition in Lagos were open to everybody. As you can see many times, Farouk is almost like the way we're talking about. Farouk is almost a Lagos player this time around because he spent so much time in Lagos. He's played across all of the competitions in Lagos. While we can't see 3, 4, 5 Lagos players who will say, I've participated in the Abuja tournaments. That's just the difference for me. So in terms of the conversation, I'm really looking at the fact that this man has been doing again. The problem was we didn't get to document some of these things. So for people who don't know, I came into the scene. I bust into Lagos esports scene in 2020, and from 2020 down to today, I've seen Adefola with my eyes win about 8 major trophies. That's not the ones I was told. That's not the ones I heard about.
Yeah.
Do you get what I'm saying?
These are the ones that you
these
see.
ones I saw trophies that attracted players across board. Yeah.
Very, very interesting stories, right? I hope you guys do enjoy them. And for those who are not privy to the information, I hope Manny is unpacking a lot. I mean, John Williams also saying that Farouk right now is better than Fola. I don't think a lot of people would argue with that. We're speaking about all-time conversations. Well,
I think he was saying that right now Farouk is better, but in terms of trophies, Adefola is one.
It's certainly better. Well, let's get into what happened today on the leaderboard. There's been a lot of changes, people. Mr. Oga flying back to top spot. I mean, he did lose it for a bit, but he's back right there with 13 games played on 29 points. Kinonix with those impressive 27 points as well. KK with that massive win against Mr. Oga bumps him up to 26. Look at the positions of Anif and Tactical and tell me you're not proud of them. 25 points apiece for guys who had started slow. And I mean, Anif has played 14 games. That's like 2 more games ahead of everybody. So we need to slow our roll a little bit. Tactical, very impressive with 25. Well, Elevation, that last win against Yemi was pretty important, 24 points. Guru has dropped down after that impressive start. He's got 22 points. Game with Josh currently seated with 20 points, which is still very good. Son of God still in the mix with 20. And then Yemi dropping down to 10th position with 19.
Yep, that's the first part of the leaderboard. As you can see, the second part of the leaderboard, Rhymes is currently leading the pack there. That win he had in the last game against I don't know who's that, but whatever, that last win doing him a whole lot of good. Yes, Rhymes. Dada Boy, yes, it was a 5-3 victory. Saw him go all of the way to 19 points. While Dracarys, after playing 11 games, is on 18 points. Dada Boy, who has played 11 and has 2 more games in hand with the guys above him, is currently on 17 points. So we could see Dada Boy going into the top 8 by game week 5, day 2, while Khaleed, Bright, and Baloke make up 14, 15, and 16 with 15, 12 points each. Baji Senior with those 6 points today has gotten himself into 9 points. Well, too late for him to mount any challenge, but a decent way to like make yourself sort of proud of your outing and your showings.
Of your performance as well. I mean, it was quite disappointing for Bright to lose that game in all honesty, because I feel like he still had a shot, but losing that game means it's going to be tough. I think if you cut it down from like 14 to 20, maybe that's where the chances of making top 8 is getting slimmer and slimmer. But hey, who knows? We've seen miraculous things happen here at the National Esoccer Pro League. That's been what has happened throughout today. Let's take you through the main score lines for today. We opened us off. Guru and Tactical was pretty interesting. I think they got the scores of that one a little bit wrong. It was Tactical who was able to get that 5-3 win. Dada Boy got that walkover because Blaze 99 was unfortunately a no-show today, so he got those 3 points and 3 goals. KK in that massive showing against Mr. Oga showed why he did deserve to be a top 3 player here today. And of course, Baji Senior followed up with a win against Simply Uzo.
Yep, that one was very, very decent one. That was the one that gave Baji the first 3 points, which second 3 points sort of took him to 9 points. In the second showing, we had Khaleed and Yemi play out a 5-all draw. This one was very, very interesting and crazy. If you missed that one, go back to the stream, watch it. It will definitely be worth your money. King Nonex beating Baloke in the background 5-4. We didn't get to see much of this one, but this was very interesting with the match updates. We kept seeing that Baloke was in the mix right to the very end. Rhymes and if he made battle on the main broadcast, and if winning 6-5, and if seeing this one out, very tight one, but and if went away with the 3 points, while Bright lost by 6-9 against Game with Josh.
Well, certainly it was indeed an interesting round of action as well. Son of God, who in his game against Elevation, I was incredibly proud of how he played. That was impressive. Tactical, he was on one today. I mean, we forgot of the guys who got 6 points out of 6. Tactical was on board, 12-1, the biggest scoreline of the day. And Nif, another guy who completed today with 6 points, 7-5 against Game with Josh. And KK, all important win against Blaze 99.
Absolutely. That was the third round of action, but the last one, the one that served us so much craziness, saw Yemi lose out to Elevation
after leading so many times.
After leading for so many times. And Rhymes did justice to Dada Boy, but putting him off by 5-2. Maybe the pressure sort of reduced as he was not on the main broadcast, maybe. But Mr. Oga beating Son of God by 10.
I think that's the most shocking result, because I didn't expect it to be.
Nobody expected
it to this big.
This was absolutely insane. First half was totally domineering by Mr. Oga, and he took Son of God to the cleaners with that performance, while Baji Senior was able to beat Bright. Another shocking performance by 8-1. Every single time we have been on the broadcast, it does look like the last game gives us so much craziness, and it's definitely one you have to, so that means you have to stick around till the end of all of our streams for you to know what is happening. Don't go anywhere from the beginning of the streams to the end of the stream. Ensure you are there. That's where the conversations are happening. That's where the tides are changing. The stories are being written. The storylines are changing consistently across board. That was Game Week 5, Day 1 in a nutshell.
Well, it was indeed a beautiful game week right there. We saw upsets, surprises, goals galore. In some games, we're expecting goals. We didn't see goals. It's all what the National Esoccer Pro League promises you, and we hope you did enjoy the action as much as Manny and I did here in the studio. From everybody here, we salute you for joining us in the broadcast. I mean, there were a couple of technical problems, but we got to sort things out. That's what the beauty of this league is all about. It is indeed a marathon and not a sprint, and we've seen mixed signals from all of these players. Hope you enjoyed the craziness of the FC action, and what we promise you is same thing and even better tomorrow around 1 p.m. Nigerian time. We go into day 2 of week 5, and we'll see where the changes are on the leaderboard is and what some of the big results could find out. From Manny and I and from the whole production crew, we say a big thank you, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.